at Qingyan City, Martial Hall. A white-haired young man was sitting on a cushion, looking at his palms and sighing. He was a Martial Hall student named Luo Tu, who had been studying for 3 years but only reached the 2nd level of body refinement, making him the worst student in the entire Martial Hall. If he couldn't break through, he would definitely be expelled from the Martial Hall at the end of the semester, becoming a commoner of the lowest status for the rest of his life. He thought to himself, "No, I can't be expelled from the Martial Hall, or my life will be over." Luo Tu clenched his fist with determination. Suddenly there was a noise outside, and a female voice rang out, What do you want to do?" He wondered in surprise, is there someone outside? Sure enough, a few meters away a girl was surrounded by a group of men. Luo Tu immediately recognized the voice. This is Lu Yuhan's voice. The group of people outside were Zhang Hao and his followers. Zhang Hao said triumphantly, Hee, Lu Yuhan, I've been pursuing you for 2 months. Don't pretend to be so cold, give me a chance, Zhang Hao said with a lewd face, forcing Lu Yuhan. Hearing this, she closed her eyes, turned her head, not wanting to look at the rogue anymore, and said, Zhang Hao, I'll say it again, I'm not interested in you, get out of my way. As Yuhan was about to leave, 2 of Zhang Hao's followers blocked her way. Oh, don't be in such a hurry to leave. Zhang Hao stepped forward shamelessly and said to Lu Yuhan, I'm already at the 4th level of body refinement. He put his arm around Lu Yuhan's waist and continued boastfully, Don't you respect a powerhouse at the 4th level of body refinement? Lu Yuhan was furious and immediately moved away from Zhang Hao, shouting, Get your dirty hands off me. If you dare to do anything to me, the Lu family won't let you off. From inside, Luo Tu witnessed the situation and was indignant. Damn it, these bastards dare to treat senior sister Lu like this. As for Zhang Hao, he laughed upon hearing this. Ha ha ha, the Lu family. Others may fear your Lu family, but my Zhang family doesn't. His face grew thicker like concrete as he said, Today I'll take you to a deserted place, and once the rice is cooked, your Lu family will definitely not dare to make a big deal out of it. By then, you'll have no choice but to marry me. Lu Yuhan clenched her fists, trying to resist. You're dreaming. Zhang Hao put on a very despicable face and grinned, You have quite the temper, but that's exactly how I like you. Then he pointed at Lu Yuhan and ordered, Little brothers, tie her up for me, take her away. Seeing the scene of the woman he liked being bullied, Luo Tu couldn't help but want to help, but his own weakness made him hesitate. Stop. Realizing that someone wanted to help, Yuhan was very surprised, thinking, I'm saved, there's someone else here. Luo Tu came out from inside. Seeing this, Zhang Hao showed a look of contempt. Oh, I thought it was someone else, turns out it's our bottom-ranked student, is he trying to be a hero to save the beauty? Thinking that someone had come to help, but in the end it was Luo Tu, Lu Yuhan was a little disappointed. Why is it Luo Tu? A weakling can't help me at all. Zhang Hao spoke up, a 2nd-level body refinement trash dares to meddle in other people's business? Then he said to his follower, Li Hai, let him see the consequences of meddling in other people's business. Yes, Zhang Hao's follower, with murderous eyes, walked towards Luo Tu, his tone extremely arrogant and domineering. Little trash, let your grandfather see how many punches you can take. As quick as lightning, Li Hai swung his fist and rushed towards Luo Tu. He quickly went into a defensive stance, hoping to block a punch from Li Hai. The next second, as soon as the fist made contact, Luo Tu immediately flew backward, his body slamming hard against the wall. Li Hai showed obvious contempt at this moment. Seriously? You can't even block one punch? You dare to try to be a hero to save the beauty? Then Zhang Hao approached. At this time, Luo Tu was still struggling to get up. He said, A piece of trash like you will be expelled from the Martial Hall at the end of the semester anyway. And you'll only be able to be a lowly commoner for the rest of your life. Standing in front of Luo Tu, he said arrogantly, What do you have to fight me with? Luo Tu said nothing, frowning as he tried to get up. He suddenly threw a punch forward and shouted, Release Lu Yuhan for me. Faced with Luo Tu's punch, Zhang Hao's face darkened and he scolded, You dare to fight back? Today I will teach you a lesson you'll never forget. Immediately, Zhang Hao threw a kick, and before Luo Tu could do anything, he was kicked backward. His whole body slammed hard against the wall. Zhang Hao said triumphantly, Humph, you don't know your own strength. Luo Tu gritted his teeth and slammed his hand against the wall. Then he struggled to stand up, his whole body trembling. Seeing that Luo Tu could still stand up, Zhang Hao laughed evilly. Oh, you lowly piece of trash, you're quite stubborn, aren't you? A moment later, he stretched his wrists and walked towards Luo Tu. Today I want to see how many moves you can take. Fortunately, an elder suddenly appeared and shouted loudly, What are you doing here? He said sternly, Fighting without permission, do you think your cultivation is enough? If you have time for this, why don't you go and cultivate? Zhang Hao immediately put on the face of a good student, obeying him. Yes, Elder Wang. Then he glanced at Luo Tu and said in a low voice, Consider yourselves lucky. With that, Zhang Hao and his group left. Luo Tu snorted uncomfortably at their arrogant appearance. With everything over, Elder Wang also left. After being rescued, Lu Yuhan looked at Luo Tu with a not very friendly expression. Her eyes were somewhat hesitant. Then Yuhan turned her back and only left 2 words, Thank you. Luo Tu was filled with disappointment, leaning against the wall thinking, Luo Tu, oh Luo Tu, you've secretly loved her for 3 years, and the only time you mustered the courage to stand up. This is the result? He slumped down, placing his hand on his chest. I'm afraid that even if I'm beaten to death by Zhang Hao today, she'll soon forget about it. Luo Tu gritted his teeth. You're really pathetic. Then suddenly a pain came to Luo Tu, causing him to scream, Ah! The silver pendant on Luo Tu's neck suddenly lit up, then it burrowed into his chest like a goo worm. Quickly, the pendant merged under Luo Tu's skin. He was in so much pain that he couldn't even open his eyes, and his face was covered in veins. When he opened his eyes, he was in a strange place. Where is this? Where am I? Suddenly a golden light flashed. A yin-yang circle burst out from his chest from who knows where, heading straight towards the light. Luo Tu held his head and shouted. A scripture with the life meridian diagram was transmitting a large amount of information into Luo Tu's head. Luo Tu held his head and thought, In my head, there's suddenly a bunch of information. The Supreme Treasure Life-Death Pearl. Life Meridian Diagram, what is this? When all the knowledge had been transmitted into his head, Luo Tu was surprised. This information, did that pearl bring it to me? But what exactly is this Supreme Treasure Life Pearl? Isn't it just an ordinary pearl that my father picked up in the mountains that year? Why is it? There are several meridians in good condition. He suddenly realized, it seems like those are the places where Zhang Hao injured me. Luo Tu sat cross-legged, his hands clasped together, calmly thinking, let's try it. Energy flowed throughout Luo Tu's body. It seemed that as long as he circulated his inner energy to heal the dark areas in the life meridian diagram, he could recover from his injuries. He left the cultivation room, dragging his wounded body back to his room, rejoicing as he walked. Although I've exhausted all my inner energy, my injuries have recovered more than halfway. If it weren't for my cultivation being too low, I might have been able to recover completely. It's too magical. He flung open the door and said confidently, Based on the information I got from the pearl, I can not only recover from injuries, but also improve the low-level cultivation techniques I've learned. Based on the life meridian diagram. Then he sat down and circulated his inner energy to feel it more clearly. 2 swirling energies of black and gold appeared. Under his control, the 2 sources of power gathered into a yin-yang circle. He happily shouted, Success! This is the life-death dual extremes chi. My fate has changed now. At the martial hall, the martial arts training ground. Luo Tu rubbed his hands to warm up, thinking, My injuries have completely recovered, and the effect of cultivation is also very obvious. I feel like I can immediately break through to the 3rd level of body refinement. People around him were constantly talking about Luo Tu's appearance. The news of him being beaten unconscious by Zhang Hao yesterday for trying to be a hero to save the beauty had spread. They were ridiculing his stupidity. He doesn't have the strength, but he likes to show off. They also ridiculed him as a poor boy from a lowly background, a toad wanting to eat swan meat. Lu Yuhan is a young lady from the Lu family. Why would she take a fancy to this guy? The kid doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Luo Tu ignored the surrounding words and thought, if cultivation techniques can be improved, martial skills are also a way to circulate inner energy. I wonder if they can also be improved. Luo Tu sighed. Then, bursting with power, he punched out a green energy, 1st-grade martial skill, Raging Bull Fist. The power was transmitted throughout his body. Sure enough, martial skills can also be improved through the life meridian diagram. The punch transformed into the shape of a dragon. The dragon rushed forward, directly breaking the wooden pillar opposite. He picked up the broken piece of wood and thought secretly, this is made of black ironwood. It would take at least the 4th level of body refinement to break it. But I'm clearly only at the 2nd level. After the cultivation techniques and martial skills have been improved, my strength has increased so much. Suddenly, Zhang Hao also approached. 2 servants walked in front cursing, "Get out of the way, are you all blind? Can't you see that young Master Zhang is here?" Seeing Zhang Hao coming, Luo Tu's face suddenly darkened. "It's him." Zhang Hao said contemptuously, "Oh, it's you, you lowly piece of trash, you dare to appear before my eyes? Weren't you beaten enough yesterday?" Zhang Hao stuck out his foot, pointed at it and said, "Come on, kneel down, crawl around here 3 times like a stray dog, and lick my young master's shoes clean. Otherwise, I'll beat you up again today." Zhang Hao's servant stepped forward, cracking his knuckles and threatening, "Kid, are you mute? Young Master Zhang is talking to you, can't you hear?" The servant stretched out his hand and slapped towards Luo Tu. But Luo Tu grabbed it, and used the power of electricity to transmit it through. The servant screamed in pain. His face was pale, but he still cursed, "You lowly thing." Luo Tu replied, "You bite people when you see them, your mouth is full of shit. People like you, calling you a dog is insulting dogs." Luo Tu kicked him in the stomach, sending the servant flying away. Zhang Hao was stunned by the power, exclaiming in shock, "What?" Zhang Hao raised his fist and shouted loudly at him, "You dare to hit my people? You're finished today. Even if the heavenly king Lao Tzu comes, it's useless." He punched a fiery punch towards Luo Tu. "Let you trash taste my 3rd-grade martial skill, Iron Eagle Claw." Luo Tu didn't flinch, but also punched out and retorted, "You open your mouth and call me trash. Today I'll let you taste the taste of being beaten by trash." The 2 sources of power collided. But Zhang Hao's face was filled with fear. He began to worry and said, "You ignorant fool, do you think I'm like that stupid idiot just now?" Luo Tu angrily retorted, "The ignorant fool is you." With that, a yin-yang circle appeared. From that circle, a blue dragon rushed out and headed straight for Zhang Hao. Luo Tu completely overwhelmed Zhang Hao's weak punch. The overwhelming attack caused Zhang Hao to clutch his arm in pain. People around were surprised to see that Luo Tu had defeated Zhang Hao. Luo Tu stomped his foot. Constantly accumulating blue dragon energy, he shouted loudly, "Continue." He reasoned, "The Light Death Dual Extremes Chi not only improves my cultivation techniques and increases my combat power, but also forms Life Death Dual Extremes Chi. Life Chi can nourish and restore life meridians, while Death Chi can damage and destroy life meridians. In this battle, I'm almost invincible." Zhang Hao fearfully pointed at Luo Tu, "You dare!" Luo Tu rushed forward and kicked Zhang Hao in the chest. Zhang Hao's bones immediately broke under the pressure of the kick. This large space became the arena for the 2 of them. Receiving Luo Tu's attack full of death chi, Zhang Hao fell to the ground, sliding a long distance. Zhang Hao was lying motionless at this time. The people around who witnessed this were surprised by the result and exclaimed, "Oh my God, am I seeing things? I can't believe my eyes that the one who was defeated was Zhang Hao. Is that person really Luo Tu?" they asked doubtfully. A pink-haired man with a one-sided hairstyle asked about this strange occurrence for the first time. "He defeated both Li Hai and Zhang Hao?" A man behind with slicked-back hair repeated. "Before, it was always them beating others." Luo Tu stepped forward at this moment, exuding the aura of a true hero. "You little beast, you dare to hit me? You're finished." A stern voice rang out. Zhang Hao, who had now sat up, frowned and warned Luo Tu, "You lowly thing, I will definitely make you pay the price." Hearing this, Luo Tu was not controlled at all, but instead gained more strength to counterattack. He rushed forward with his life-death dual extremes chi, replying to Zhang Hao. "Threaten me? It seems that I didn't hit you hard enough. Lie down obediently for me," Luo Tu said as he swung his foot decisively. Zhang Hao tried to raise both hands to resist. However, it was not easy to block Luo Tu's attack now. Zhang Hao fell to the ground, his head hitting the ground hard, his eyes losing consciousness and turning white. After the pain he had just received, Zhang Hao lay curled up, enduring it. Luo Tu turned away immediately after finishing, scoffing. This Zhang Hao relies on his superior family background to be arrogant and domineering. He must have forgotten. He will definitely take revenge on me. Then he encouraged himself. But as long as my strength and cultivation increase rapidly, I will definitely be valued and nurtured by the Martial Hall. At that time, even the Zhang family won't dare to go against the Martial Hall. This motivation made Luo Tu continue to move forward. Luo Tu looked up at the towering Martial Hall under the blue sky with a few wisps of clouds. The sun was shining, and he spoke, because everyone in Yunlong County knows that behind the Martial Halls in major cities is the Xiao sect. The people who witnessed this were still skeptical. How could it be? Zhanghao is at the 4th level of body refinement, I'm at the bone tempering stage, and Luo Tu only has the 2nd level of body refinement. They discussed behind Luo Tu. It seems that Luo Tu only used 2 moves to knock down Zhanghao. Scene transitioned to Luo Tu's residence. Luo Tu sat on the mat, propping himself up and muttering, "It's just defeating a Zhanghao, I can't be complacent because of it." He closed his eyes, and an image of Zhanghao appeared. If I remember correctly, Zhanghao also has an older brother who has the 5th level of body refinement. That's why he's so arrogant and domineering. Luo Tu opened his eyes, propped himself up and muttered, "That guy will definitely come to take revenge on me. Hiding all the time is not the way." He clenched his fist and punched his leg, gritting his teeth and frowning, forcing himself to think of a way to quickly improve his strength. Moreover, the once-a-year test will begin in 3 months. Luo Tu closed his eyes tightly and sat quietly as if he were cultivating. He believed that sensing the light-death dual extremes chi might help him overcome this difficult hurdle. At this time, the power in Luo Tu separated into a golden light symbolizing life chi and a black light representing death chi. The 2 rays of light intertwined and passed through the 2 dots on the yin-yang circle. Luo Tu stood up abruptly after successfully reaching the 4th level of body refinement, clasped his hands in front of his chest, and gratefully thought, if it weren't for the life-death pearl, I wouldn't dare to imagine this speed of cultivation even in my dreams. He raised his hands and frowned, but after reaching the 4th level of body refinement, the speed has slowed down again. It seems that the effect of the 1st-grade cultivation technique is too poor. Even if it has been improved, it is still limited. Luo Tu stepped towards the door, believing that if he wanted to quickly improve his cultivation, he had to have a higher quality cultivation technique. He looked ahead thoughtfully, determined to take a step. According to the rules of the Martial Hall, martial disciples who have reached the 4th level of body refinement will have the qualifications to enter the scripture pavilion to choose 2nd-grade martial arts. It seems that I have to take a trip. Luo Tu immediately faced Zhang Hai standing opposite him as soon as he left the door. Zhang Hai stood proudly, with his arms crossed in front of him, and said contemptuously, "Lowly thing, you finally dare to come out." Luo Tu didn't show any respect at this time. He used disrespectful language to respond to Zhang Hai. "Where did this dog come from barking nonsense here?" Zhang Hai was shocked when he heard this. He glared and shouted, "You dare to scold me?" Luo Tu pointed directly at Zhang Hai's face and replied calmly, "You are Zhang Hai, Zhang Hao's older brother, right? Your younger brother was defeated by the trash in his mouth, trampled underfoot like a dog. As his older brother, you are naturally also a dog." Zhang Hai was provoked by Luo Tu and couldn't retort, but said, "You want to die, right?" Suddenly a streak of orange light flashed across Zhang Hai's shoulder from behind to the front. Luo Tu's words had really touched Zhang Hai's anger. Luo Tu recognized that the person standing in front of him was emitting inner energy, at least a martial disciple at the 7th level of body refinement. Without wasting a second, Luo Tu crossed his arms to block a blow of inner energy. This energy was orange, shot directly from Zhang Hai's hand to Luo Tu. After receiving the power just now, remnants of dark green appeared on Luo Tu's hand. He thought secretly, as expected of the 7th level of body refinement. Whether it's speed or strength, it's much stronger than me. Zhang Hai was a little surprised that Luo Tu was not knocked down, but there was also some recognition of Luo Tu's strength. "Huh, I didn't expect you to not be knocked down. You lowly thing, you injured my useless younger brother, it seems that you really have some ability." Zhang Hai was overly confident. He interlocked his 10 fingers, threatening Luo Tu, "The Martial Hall has rules against killing people. You crippled my younger brother's 2 hands. So I will cripple your 4 limbs and break all your tendons and bones." Luo Tu's mind wavered slightly, but he quickly regained his composure. "The 7th level of body refinement is indeed difficult to deal with, but I can directly damage his life meridians. It's not impossible to fight." Behind them, 2 people were witnessing this. Perhaps they were also people from the martial hall. One person guessed, that person seems to be Zhang Hao's older brother. Zhang Hai. Just now, he was emitting inner energy. Could it be that he has broken through to the 7th level of body refinement? He continued, I heard that martial disciples with the 7th level of body refinement have the qualifications to enter the scripture pavilion to choose 3rd grade martial arts. I admire that. He looked at the person opposite Zhang Hai and realized, isn't that Luo too? He injured Zhang Hao 2 days ago. This time, Zhang Hai personally took action. Luo too is in trouble. The green-haired man next to him sneered, he's finished. That's the 7th level of body refinement. Zhang Hai walked closer to where Luo Tu was standing, and said as he walked, wait until I cripple you. A cripple who can't practice martial arts will definitely be expelled. After speaking, Zhang Hai flew up, raised one hand forward and circulated his inner energy, a slight smile appearing on his mouth, and said, at that time, leaving the martial hall. It will be as easy as turning over a hand for my Zhang family to crush a lowly commoner with no background like you. The atmosphere surrounding the two of them at this time was dyed red with murderous intent from Zhang Hai. Suddenly a girl stepped in and ordered, stop for me. Zhang Hai was startled and stopped. Both of them, Zhang Hai and Luo Tu, were surprised by the appearance of the girl. The girl walked to where the two were fighting. Where she walked, peach blossoms bloomed, and she herself radiated light like a flower. This beautiful girl was Lu Mengyao. She passed by the people of the martial hall, and everyone had to respectfully bow and greet loudly, Teacher Lu. Zhang Hai also clasped his hands respectfully, greetings, Teacher Lu. Lu Mengyao sternly asked, you are Zhang Hai, right? As a martial disciple at the 7th level of body refinement in the intermediate class, you actually came to the elementary class to show off your power, bullying the weak with the strong. Is that what a martial artist should do? Zhang Hai hurriedly explained, Teacher Lu misunderstood, because this Luo Tu injured my younger brother. As an older brother, of course I have to come here to seek justice for my younger brother. Lu Mengyao glanced at Luo Tu, and she recognized immediately, 4th level of body refinement. She remembered that he was still at the 2nd level of body refinement a few days ago. She was surprised by Luo Tu's rapid leap. Could it be that he accumulated for a long time before exploding, unearthing his talent for martial arts? Lu Mengyao crossed her arms and explained, I shouldn't interfere in the struggles between students in theory as a teaching teacher, but the justice and fairness of the martial hall do not allow anyone to violate them. Lu Mengyao said to Zhang Hai at this time, if you want to compete with Luo Tu, I don't object. Then she made an agreement, if Luo Tu can enter the intermediate class in the test 3 months later, I won't ask anything else, then she suggested. But for now, get back and practice hard for me. Zhang Hai looked at her figure and was annoyed in his heart. The martial hall has always turned a blind eye to the struggles between students. This Lu Mengyao is clearly biased towards that damn kid. But other than being bitter, he couldn't do anything more, so he made a bet with Luo Tu. Okay, if that's the case, then I'll let you live for another 3 months. Zhang Hai left first, leaving Teacher Lu and Luo Tu standing there. The people standing there were in an uproar again. I admire him so much. This Luo Tu is really surprising. Even Elder Lu has begun to pay attention to him. Others replied, you admire him? Okay, then you also go and beat Zhang Hao. A young man smiled wryly. Hee, I wouldn't dare to do that. The man standing next to him said sternly, Zhang Hai is at the 7th level of body refinement. Even if Luo Tu reaches the 5th level and enters the intermediate class in 3 months, he will definitely not be able to beat him. There is still only one dead end. At that time, Luo Tu turned to Lu Mengyao, clasped his hands and bowed to express his thanks. Thank you for what happened just now, Teacher Lu. Lu Mengyao happily encouraged Luo Tu. Being able to accumulate and explode at a critical moment shows that you also have some potential. Focus on cultivation and try to pass the test in 3 months. After finishing, she turned away. Luo Tu still stood there watching her footsteps. Luo Tu felt something. Lu Teacher's life meridians, why do I feel like something is not quite right? Then he patted his head and reminded himself, martial artists in the Qi Si realm are stronger than martial disciples in the body refinement realm countless times. I can't help anything right now. Luo Tu began to walk. Along with that was determination. I should still choose a cultivation technique quickly and improve my strength. There are countless types of martial arts secrets. but they can basically be divided into three types. Cultivation techniques, martial skills, body techniques. These three types complement each other and are the foundation of a powerful martial artist. Luo Tu searched through each bookshelf while speaking to himself. I must find a cultivation technique that suits me. Luo Tu's hand quickly swept through each book. Second grade cultivation technique, tendon changing bone breaking technique, second grade martial skill, dragon tiger fist. Second grade body technique, inch step. Luo Tu took down all the books he just named. The first floor only opens second grade martial arts. Higher cultivation techniques have to wait until I enter the intermediate class to obtain them. Luo Tu's face was thoughtful, but even second grade was something I dreamed of having. A girl walked in, with a gentle and refined appearance, standing a ladder away from Luo Tu, softly calling his name. Luo Tu turned around and recognized that it was Lu Yuhan. His face was not very comfortable with this appearance. Lu Yuhan had a serious face as if she was asking about a close friend for many years. Luo Tu, are you here to choose a cultivation technique? Luo Tu did not answer, ignoring Lu Yuhan's nonsense. Lu Yuhan did not know that and gave up, and continued to put on a surprised and innocent face. Has your cultivation reached the 4th level of body refinement? But clearly a few days ago you were still. Then she didn't say any more. Luo Tu sneered as if he had seen through her false face. Miss Lu, thanks to you, in my battle with Zhang Hao, I was lucky enough to break through. Lu Yuhan felt guilty and stammered that day, I must thank you. I thought you were okay so. Perhaps because she had told too many lies, Lu Yuhan couldn't continue her words. Luo Tu quickly took his leave to end the conversation. No need to thank me. I still want to go back to cultivation, farewell. That Lu Yuhan was still lingering like a leech, darting in front of Luo Tu and smiling as she spoke, pretending to be lively and energetic. Hey, Luo Tu, don't rush. The annual assessment is coming up. Do you have any plans? It turned out she had an ulterior motive. Wasn't she asking Luo Tu out of concern, but rather probing? Regarding this type of question, Luo Tu didn't need to lie, but still felt a bit annoyed by the disturbance. Of course, I plan to break through to the 5th level of the refinement realm. Then enter the intermediate class. Lu Yuhan persisted, but Luo Tu, you're already 16 this year, right? There are only 3 months left. Is it a bit? Or how about this, if you don't pass and have nowhere to go? You can come to our Lu family. I'll arrange for you to be a guard, how's that? It turned out she was concerned about Luo Tu not out of kindness, but to do something beneficial for herself. Luo Tu sneered, be a guard for the Lu family? In his heart, he was secretly mocking. If it were the me of the past, I would definitely think it over carefully, but now. Luo Tu raised his hand and rubbed his forehead, smiling with contempt. When I was still at the 2nd level of the refinement realm and stood up for you, I didn't see you caring so much. After thinking it over, Luo Tu spoke, thank you for your kind intentions, Miss Lu, but this matter doesn't need you to worry about it. I will definitely pass the assessment in 3 months. Luo Tu said with a completely serious face. Suddenly another person stepped in, interrupting the conversation. His tone was full of sarcasm. Did I hear correctly? You want to reach the 5th level of the refinement realm in 3 months with just your abilities? Then he turned to Lu Yuhan, who was standing there with an unknown expression. Lu Yuhan, don't you know that this type of person is a well-known martial arts wastrel? He kept babbling. Having cultivated for so many years, he's only at the 2nd level of the refinement realm, becoming the laughingstock of countless people. He got lucky and broke through, but he's here talking nonsense. It's truly ridiculous. Hearing his ridicule, Luo Tu's expression became even more silent. The one who was constantly flaunting his superiority and looking down on others was Su Fei, someone who liked to meddle in other people's business. Luo Tu immediately asked him, do I know you? Su Fei still said with a contemptuous face, of course you don't know me, because you simply don't have the qualifications to know me. Su Fei's hateful face stared straight at Luo Tu with a contemptuous smile. I advise you to have a clear understanding of your own status. Yuhan can't have any involvement with trash like you. Lu Yuhan quickly interrupted, Su Fei, don't say any more. Luo Tu is someone who helped me, don't be like this. Then she turned to Luo Tu and said, if you can't pass the assessment in 3 months, I can write a letter of introduction for you. You can take the letter to the Lu family. and someone will arrange something for you. In response to Lu Yuhan's seemingly sincere intentions, Luo Tu silently walked away, casually uttering an answer, "No need, I still have to go back to cultivation, farewell." Su Fei still thought of himself as noble while Luo Tu was only worthy of being trampled under his feet, contemptuously laughing and saying, not knowing how to appreciate favors, "Yuhan, pay less attention to this kind of trash in the future. If the Sutra Pavilion didn't forbid fighting, I would definitely teach him a lesson today." Switching to Luo Tu, who was leisurely walking on the stone path outside the Sutra Pavilion with many thoughts in his head, "Now that I have the secret manual of the cultivation method. But if I can use elixirs and borrow the power of formations like the disciples of the aristocratic families, then in 1 month, I can at least reach the 6th level of the refinement realm." The thoughts seemed to have escaped his words. Luo Tu scratched his head, somewhat worried, but both elixirs and formations require a large sum of money. Perhaps after I master these 3 cultivation methods I should think of a way to make money. After thinking for a long while, Luo Tu arrived at the Demon Hunting Guild, a magnificent building. Luo Tu stepped inside. Around him were many people, so many experts. The 8th and 9th level martial apprentices are everywhere, and there are even Qi realm martial artists. As soon as Luo Tu entered, whispers began non-stop. A person with the most unpleasant contemptuous face, Zhao Liang, coldly snorted, full of resentment as he looked towards Luo Tu. Luo Tu walked to the reception desk in the middle and respectfully clasped his hands. "Hello, I want to register to become a demon hunter." The whispers turned into open mockery. "Hey, this kid isn't mistaken, right? At most, he only has the 5th level of the refinement realm, lower than the previous one. Another student from the martial academy. What's wrong with these kids? A newborn calf isn't afraid of a tiger. This time, there's a good show to watch." The girl standing at the reception desk, hearing such mockery, also revealed a somewhat contemptuous expression. "This little brother, registering as a demon hunter isn't a joke. You must pass our assessment to be eligible." Luo Tu was still very serious and didn't seem to care about the derision. "When does the assessment begin? I want to participate." The young lady became serious again when she saw Luo Tu's determined face. "Little brother, the demon hunter assessment isn't just about cultivation, but also about actual combat ability. What you have to face are Tier 1 demon beasts, not wild beasts. You should still wait until your cultivation is higher." This was perhaps a sincere piece of advice, because her face was no longer one of contempt. Zhao Liang publicly stepped forward to mock. "Oh, this classmate of mine is so confident. Just let him participate. If he wants to offer his life, don't stop him." Luo Tu turned his head in confusion. "Who are you again?" He himself didn't know who these noisy people were, like insects, but they all knew his face. Zhao Liang confidently pointed at himself, hands on his hips, and laughed contemptuously. "Remember well, this old man's name is Zhao Liang. I heard that you offended young Master Zhang?" Luo Tu sized up Zhao Liang standing in front of him, 7th level of the refinement realm. "Seems like someone from the advanced class." Then Luo Tu sneered contemptuously at the guy who dared to bark loudly in front of him because he was close to home. "So you're also a lackey of Zhang Hai? Truly, you bite anyone you see." Zhao Liang, being ridiculed by Luo Tu in return, wasn't willing to lose either. His mouth began to go a bit too far. "You piece of trash are really arrogant. I heard that last time. Young Master Zhang wanted to teach you a lesson, but old teacher Lu interceded to save you. Otherwise, you would have been crippled long ago." Zhao Liang smiled sinisterly and indecently. "This time, there's no one to protect you anymore. If you have the ability, participate in the Demon Hunter assessment with me. How about it? Do you dare?" Luo Tu confidently replied, "Okay, then what's the bet?" This was a great opportunity for Luo Tu's planned business. Zhao Liang still appeared very disdainful, thinking, "This poor kid from a humble background, at most, has only cultivated a Tier 2 martial skill, and his cultivation is lower than mine. There's no way he can win." Then he pointed to the ground and loudly spoke, "Considering that you poor kid have nothing to bet, how about this? The loser kowtows and apologizes to the winner. How's that?" It turned out he was so bold, but he was just a coward. He didn't dare to bet anything valuable, so he had to bet his dignity. Luo Tu readily agreed at this time. "Okay." Zhao Liang loudly announced to everyone else, "Okay, Everyone here has heard it all. Don't be a shrinking turtle. An empty barrel makes the most noise. He was boasting so loudly now. Who knew how humiliated he would be later? Other onlookers joined in. Hey, students from the martial academy fighting each other this time, there's a good show to watch. In the face of the ridicule of others, Luo Tu stood tall and calmly faced Zhao Liang. He wasn't angry, nor did he feel ashamed and hide. Yes, we've all heard it. No one is allowed to run away. The young lady at the reception desk stepped forward to start the game. Okay, please follow me. Then, right in front of both Luo Tu and Zhao Liang, along with all the other NPCs present, 2 towering stone slabs stacked on top of each other with ancient characters like formations engraved on their bodies. A man in white seemed to exude a majestic and powerful aura, sitting in the highest place. That person gently spoke and asked, "How many?" The young lady then explained, "For the Demon Hunter assessment, even the lowest qualification requires facing at least one simulated Tier 1 demon beast, with strength comparable to a 5th level refinement. Realm Martial Apprentice. But if it's actual combat, even a 6th level refinement Realm Martial Apprentice without combat experience isn't a match for a demon beast. I'll ask one last time, are you sure you want to challenge?" Zhao Liang stood up confidently and raised 2 fingers. "I want to." It seemed like he was about to be embarrassed to death. The onlookers gossiped, "Oh my, no wonder he's a student from the Martial Academy, he's really bold. I'm afraid he doesn't know that 2 days ago, a 7th level almost got bitten to death by a simulated demon beast." The person in white on top of the stone slab looked down and pondered. He pointed to a platform like a martial stage and a round bronze carving, extremely elaborate, then spoke, "You can stand on that." Zhao Liang was faster, jumping onto the stage in one bound. The person explained, "After the formation is activated, everything you encounter is basically no different from reality. If you don't want to die, immediately shout to stop. You can leave the formation within 3 breaths." Zhao Liang confidently replied loudly, "Begin." The 2 flames on the torches next to the martial stage suddenly burst into flames. 2 wolves appeared from within the red formation, rushing right in front of Zhao Liang. Zhao Liang was seen standing still, his hands clasped as if gathering energy. The giant wolves surrounding him emitted extremely dangerous red sparks. The onlookers had a good time watching the show. Oh, this simulation is 2 iron-armored demon wolves. Well, this faceless kid is going to suffer this time. This demon beast isn't easy to deal with. It's stubbornly tough. The demon beasts of the simulation formation are almost no different from reality. They're all extremely cunning. Another person added, "He's surrounded from the front and back. Let's see how he handles it." A blonde loudmouth shouted, "Is anyone betting? Bet on whether he loses or wins. 200 taels of silver, I bet he loses. 100 taels of silver, I bet he wins." Luo Tu crossed his arms and watched, expressionless, analyzing the situation. There's no life meridian, it seems there's no way to deal with them using techniques. Then, as soon as the 2 wolves pounced on Zhao Liang, he summoned a fire spell and struck one of them directly, creating a spiral-shaped field of lightning. He shouted loudly, "Log Wang Fist!" His stance and aura suddenly changed, and one wolf was knocked away by him, tilting its head to one side. The second wolf charged in from behind Zhao Liang. He also used a fire transformation spell, turning around and throwing the wolf away, casually setting it on fire. The sarcastic comments from before were gone. Now, everyone around exclaimed, "Oh my, not bad. This kid must at least have a Tier 3 martial skill, no wonder he dares to fight 2 demon beasts." The one that Zhao Liang had knocked crooked immediately recovered. It charged again from behind. Meanwhile, Zhao Liang was still busy confronting the remaining wolf with a series of punches. The atmosphere around became feverish. Everyone felt that this match was extremely exciting, so they kept shouting and yelling. Zhao Liang was still enthusiastically throwing punches. One of his punches carried a lot of magic power, striking the monster directly, causing its shape to seem to split into 3. With one more punch, he completely destroyed the monster. The onlookers were even more lively. Some happily shouted, "Great, give me the money, give me the money!" Others complained unhappily, "Damn it, what bad luck, I didn't expect this kid to have such a high-level martial skill." The woman at the front desk immediately went up and announced, "Congratulations on passing the assessment. I'll get your Demon Hunter medal for you later." Zhao Liang cheerfully landed on the ground and mocked towards Luo Tu. Waste, it's your turn, wait to kowtow and apologize to me. Luo Tu, not caring at all, jumped quickly onto the stage. He received the question again, how many? Luo Tu turned his head. I want to challenge 3. The atmosphere began to boil and became even noisier. 3? Did I hear correctly? Young people are really impulsive. Someone standing nearby said to Zhao Liang. 3? He's only at the 6th level of the refinement realm, right? If he can really pass, Wang Yun will twist off my head and use it as a ball for him to kick. It turned out his name was Wang Yun, another coward. One of the onlookers started betting. I bet 500 taels of silver that he will lose. Zhao Liang stood amidst the ridicule, looking at Luo Tu with a satisfied expression. He contemptuously thought to himself, 3? I, a 7th level, already find it difficult to deal with 2. Kid, wait to kowtow to me. 3 wolves, larger than the 2 Zhao Liang faced, were extremely bloodthirsty and warlike. Luo Tu was surrounded by a tiger's head, called the fierce tiger stance. He charged straight at a wolf. The tiger surrounding Luo Tu gradually grew larger. It was already 3 times the size of the wolf, even though only half of its body had appeared, knocking away a monster that was growling a moment ago. An explosion occurred. In the dazzling light of the explosion, no one had time to see anything. The crowd was immediately confused. What's the situation? Is that the dragon tiger fist? How can it be so powerful? Zhao Liang was also confused. How is that possible? It's just the tier 2 dragon tiger fist, but how can its power be stronger than my Laguang fist? At this time, there were still 2 wolves at Luo Tu's location. They darted past. Luo Tu skillfully dodged between the 2 wolves. Then, he used his special movement skills. Enticing the wolf to chase him from place to place, the wolf frantically chased him like a toy at his disposal. A redhead recognized this footwork. Could it be the inch step? Moreover, it seems he has cultivated it to the point of proficiency. Another person asked, inch step? Isn't that a famous footwork that is quite difficult to master? He has cultivated the ordinary dragon tiger fist to such a powerful level. And he also has the inch step. Could this kid be a martial arts genius? Not only that, look there. He clearly has the ability to attack again, but he's not attacking. He's using the demon wolves to train his martial skills. That's right, Luo Tu is not continuing to attack fiercely like before, but is only focusing on dodging, but not dodging instinctively, but dodging technically, using difficult footwork. Luo Tu was thinking at this time, Tier 1 demon beasts seem to be only like this. It was worth it to risk my life to cultivate martial skills for half a month. Well then, let's end it here. Luo Tu stopped moving, stood still, and unleashed a fireball, aiming directly at a wolf, forcing it to dissolve into pieces. Ascending dragon stance, break for me. He threw another punch, piercing through the body of another wolf, tearing it into the air. The crowd clamored, what the heck, he can actually win. Quickly give me the money, haha. Zhao Liang was shocked and flustered. Impossible, clearly he only has the 6th level of refinement realm cultivation. How is that possible? The person sitting on the high stone slab secretly breathed a sigh of relief and gently said, pass the assessment. His expression was much more relaxed than the frown he had before. Perhaps this was the result he wanted. Luo Tu coolly walked in front of Zhao Liang and said, Senior brother Zhao Liang, according to our agreement before the fight, shouldn't you kowtow and apologize now? Zhao Liang's face was blacker than the bottom of a pot, angrily, and stubbornly replied, that Luo kid don't go too far. Seeing that he wanted to go back on his word, Luo Tu said, the bet was proposed by you. Do you want to go back on your word? Everyone is watching you. People around cheered in agreement. That's right, quickly kowtow. In the distance someone laughed, don't go back on your word, we've been waiting for you for half a day. Zhao Liang was in a difficult position and didn't know what to say for a while, only being able to argue. As a person, you have to leave room for maneuver, it will be easier to talk about things in the future. Luo Tu, don't be greedy. Zhao Liang's fellow disciples also chimed in. That's right, Luo Tu, if you've already won, why do you have to force and make things difficult for others? Someone even said. Everyone is a student of the martial academy, we will still meet in the future. Is it really too much to make Zhao Liang kowtow and apologize? Hearing these words, Luo Tu felt a bit uncomfortable. Clearly, Zhao Liang was the one who dragged him into this game from the beginning, but when the other party lost, he refused to accept the punishment. He uncomfortably replied, "If I were the loser, would you let me off?" The people around stammered, their faces showing embarrassment, not knowing how to respond this. Luo Tu approached Zhao Liang, his face showing some impatience, ordering him, "Immediately kneel down and kowtow to me." Zhao Liang asked desperately, "Do you really want to go against me to the end?" Hearing these words, Luo Tu felt a bit contemptuous in his heart, and replied, "Why didn't I see you consider this issue before? Don't say any more, quickly kneel down and kowtow." Unable to negotiate, Zhao Liang resorted to violence. He suddenly shouted, "I will cripple you." Zhao Liang rushed forward, one hand aiming straight at Luo Tu's vitals. Luo Tu used the ascending dragon stance to dodge. Zhao Liang exclaimed in surprise, "You can actually dodge?" The two sides exchanged blows, their aura filling the sky. Finally, Zhao Liang couldn't bear it and flew backward. Luo Tu grabbed Zhao Liang's head and shouted, "Kneel down for me." Zhao Liang grunted and screamed when Luo Tu pressed his face to the floor. He had never suffered such humiliation in his life. Luo Tu said loudly, "A man must dare to do what he dares to bear." At the same time, he held Zhao Liang's head down with one hand. After that, Luo Tu turned his head and left, leaving Zhao Liang lying flat on the floor. Everyone around wondered, Zhao Liang lost so completely? Zhao Liang stood up in humiliation, his fist clenched tightly, gritting his teeth. With hateful eyes he said, "I won't be human if I don't avenge this." At Shuyuo Mountain, the mountains and seas were endless, causing Luo Tu to exclaim, "I didn't expect that outside the city there would be such beautiful scenery." Suddenly, from a distance, a strange object flew towards him. Luo Tu sensed killing intent. These low-level weapons couldn't trouble him. He drew his sword and said, "No matter what it is, take a sword from me first." Immediately, the venomous snake's head separated from its body. Luo Tu picked up the snake's head and praised, "Black-banded venomous snake. The venom sac and snake bile of this species are considered a good harvest." He looked into the deep forest. Originally, the bead of life and death could help me easily detect the surroundings when hunting. It would really save me half the effort. Over the next few days he would try harder. After a day of hunting, Luo Tu's spoils became increasingly rich. He continued to sharpen his sword with a wild boar. Then, he fought with a three-headed snake. He didn't expend much effort, making a few sword strokes. And so the three-headed snake was defeated. Luo Tu stood on a tall treetop, arms crossed, looking at the deep forest. In the process, he thought to himself, "In these 2 days I have earned more than 10,000 taels of silver. My cultivation has also reached the 6th level of the refinement realm, but it's still not enough. I must continue to work harder." Suddenly, there was a very loud noise in the distance, which caused Luo Tu to pay attention. He thought to himself, "This commotion doesn't seem to be a common demon beast." As swift as lightning, Luo Tu sped through the trees to the place where the loud noise was coming from. When he arrived, he discovered that it was an iron-tailed demon tiger. Around the beast were 4 other people who were still trying to suppress it. The ferocious demon tiger knocked down each of them. Before anything, one of the 4 people was lost. The people around painfully called their teammate's name, Afei, with grief. But before they had time to grieve, they were knocked down by the demon tiger. Now only one person, the big brother, remained, facing the beast. The teammates who were knocked down around him kept saying, "Big brother, be careful." Just as the beast rushed up and knocked the last one over, Luo Tu jumped from behind. With one step, he knocked the iron-tailed demon tiger flying away. Just one kick from him sent the demon tiger flying thousands of meters. The big brother, seeing the demon tiger being knocked far away, hurriedly said, "Thank you, little brother, my name is Yuan Deis-han. But we must deal with this demon tiger first before talking further." Before the 2 of them had time to say anything to each other, the demon tiger woke up and turned around, rushing straight towards Luo Tu. Fortunately, the 2 of them completely dodged the attack. Yuan Deis-han unfolded the mountain-splitting axe. The 2 blades in his hand flew quickly towards the demon tiger. Luo Tu also followed suit and displayed the fierce tiger stance. With the 2 attacks just now, the demon tiger had to retreat dazed. Seizing this opportunity, Luo Tu performed the ascending dragon stance. The powerful attack made Yuan Deis-han surprised by Luo Tu's strength. The demon tiger was thus quickly defeated. Yuan Daishan exclaimed, "Little brother, you're amazing." In his heart, Yuan Daishan also thought, "No wonder it's a peak tier 2 demon beast. I had to attack the same spot with 3 moves to kill it. I still need to continue to cultivate harder." But the demon tiger's death didn't mean the danger was over. Immediately, Luo Tu realized that deep within the foliage, there were archers aiming at him. A stranger came forward and said, "Big brother, this kid is only at the 6th level of refinement realm." The others also approached Yuan Daishan. That person was Wang Yun. He said, "Big brother, a Fei had to die because of this demon beast. We can't let the body of the demon tiger be taken away by others." Luo Tu, hearing this, naturally felt confused, wanting to talk clearly with Wang Yun. He said, "I killed the demon tiger, why should I give it to you?" Wang Yun replied, "Humph, you only landed the final blow. If it weren't for our big brother, could a small 6th level refinement realm like you defeat the iron-tailed demon tiger?" Yuan Daishan, hearing this, stopped Wang Yun. He said, "Wang Yun, shut your mouth. If it weren't for this little brother just now, I would have died under the claws of that beast." Then, Yuan Daishan clasped his hands and cowed out to thank Luo Tu. "Little brother saved my life. Yuan Daishan will remember it in my heart. This demon tiger is for little brother to deal with as he pleases." Luo Tu thought to himself, this Yuan Daishan's character is not bad, unlike those other people. After that, he turned around and left with his fellow disciples. After walking for a while, Yuan Daishan reminded Wang Yun, "Stop your thoughts. That little brother's strength is extraordinary. I'm afraid his background is not small. Moreover, he saved my life, we can't be ungrateful." Wang Yun, although upset, still had to grit his teeth and reply, "Big brother is right." Night gradually fell, the sky was dark, with only the moonlight shining. Yuan Daishan's group stopped by the roadside and lit a fire to rest. Yuan Daishan asked, "Where are Wang Yun and Zhang Han?" One of them replied, "Wang Yun said he wanted to go see if there was any prey, and Zhang Han went with him." Yuan Daishan immediately worried, "That's bad, those 2 bastards must have gone to find that little brother. Something big is going to happen." The night was quiet. Luo Tu was dragging the demon tiger while pondering, thinking, "It's so dark, it seems I can only find a safe place to spend the night." As Yuan Daishan guessed, Luo Tu was walking when he suddenly encountered a surprise slash. Of course, he easily dodged it. The slash grazed past him, heading straight for a tree, causing a small commotion. The attackers were none other than Wang Yun and Zhang Han. The 2 were standing tall in front of Luo Tu's. Luo Tu asked, "What do you 2 mean by this?" Wang Yun replied, "You kid, don't pretend to be stupid anymore. You know what we want. Leave the goods and get lost." Luo Tu's face darkened. He hated petty people like this the most. He replied, "What if I don't leave it?" Wang Yun replied, "Then don't blame us for being impolite." Luo Tu angrily replied, "Humph, want my things? Relying on you 2 pieces of trash who are ungrateful, are you worthy?" Wang Yun pointed his sword at Luo Tu and said aggressively, "Kid, if you don't know what's good for you, then don't blame us for being impolite." Suddenly, a voice came from somewhere. "I didn't expect it to be so lively, how about adding me?" Luo Tu, "Oh Luo Tu, it seems your karma is really bad, it's not just me who wants to attack you." That person was Zhao Liang. He walked out of the darkness and said, "I don't need the goods, I just want the life of that kid Luo Tu." Wang Yun smiled and replied, "Then of course, I also want to see the students of your martial academy slaughter each other." Luo Tu clenched his fist and replied, "Humph, it seems there's another person who is eager to offer their life." As soon as Wang Yun said, "Attack," Zhao Liang rushed forward with a direct attack. In the distance, Wang Yun held a bow, aiming straight at Luo Tu. Faced with the pincer attack, Luo Tu calmly dodged Wang Yun's arrows. Immediately, Wang Yun held his sword and rushed straight towards Luo Tu, unleashing Kening Jian. Of course, Luo Tu could dodge it. But before he could turn the situation around, he was met by Zhao Liang rushing towards him, shouting, "Luo Tu, prepare to die." Luo Tu also kicked back at Zhao Liang, and the 2 of them, like 2 fierce tigers, began to fight each other. Wang Yun was also truly surprised by Luo Tu's ability, suddenly exclaiming, "Such fast movement skills!" Wang Yun thought to himself, "Why does this kid only have the cultivation of the 6th level, yet he has such speed?" Finally, he brandished his weapon and shouted, "Receive my sword." Luo Tu still used the fierce tiger stance, striking Wang Yun so hard that his body and sword went flying in different directions. Wang Yun cried out in defeat. Luo Tu seized the opportunity, using his agile movements to rush towards Wang Yun. Luo Tu's attack was accompanied by scorn. You think you can plot against me? From afar, Zhang Han drew his bow and fired 2 arrows, trying to save him, but Luo Tu dodged them. Zhang Han said in fear, Wang Yun is dead, my arrows are completely useless. Because of this, Zhang Han cowardly fled, shouting, Run, must run fast. Zhao Liang was also knocked away by Luo Tu, landing in the same place as Wang Yun. Zhao Liang said in surprise, Why has this Luo Tu's strength increased so much? Luo Tu rushed towards Zhao Liang, but instead of fighting back, he fearfully said, Don't come over here. But Luo Tu was not so patient, and he directly stabbed Zhao Liang to death on the spot. Zhao Liang fell to the ground, and Luo Tu looked at the blood-stained sword, lost in thought, I've killed someone. Luo Tu turned to Wang Yun and said, But it's not over yet. Zhang Han ran like a dog in the fields back to the campsite, saying, So scary, how can a teenager be so powerful? Could it really be that he has an extraordinary background like Big Brother said? Then wouldn't that be? Before Zhang Han could finish speaking, he was killed by Luo Tu's sword. He lowered his sword and muttered, It's all over. Looking up at the bright full moon, he said, It's been a few days since I came out, I should go back and cultivate for a while. The exam is coming up soon, and after the exam is my duel with Zhang Hai. The scene changes to the martial arts training ground. Today is the day of the exam, so countless examinees are gathered densely around the platform, where people in purple robes are probably the exam teachers. Luo Tu is also present, and he curiously looks up at the object on the table. That crystal ball is the formation used to test cultivation. Pouring internal energy into it can determine cultivation based on the brightness of the crystal ball. The students below the platform all feel uneasy, and everyone's face is full of worry. After all, this is an exam, and it has become a common feeling during every exam. Before, Luo Tu had gone to a store and bought a set of first-grade spirit gathering formation, along with a bottle of qi-nourishing pills. Luo Tu sat in the forest and cultivated hard for many days and nights. He looked at his hands and thought, relying on the life and death pearl to improve my body, the speed of cultivation has greatly increased, and I was able to break through to the 7th level of body tempering in such a short period of time. Back to the present, it seems that the situation is easing down. Some students start to mock Luo Tu as soon as they see him. Isn't that Luo Tu? One of them stares at him provocatively. He is Luo Tu. He's really bold. Another whispers to the other while sneering at Luo Tu, Zhang Hai is a genius in the intermediate class. And it is said that he broke through to the 8th level of body tempering during his closed-door cultivation recently. Seeing that he is alone, weak, and without anyone backing him up, they join together to bully him. They say, if it weren't for Teacher Lu protecting Luo Tu at that time, he would have been crippled by Zhang Hai. One student continues, I heard that Zhang Hai is not preparing to participate in the exam to the advanced class anymore, but is waiting for Luo Tu to enter the intermediate class, and then take revenge for his younger brother, and teach him a lesson. These people gather together, talking and sneering at Luo Tu, who is standing alone. A voice, quiet, resounds from the platform, and the person standing on the martial arts stage sternly tells them to be quiet because he will now announce the exam rules. Those participating in this year's test, please step forward, the person said sternly, raising his hand. A crowd of people steps forward, including Luo Tu, who is also standing there, lining up, even in the front row. But when those people see Luo Tu standing in line, they can't help but discuss, mock, and ridicule Luo Tu's day. But Luo Tu remains calm, as if the words of those people are no different from insects. So no words reach his ears. In a corner, a voice says, after Luo Tu passes the test, he will be a student of the intermediate class. At that time, even if you duel with him, the teacher of the martial hall will have no reason to stop you, Zhang Hao said to Zhang Hai. Zhang Hao smiled and told Zhang Hai to rest assured that he gave up the exam this time to avenge Zhang Hai, and he said that he must teach that Luo Tu a lesson. The first person, step onto the martial arts stage, the person said, the test begins. The first person, Yun Tong. She puts her hand on the ball, causing it to light up, so she passes the test. The next person, the one who just mocked Luo Tu, puts his hand on the ball. However, it has no reaction, causing him to fail and leave in disappointment. The words, test failed, resound from the teacher, making the atmosphere increasingly tense. After that, countless people come to test, but they all have the same outcome of failure. Although there are a few people who pass, but the number is not large. It is Luo Tu's turn to test, and he walks majestically onto the martial arts stage, preparing to test. The people below can't help but mock him, vying to discuss, and the noisy atmosphere resounds again. Someone says, Luo Tu comes from a humble background in the elementary class. Yet he dares to provoke the descendants of the Zhang family. Someone else says it was predicted that Luo Tu would disappear without a trace, probably because he was afraid and ran away. Afraid that he would lose face during the test later, then there would be a good show to watch. Looking towards Luo Tu, these people laugh non-stop, haha, even if this kid is lucky enough to break through to the intermediate class, Zhang Hai is waiting to teach him a lesson. Luo Tu steps forward and puts his hand on the crystal ball. With just a light touch, the surrounding space seems to ignite. Even the examiner is very surprised by this power. The examiner exclaims in surprise, 9th level of body tempering. This makes the people around the martial arts stage show surprise and jealousy. The examiner coughs, seemingly wanting to change something in the result, and corrects himself, no, it's not the 9th level of body tempering, it's just the 7th level of body tempering. Such pure internal energy, the 7th level of cultivation can be comparable to the 9th level. Even the examiner almost misjudged. The examiner evaluates and praises Luo Tu on the martial arts stage. Those people widen their eyes in shock, and one of them says in shock, is it fake? Clearly, 3 months ago, this guy's cultivation was several levels lower than mine. When did Luo Tu reach the 7th level of cultivation, and his internal energy is as pure as the 9th level? Lu Yuhan standing below is extremely surprised. She understands why Luo Tu did not accept Lu Yuhan's recommendation. Now that Luo Tu has become such a genius, how can he be willing to lower himself as a servant, and work as a guard for others? Zhang Hai below grinds his teeth angrily. Humph, so what if Luo Tu has the 7th level of body tempering? Today, he will still cripple Luo Tu, so he can know the difference between the descendants of a great family and ordinary people like Luo Tu. The examiner calls the next person to come up, and Luo Tu steps off the martial arts stage. When the last person leaves the stage, the examiner takes the crystal ball inside and announces that the test is over. The examiner had not gone far when Zhang Hai immediately jumped onto the martial arts stage and called out Luo Tu's name. He called Luo Tu's name with murderous intent. Last time, Luo Tu had teacher Lu protecting him, but now that Zhang Hai and Luo Tu are both students of the intermediate class, he challenges Luo Tu to a fight. The others still have malice towards Luo Tu, and they say that he is just a poor kid with a common background. Even if he has high cultivation, it is useless because Zhang Hai's cultivation is even higher. Moreover, Zhang Hai has the advantage of better martial weapons provided by his family. Luo Tu jumps onto the martial arts stage, and they join together to say, that's right, that's right. Moreover, it is not yet known whether Luo Tu used any special means to increase his cultivation. Regardless of their discussions, Luo Tu still goes to the martial arts stage to fight Zhang Hai. Zhang Hai reminds Luo Tu not to think that he can compare with him just because he has the 7th level of body tempering. Zhang Hai will let him know the difference between his strength and his. Zhang Hai clenches his fists. Before, when he told him to confess, he was unwilling. Now, even if Luo Tu kneels down and begs for mercy, he will not let Luo Tu go. He will make him live the rest of his life in bed. Luo Tu asks back if he wants to cripple him. Zhang Hai arrogantly replies, that's right. He says that as long as he doesn't kill Luo Tu, the martial hall can't do anything to him. Luo Tu calmly doesn't change his expression and challenges him to do it if he can. Zhang Hai comes to attack Luo Tu, raising his fist and running quickly towards him, not forgetting to scold him as trash and not to be arrogant. Luo Tu immediately dodges the attack skillfully. Everyone sees him dodging Zhang Hai's attack and exclaims, Luo Tu's movement is so exquisite, has he reached minor success? Another person refutes the idea, saying it is not right. He says that Zhang Hai can't even touch Luo Tu, so he has probably reached great success. Someone else behind him slanders. It's ridiculous, he only knows how to dodge and doesn't dare to directly fight with Zhang Hai. Seeing Luo Tu dodging his attacks continuously, Zhang Hai is also angry and scolds, "Damn it, Luo Tu, do you only know how to dodge?" Zhang Hai scolds Luo Tu as a cowardly peasant and kicks Luo Tu. Luo Tu uses his hand to block Zhang Hai's attack, while his body dodges away. Zhang Hai's expression changes and he thinks to himself, "This kid Luo Tu is no longer dodging," and smiles savagely. Just waiting for this moment, he immediately uses the mountain-shattering palm, causing his hand to emit golden light and become larger. Luo Tu is unharmed and even uses his bare hand to block his move easily, making Zhang Hai angry. He grinds his teeth and thinks, "This time is not good." Luo Tu uses the rising dragon stance, showing a golden dragon attacking Zhang Hai. He doesn't have time to dodge and is knocked backwards. Luo Tu goes in front of Zhang Hai, who is sprawled on the ground, raises his fist, and asks, "You are going to cripple me like this?" Zhang Hai crawls up from the ground, sweating all over. "Impossible, how could someone like him lose to Luo Tu? He is just a peasant." Zhang Hai is unwilling, and he rushes to attack Luo Tu with all his internal energy, also telling Luo Tu to die. Thinking that this move would finish him, who knew that Luo Tu would grab his hand and say loudly, "Don't know your own strength." Zhang Hai is shocked and afraid of Luo Tu's strength. How is this possible? Could Luo Tu's internal energy really be comparable to the 9th level? With a cracking sound, his hand bone is broken. Zhang Hai powerlessly lets his hands droop down. Luo Tu punches Zhang Hai, causing him to fly far away. Luo Tu sneers, "Now do you know the difference between me and you?" Zhang Hai lies down and can't get up, and he asks Luo Tu in fear what he wants to do. He goes forward and steps on him, saying heroically, "Of course, it's an eye for an eye." Luo Tu wants to do the things that Zhang Hai wanted to do to him. Zhang Hai is afraid, but he still has the strength to shout, "Luo Tu, how dare you do this? My father is the family head of the Zhang family. If you dare to touch me, you will definitely not be spared." Luo Tu stomps down hard. Even if Zhang Hai's father is the heavenly king, he is not afraid. With the power of golden and black energy, the people below only hear Zhang Hai's painful screams. At this time, 2 men are standing above, observing everything. The hall master speaks and asks Elder Zhuang, "Elder Zhuang, you said that this Luo Tu has the 7th level of body tempering. But his internal energy is comparable to the 9th level?" Elder Zhuang raises his hand, smiles happily, and answers the hall master, "That's right, hall master. Moreover, 3 months ago, Luo Tu was only at the 2nd level of body tempering." The hall master can't help but sigh. He comes from a common background but has such cultivation, a rare genius, and can be nurtured. Elder Zhuang says yes and seems to be very interested in Luo Tu. On the Zhang family side, the Zhang family head is extremely angry and slams his hand on the table. He says, "Luo Tu is really vicious. I didn't expect him to cut off all of highest meridians. My son's revenge cannot go unpunished." Zhang Hao kneels in one place. Old family head must take charge of his big brother. He angrily kicks Zhang Hao, "You bastard." Zhang Hai became like this not because of Zhang Hao's arrogance in the martial arts stage. The family head angrily points at Zhang Hao and scolds. The Zhang family head angrily calls someone over. At this time, on Luo Tu's side, he is on the 2nd floor of the scripture pavilion. He is walking and mumbling, "Mountain-splitting palm, Qi Feng sword technique, Willow moon saber technique, Qianquan staff technique." Luo Tu puts his hand on his chin and thinks, the number is much smaller than the 1st floor. 3rd-grade martial arts are indeed precious. As he speaks, he prepares to pick up a book. Each scroll is extremely attractive, but what he needs most is not martial arts or sword techniques, but internal energy. Only internal energy is the fundamental foundation. He picks up a scroll and says happily, "Top grade 3rd-grade internal energy, even better than the muscle changing and tendon strengthening, this is it." The caretaker of the scripture pavilion comes over and asks Luo Tu if he wants to choose that technique. He says to Luo Tu, "Although you are indeed a person with good talent, this technique has an extremely high degree of difficulty. In the past 800 years, only 3 people in the martial hall have successfully cultivated it." He tells Luo Tu not to waste the opportunity to choose this martial art. Luo Tu clasps his hands, bows respectfully, and thanks the elder for his reminder. But since he has chosen this technique, Luo Tu wants to practice it, so of course he will have to choose the best. He tells the elder not to worry. Seeing that he is so stubborn, the elder happily says, "If you are so determined, then try it." At Luo Tu's residence, he begins to practice the technique that only 3 people have successfully cultivated in 800 years. However, for him, he only needs half an incense stick of time. After finishing his cultivation, he happily sees that relying on this technique, plus the great accomplishment of the Dragon Tiger Fist and the Inch Step Divine Technique, Luo Tu can fight against cultivators with cultivation below the Qixi realm. The scene shifts to Qingyan City, Half-Crest Mountain. He is wearing a hat and riding a horse, pondering with a face. Now Luo Tu's strength is stronger, and high mountains and deep pools are no longer dangerous to him. Luo Tu gets off his horse and opens the map. According to the map he bought from the Demon Hunter Association, the yellow area is suitable for the 8th level of body tempering and below. The red area is suitable for the Qixi realm to lead a team, and in the black area, even a small heavenly martial master must be careful. Looking up at the mountain, although this 8-crest mountain is a red area, it has many first-level demonic beasts. Going deeper, there are second-level demonic beasts. As long as Luo Tu is careful not to go too deep, there will be no problems. Luo Tu leads his horse past a group of people. The one in the lead snorts and glares at him. Luo Tu's expression immediately changes. He doesn't know who this group of people is, but looking at their eyes, they don't seem to have good intentions. After Luo Tu leaves, the one who glared at him earlier tells his brothers that Luo Tu is their target this time. Yuan Dashan asks the big brother, what is the background of this kid Luo Tu that the Zhang family in the city would pay so much money to invite them to take action? Chenhu folds his arms and explains, it is said that this guy crippled the Zhang family head's son, but these things are not related to us. We just need to kill people and take money. Yuan Dashan reminds him that Luo Tu is a person from the martial hall, and if something happens, it will be difficult to be at peace. Chenhu tells the group, then handle everything well. As long as you don't reveal any information, a body tempering like Luo Tu will only have a path to death if he is targeted. No one will know that we did it unless. Before he finishes speaking, Yuan Dashan clasps his hands and answers, Big brother, rest assured, we all understand the rules. At a desolate mountain with howling wind, Luo Tu accidentally encounters a strange beast, a wolf, eating its prey. His eyes light up, staring at the beast. Through Luo Tu's eyes, the strange beast has revealed all its weaknesses. In a flash, he rushes towards the wolf, his hands itching to fight with it. He jumps up from above and attacks the strange beast, which also notices and stirs its body. Both sides immediately rush to attack each other. It tries to raise its claws to scratch Luo Tu, but he dodges quickly. He says, as expected, it is really hard, but this is not enough. Then, he turns around and counterattacks, kicking it in the stomach, a powerful kick that immediately knocks the strange beast down. It slides along the ground, trying to use its claws to maintain its balance, its eyes staring at Luo Tu. It rushes over, opens its mouth, growls, and bares its teeth as if it wants to devour him alive. Luo Tu reacts quickly, ducking down to avoid the attack. Then, he uses his saber to slash across the neck, causing the strange beast to spray blood everywhere. After taking a slash from him, it rolls and falls heavily to the ground, ending its life. He stands, looks at the beast he just killed, and says, for humans, the cunning of wild beasts is indeed limited, and they basically fight based on instinct. Luo Tu breaks off each of the wild beast's claws and puts them into his luggage. Then, he stands up and carries his luggage when he hears a sound nearby. Luo Tu uses his 1,000-mile eyes to search in the forest, and it turns out to be those people. He is vigilant that someone has been following him since he entered the mountain, always going back and forth near him. Hearing the movement, Luo Tu hides behind a tree. Suddenly, a man holding a spear appears. Chenhu comes closer to the wild beast he just killed with the spear. He pokes the beast in the ear and snorts coldly. He turns around and says to his companions behind him, I don't see that kid anywhere. So it turns out that they are tracking Luo Tu. Chenhu clenches his fist and says this kid killed the black-armored wolf alone. His strength is not bad, and advises his subordinates to be careful. He orders his subordinate to take the spoils and says that he can't run far, ordering the other subordinates to split up to find him, and signal immediately when they find him. After hearing this, the subordinate obeys his order and jumps into the sky, disappearing. Yuan Dashan quietly approaches the corpse of the beast, thinking about something. He hides behind a bush, observing every move of those people, guessing that he is not from Yuan Dashan wanting to avenge his brothers, but someone hired to kill him. has a grudge against him and wants to push him into a dead end. It must be Zhang Hai and the Zhang family of Qingyun City. He is still a student of the martial hall. Perhaps they are wanting to play for keeps. Luo Tu continues to use his 1,000-mile eyes to pinpoint their location. Having determined his target, he moves and rushes from behind to attack the red-haired man. He is startled and glances behind him, shouting, "Who is it?" After seeing Luo Tu's face, he frowns. "So it's you." Luo Tu frowns and rushes with his weapon, thinking at the same time that he must control Yuan Dashan in the shortest amount of time to prevent him from signaling his companions. The two rush to compete in martial arts, their weapons clashing, causing painful noises. The red-haired man is at a disadvantage, flying backwards a few steps. He frowns and intends to signal his companions. But he is startled. Before he can move, the male lead holds a knife to his neck, threatening that if he dares to signal, he will take his dog life. The other man is sweating profusely and scared because his speed is too fast. He drops the object for signaling on the ground, indicating his surrender to Luo Tu. He asks him sternly, "Who told you to follow me?" While interrogating, a knife slashes towards him, and Luo Tu leans to dodge. It turns out that the leader of the group who wants to kill him has come. He is Chen Hu, and he speaks, "I knew you were hiding around here." Luo Tu's face is ugly and says, "You came fast. This person is using Yuan Dashan as bait." The other man is threatening him that there is no way out, and a man holding a bow appears on the tree. Arrows are shot continuously, and Luo Tu has no choice but to escape. Chen Hu raises his hand and orders his subordinates to chase after him. Arrows are continuously shot, wanting to take the male lead's life. Chen Hu is annoyed that he let him escape. He angrily raises his spear and throws it at him, also saying, "Although I am a Qi realm martial artist, I am not strong in movement skills." He turns his head and orders his subordinates to split up to find him, keeping their distance to send a signal. Luo Tu hides in a tree, using his 1,000-mile eyes to find the location of the group, choosing a way back. He mutters, "There are 5 people left. Only Chen Hu is in the Qi realm, and the others are all at the 9th level of body tempering. Maybe I can defeat them one by one." Seeing that they are slow to attack him, he decides to counterattack and take the initiative to attack first. Luo Tu hides behind a bush, preparing to attack the subordinate who is going solo. He is still complaining about how unlucky he is. How can a 7th level body tempering be so difficult to deal with, not knowing that Luo Tu is right behind him? He suddenly stops, turns around and swings his saber, killing a huge wild animal snake. The snake immediately loses its life, and he looks at him coldly with contempt. Suddenly he sweats profusely and panics. This is not good. Luo Tu rushes like the wind, launching a move, and he struggles to block the move. He is chopped and breaks his sword by the male lead, and with the sword pointed at his neck, he trembles and says, "How is this possible?" He sheathes his sword and teaches him, "The martial arts of the world. Only speed cannot be broken." This sentence is true, and he collapses. Luo Tu's eyes are sharp for more people. It suddenly starts raining. In the forest, Chen Hu's figure is still searching for Tu La, then stops because the rain makes the traces disappear. He is extremely annoyed because it has wasted so much time just for a small 7th level body tempering, and he still hasn't found him. He was advancing when an arrow flew to block his path. He frowned and was startled to recognize it as Chen Ping's arrow, his subordinate. He looked up and saw Luo Tu standing on a branch holding a bow. He angrily shouted and asked him, "Did you kill him already?" Luo Tu arrogantly replied, "Not only Chen Ping. Now he is the only one alive." Chen Hu continued to shout loudly that he was brave, not running away but coming to find him, truly seeking death. The male lead jumped down from the tree, taunting him to show his strength as a Qi realm martial artist. Hearing his words, like hot blood rushing to his brain, he couldn't restrain himself and charged at Luo Tu with his blade, wanting to grant his wish. Luo Tu calmly used his sword to block his blade. After that collision, he was knocked back a few steps and secretly marveled that he truly was a Qi realm martial artist. His strength completely suppressed him. Gaining momentum, he charged again, intending to continue attacking the male lead. While attacking, he arrogantly said, "Relying on this body technique, you want to fight me? It saves me the effort of finding you." He continuously launched attacks, red spiritual energy following his blade, relentlessly attacking him. Suddenly, Luo Tu's sword broke in half, putting the male lead in a difficult situation. Seeing this, Jinhu smiled smugly and said, "Ha ha ha, this Ling Feng's spear is a low-grade human rank weapon." Then, he shouted, "Die for me!" and threw the spear straight at Luo Tu's day. Luo Tu was startled and luckily leaned to dodge it. Jinhu charged forward, and he burst forth with the fierce tiger technique, his entire body emitting golden light. Seeing his move, he patted his chest and told the male lead that he couldn't injure him. Tu Luo's plan had been anticipated by him, because he had prepared an additional low-grade human rank armor. With just a body refinement 7th stage like him, he could never injure him. Suddenly, as if sensing something unusual, his pupils widened. A few seconds later, he was sent flying dozens of meters away by Luo Tu's palm strike. Luo Tu used his qigong to approach, raised his hand, and knocked away his weapon. Then he unleashed the rising dragon strike, sending him flying. Jinhu couldn't believe what he was seeing and secretly exclaimed in his heart, how is this possible? Clearly I have armor, qi protecting my body, what did he rely on? Jinhu was beaten miserably and lay flat on the ground, unable to believe he would lose. He widened his eyes. Impossible, based on what? The male lead smiled softly. Finally, he had resolved all of them. Luo Tu then left, and went to a weapons shop in the city. Holding the spear he had just acquired from Jinhu, he slowly walked to the counter. He slammed the spear on the table. The shopkeeper's eyes widened in surprise when he saw it. Luo Tu looked at him with a gloomy face. The shopkeeper broke out in a cold sweat, scratched his head, and forced a smile. After finishing, Luo Tu turned and left in the shopkeeper's astonished gaze. He gently picked up the spear and frowned. One day, the sky was clear and blue. Luo Tu was sitting cultivating martial arts on a tree trunk in the mountains, absorbing the essence of heaven and earth. Suddenly, his pupils widened, and his eyes emitted strange light. The spiritual energy in the space became violent, constantly swirling around his body. Luo Tu opened his arms wide and happily said, as expected of top-grade 3rd rank inner strength. After I modified it with the imaginary life meridian diagram. The effect of cultivating pure yang skill is even stronger. Plus the spirit-gathering formation, qi-nourishing pill, and taking away the life essence of the mountain vegetation. Luo Tu held out his hand, with 2 strands of golden and black energy floating, called the 2 extremes of life and death qi. After reaching body refinement 8th stage, his cultivation has also become purer. With these 2 extremes of life and death qi, no one below the qi realm can defeat me. Luo Tu stood up, looked towards the bottom of the mountain, and secretly wondered, I wonder how I compare to the elites of the advanced class of the Martial Academy now? At the Zhang residence, the Zhang family's residence in Xinyun City. A cup was thrown hard onto the ground and shattered into many pieces, along with a loud shout, "Worthless! A bunch of worthless trash!" An old man with red hair angrily pointed at his subordinates and said, "Isn't Jinhu a Qi realm martial artist? How could he fail against a body refinement realm brat?" The subordinate reported that Jinhu had not only failed but also lost his life at Bachi Mountain. His Lingfeng spear had been sold to a weapon shop, and his body had also been found. The red-haired old man angrily scolded the servants as trash and asked, "Has this matter been leaked out?" The subordinate continued, "These past few days, the Martial Academy has been quiet, so there shouldn't be any problems." In the morning, the male lead was in Xinyun City, participating in the competition. He walked and thought to himself, according to the rules of the Martial Academy, now that I've reached body refinement 8th stage, I can also choose a 3rd rank martial art like when I was at the 7th stage. The people there saw him arrive and whispered about how Tu Luo's strength seemed to have become stronger. They even felt the pressure from a body refinement 8th stage martial artist. They were skeptical and couldn't believe that just a month ago, he was still at the 7th stage. While walking, the male lead was stopped. It was an elder with white hair, his entire body radiating essence. The male lead frowned, as expected, not Qi realm, but an 8th realm martial artist. Luo Tu cupped his hands in greeting to the elder in front of him. He thought that this elder was not simple. He was just an elder of the Martial Academy. He might be in charge of the assessment in the Demon Hunting Assembly. The elder turned and told Luo Tu to follow him. Luo Tu respectfully complied, answering with a yes. In a Chinese-style courtyard. The elder sat down first, then he told Luo Tu to sit on the cushion opposite him. He introduced himself as an elder of the Martial Academy. They had met before. He had heard that Luo Tu had chosen pure yang skill in the scripture pavilion. Contrary to the elder's friendliness, Luo Tu vigilantly confirmed the information the elder mentioned. That's right, elder. The elder continued to speak, oblivious to Luo Tu's pensive expression. He indicated that he had seen that Luo Tu's cultivation had reached the 8th stage, breaking through once a month, which was not only good talent. He wondered if he had cultivated pure yang skill. Still with a serious expression, Luo Tu nodded in response. Elder Zhuang enthusiastically praised, to be able to finish cultivating it in a month, no one in Yunqing Martial Academy can compare to you. You can also be in the top 10 students of Yulong County. Elder Zhuang asked if he was confident in participating in the grand tournament 2 months from now. Luo Tu scratched his head embarrassedly and confessed that he had only just reached the 8th stage, so he was a bit hesitant to compete with the senior students in the advanced class. Elder Zhuang said leisurely, with your talent, I think Luo Tu will be taken seriously and nurtured, but if you want better cultivation methods or more resources, you have to use your own strength to win them. Leaving the courtyard, Luo Tu walked and thought that the annual grand tournament was the opportunity for him to seize. A solemn expression clearly showed Luo Tu's determination. He thought to himself that he had to finish cultivating the raging thunder sword play in the next 2 months. But first, he had to choose a good sword. At the weapon shop, among a row of swords, Luo Tu chose a black sword with a stone attached to the hilt. He thought it was not bad to choose a good sword with only 600 essence stones. He left the weapon shop to go buy pills. At the pills shop, he stood hesitating in front of the medicine counter, seeing that the medicines were not bad, but the prices made him hesitate. Suddenly, a young woman in a red dress entered the shop and called the owner. It was Lu Mengyao, an instructor at the martial academy. She had come to buy I's spirit pill. The shop owner quickly replied that the medicine she was asking for, which was a 3rd-rank pill, would only be available in a large pill store with a formation. His small shop at most only had 2nd-rank pills. He hoped she would excuse him. Hearing those words, Lu Mengyao's eyes couldn't help but reveal a hint of disappointment. Lu Mengyao looked unhappy and turned to say, forget it. She would go look elsewhere. But suddenly she faltered and clutched her head. Luo Tu noticed the abnormality and quickly rushed to support Mengyao. He exclaimed, this is not good. He noticed that her body was burning hot. She weakly told Luo Tu to take her away. He quickly took her out of the shop, asking Mengyao where she wanted him to take her. Mengyao, with her eyes closed, asked him to take her home. Luo Tu quickly agreed, his expression serious. He weaved through the pedestrians, trying to take her home as quickly as possible. At the same time, he was also observing. Noticing that Mengyao's chi was extremely hot, this didn't seem right. At Mengyao's house, she was lying unconscious on the bed, with Luo Tu always standing beside her. Mengyao woke up, her face flushed, drenched in sweat from the fever. She gently said thank you to Luo Tu. Mengyao remembered when he carried her back earlier and couldn't help but blush. Then she thought to herself that she almost didn't make it today because she had run out of I's spirit pills. Luo Tu told her that she didn't have to be polite. He was wondering what had happened to Mengyao earlier. She was surprised and asked him if he was a doctor. She lay quietly thinking. Although her mind was blurry earlier, she could still determine that he didn't use internal energy to examine, so how could he diagnose the illness? As if reading her thoughts, Luo Tu replied that he had some medical skills. Earlier, he had noticed a burst of hot energy emanating from her heart meridian. He thought that she had asked many martial arts masters or doctors for medicine, but it was ineffective. He wanted to try to treat her, but he had to think carefully first. She clutched her forehead and confided that she had been born with a fire-yang severed meridian since she was young, and every 7 days she would suffer from a burning pain. She had always used pills with ice properties to suppress it. But the effects of the pills were getting weaker, even if she used up all the pills, no matter how many she had. She could only last for another 2 years. He approached her and raised his hand. Mengyao vigilantly sat up. Luo Tu quickly explained that he didn't intend to offend her. Seeing that she didn't resist anymore, he took her hand. He looked at Mengyao. Seeing her weak and beautiful appearance, he also became embarrassed. He thought to himself that he couldn't blame Mengyao for changing her attitude towards him so quickly. Her state at this moment was truly captivating. He said that he felt a surge of hot chi accumulated within her heart meridian. He wasn't sure if he could cure it, but he could take a look. Luo Tu worried, clenching his fist, and said perhaps he had a way. He said he wanted to try to help her. His eyes flashed, staring at Lu Mingyao in front of him, carefully sensing the condition of her body. Suddenly, 2 streams of black and gold qi radiated from where he held Mingyao's wrist. Mingyao felt uncomfortable and hummed softly. As he channeled his qi into her body, he thought to himself, the 2 extremes of life and death were absorbing the fiery qi in her heart meridian. Mingyao worried that if only the flame was completely absorbed, she would be able to escape the fire yang absolute meridian. Even a qi realm martial artist like her couldn't withstand it. So how could someone at the body refining stage like him bear it? She hesitated, wondering if she should stop him from continuing. The entire room was suddenly filled with rays of light from her wrist. After a while, the light gradually dissipated. Mingyao woke up. She groggily felt that she was resting her head on Luo Tu's lap. Luo Tu knelt down beside the bed, apologizing to Lu Mingyao, saying that he had absorbed a portion of the flame from her heart meridian, but because his cultivation was too low, he couldn't completely resolve it. Lu Mingyao placed her hand on her chest, looking disappointed. He quickly continued, saying that it could still be cured with a few more absorptions. Lu Mingyao couldn't hide her joy and asked again, really? He confirmed that it was true, but he couldn't continue today because his cultivation was too low. During the absorption process, he couldn't completely control it, so he had allowed some of the flame to escape. Lu Mingyao shyly recalled the scene just now, where she had rested her head on Luo Tu's lap in such an intimate manner. She said she would have someone repair the room, and Luo Tu should go to the room next door to rest. She would go buy him a robe because, although his clothes weren't burned just now, they were still somewhat damaged. Luo Tu stood from afar, watching Lu Mingyao leave, thinking that her figure was beautiful and that she was also beautiful when she smiled. He secretly recalled the moment he absorbed Lu Mingyao's flame, which allowed him to comprehend a fragment of the great Tao of life and death. Fire is the source of life, and also the source of destruction. Rebirth in the flames of desire is life, and the burning of the heavens and boiling of the seas is death. He happily created 2 groups of flames on his 2 hands, realizing that he had reached the 9th level of body refining and had also awakened inner qi of the fire attribute. As he walked, he looked at the golden and black flames that were constantly burning on his hands, thinking to himself that the true qi of qi realm martial artists and body refining realm martial artists didn't have attributes. Only after reaching the innate realm could one awaken them. Moreover, because he had just comprehended the great Tao of life and death, he could sense that these flames were divided into the flame of life and the flame of death. Currently, his body couldn't absorb any more, so he had to practice the abilities of old teacher Lu to continue absorbing. To old teacher Lu, the fire-yang absolute meridian was an incurable disease, but to Luo Tu, it was a help that was better than elixirs. He thought to himself as flames raged in his mind. After Lu Mingyao returned, Luo Tu immediately made an appointment with her to come back in 7 days to treat her. She coldly brushed past him and said she was only 21. Luo Tu blushed and asked her what she wanted him to call her, elder sister Lu or elder sister Mingyao. Lu Mingyao said he could call her whatever he wanted, but not old teacher Lu. Luo Tu blushed and agreed. Walking among the crowded people, Luo Tu, wearing a hat to cover his face, thought to himself that helping Lu Mingyao treat her illness could help him in many ways. But he still had to focus on cultivating in the next 2 weeks, at least to master the great accomplishment of the bending thunder swordplay. Looking up, Luo Tu realized that he had arrived at Baki village. Suddenly, someone outside kicked the village gate hard, making a loud noise and startling everyone. The villagers inside asked who dared to be so bold. A group of people stepped forward. They were the Azure Armor Guards. The leader, with a large scar across his face, said grimly, Zhang Xiaoxiong, the Zhang family's young master, is suspected of plotting to murder a student of the Martial Hall. The Azure Armor Guards are here on official business. Anyone not involved, step aside. A man came out, flanked by servants. He asked what they meant by barging into his residence, and accusing him without any evidence. The leader shouted that he was acting under the orders of Zhang Elder, and then ordered his men to arrest him, killing anyone who resisted regardless of their crime. Another man with long hair and a beard stepped out, rejoicing that the day he had been waiting for had arrived. His face revealed a clear look of satisfaction. He had his elder brother take the blame for him, and furthermore, there was no one who could protect him. He shouted, "Men, get someone!" A black-clad figure appeared, kneeling behind him. He ordered the person to impersonate his elder brother's subordinates to capture Luo Tu's father. At the martial arts arena of the martial hall, many people had arrived beside the martial platforms. Everyone came to read the awards. Those who entered the top 10 would be awarded pills and primeval stones. The top 5 would be accepted as disciples by the elders. Luo Tu arrived from behind to listen. In front of the stone tablet listing Su Qiuxing's name, everyone looked at the rewards for the top 3. Those people would also receive guidance from the martial hall and would be qualified to choose a set of 4th grade martial arts. Everyone was curious about who the top person would be today. Luo Tu stood in front of the arena, not knowing if he was qualified to be the top because he had practiced diligently in the past 2 months. Moreover, he had always honed his skills at Baki Mountain, and his bending thunder sword play had reached great accomplishment after modification and cultivation. He didn't know if he was qualified to be the top. Suddenly, several people shouted, indicating that the hall master was arriving. A man dressed in ancient Chinese attire, with his hair tied in a high bun, stepped forward. He clasped his hands behind his back, looking down at everyone below. He rode the clouds to the main hall. Another man dressed in white, with his hair down, respectfully greeted him. Luo Tu looked up in admiration, wondering when he would have such strength. The older man with loose hair came to the front of the second-floor balcony and shouted down, ordering everyone to be quiet. The competition was about to begin. He reminded everyone that if they killed someone during the competition, they would be disqualified, expelled from the martial hall, and imprisoned for 10 years. Everyone below listened with excitement. He announced the rules of the game. Everyone would draw lots in pairs, and those with the same number would go to the martial platform to compete. He spread out his hand, decisive-faced, and announced the start of the competition. A man in purple clothes had everyone draw lots. One of the contestants enthusiastically cheered. Luo Tu drew martial platform number 3, number 98. He looked at the martial platform, thinking that it would soon be his turn. When the man in purple clothes shouted Luo Tu's turn and his opponent, a person jumped onto the platform. His demeanor exuded majesty. Everyone excitedly praised him for his good footwork. Luo Tu also jumped onto the martial platform. The other person coldly asked if he was the one who had crippled Zhang Hai some time ago. Luo Tu nodded seriously. This Luo Tu thinks that being able to defeat Zhang Hai means he can disregard me? He thought as he looked at Luo Tu. Immediately, he made a move, and the throwing knife carrying a source of magic power aimed at Luo Tu. We are both at the 7th level of body refining. I don't believe I am weaker than you. His flying knife rushed over, but Luo Tu dodged it. Immediately, he used his strength to transfer into his hand and threw a fist at him, causing him to fly far away. I have seen through your movements, he said softly as he retracted his fist. At the same time, there was an announcement. Martial platform number 3, Luo Tu wins. Damn it. If he hadn't been lucky, my throwing knife would have hit him already, he said annoyed as Luo Tu left. Observing from above, the elders exclaimed in surprise, Look, great accomplishment footwork, entering the subtle realm of the Howley. Returning to the next match, the male lead threw a punch into the chest, causing the power to pierce through the opponent's body. Seeing this, the people below said, This kid is too arrogant, just relying on good footwork. Wait until he meets a master later. No matter how good his footwork is, it will be useless. Zhang Elder announced again, the 3rd round of the competition begins. Everyone stood in a long line, preparing to draw lots. The crisp bell rang, signaling the start of the competition. At martial platform number 2, number 13. Lin Jie appeared with a condescending expression. Seeing Lin Jie, Zhu Fei was proud. Haha, this Luo Tu is really unlucky. I didn't expect to meet Lin Jie in the 3rd round. Seeing this, Lu Yuhan couldn't help but say, Luo Tu dared to participate in the competition anyway and has already won 2 rounds. But Zhu Fei didn't pay attention, he was just lucky to meet 2 weak opponents last time. He gritted his teeth and thought angrily, Lu Yuhan is hateful for teasing me that I don't dare to participate in the competition. Sooner or later you will marry into the Zhu family. I will see you later. Zhang Elder said, I didn't expect Luo Tu to meet Lin Jie so early. The hall master raised his teacup and said, Don't underestimate Luo Tu, he doesn't look that simple. Lu Mengyao in the back also agreed, I also agree with the hall master, Luo Tu can win. Zhang Elder turned around with an ugly face, so. Then he pondered, could this kid have some secret that I don't know? In the audience, Lin Jia folded his arms and said, Lin Jia will definitely be the first this year. The people below also shouted, Lin Jia, defeat this kid and let him know that our upper class is not comparable to Zhang Hai. Lin Jia said, you are not my opponent. If you don't want to suffer, go down yourself. Luo Tu looked at Lin Jia with sharp eyes. Lin Jia shouted, it seems that you don't shed tears until you see the coffin. Lin Jia punched first, but he dodged it. He thought to himself, does this kid feel that his punch is exhausted, or is his footwork really so magical? It seems that Luo Tu is not simple. Shadow punch. As soon as Lin Jia finished speaking, hundreds of fists rushed towards Luo Tu. Everyone couldn't help but admire. Lin Jia is powerful. He is indeed a top master of the senior class. How can the kid Luo Tu compare? The hall master observed and said, the second grade Sun footwork has been cultivated to great accomplishment, and the footwork has entered the subtle realm. Not bad, not bad. However, Lin Jia's strongest is the Manhwa spear technique. I don't know how Luo Tu's bending thunder sword play is cultivated. Back to the arena. Suddenly Lin Jia raised the spear and stabbed towards Luo Tu. Immediately, Luo Tu grabbed the spear and punched him in the stomach with his other hand. The male lead's punch knocked Lin Jia away. The people below were stunned. 9th level of body refining. What? How is that possible? 2 months ago he was only at the 8th level. More exaggerated is that 5 months ago he was only at the 2nd level of body refining. An elder on the stage jumped up in shock and said, this cultivation speed is a miracle in Xingyun City. Zhang Elder continued, but if it is in Yunlong County or even the Xiaoyao sect, it is not impossible. The hall master and Lu Mingyao looked very happy when they saw it. Luo Tu looked at the referee, who was in shock at this time. Teacher, you should announce the result. The referee quickly announced, La Luo Tu wins. Jumping down from the martial platform, Luo Tu thought to himself, after the grand ceremony, I will definitely catch the eye of the high-level people in this battle, or will be specially admitted to the elite class and get the treatment of martial arts resources. There is an announcement. The written test is about to begin. The players prepare. Seeing Luo Tu preparing to step onto the martial platform, some people discussed, Luo Tu's strength is stable in the top 5. I don't know how it compares to Zhao Qisong, who is ranked 4th. I feel that Zhao Qisong is more powerful. Luo Tu's martial arts level is not good. Another group said, hey, Luo Tu can probably become a Qihai martial artist at the age of 18. He is qualified to participate in the competition, and he can become an outer disciple of the Xiaoyao sect. The person next to him smiled and replied to that comment, why don't you say he is more powerful, and become an inner disciple before the age of 25? Zhu Fei was standing next to his cousin at this time and said, cousin, I will definitely avenge you. This Luo Tu made me lose face in front of Lu Yuhan before. The cousin replied, Luo Tu's boxing and footwork are not bad, but I don't know how his sword play is. I haven't seen him use the sword on his back in the grand ceremony competition so far. Zhu Fei gritted his teeth and said, his sword play is definitely not good. Cousin, make a strong move later. Okay, the cousin replied excitedly. Zhu Fei continued to ramble, cousin, rest assured, I will definitely not forget your good points when I become the head of the family. The cousin laughed when he heard this, haha, but deep down he ridiculed, when I become Qihai, even if I don't become an outer disciple of the Xiaoyao sect, I can join the Azure Armor Guard. What is your Zhu family? Just a waste who relies on the identity of the direct son to spend money on medicine to reach the 7th level, he thought as he jumped down the martial platform to prepare for the duel. As soon as he landed, he said to Luo Tu, I heard that you are cultivating the bending thunder sword play. Do you dare to fight with me? Smiling, he arrogantly continued, but under my 7-star saber, you don't have any chance to enter the final round. Still those cold eyes, Luo Tu replied, you want me to draw my sword, then see if you have the ability. Zhu Fei's cousin curled his lips and slowly drew the sword out of its sheath. He hummed. He drew his sword and made a move, the drawing sword technique. A blue force appeared on the ground and slashed straight towards Luo Tu. He dodged very quickly. The people below couldn't help but admire Luo Tu's agility when they saw it and said, good footwork, worthy of being Luo Tu. His footwork in this grand ceremony is too miraculous. Seeing that Luo Tu could avoid his move, he shouted, do you think you can escape like this? He waved his sword forward. The water columns were like arrows rushing towards Luo Tu, 7-star breaking water. With a smug look, he thought to himself, "This is my strongest knife, Luo Tu. If you don't die, you will be seriously injured." But it didn't make it difficult for Luo Tu to continuously dodge the attacks. He felt uneasy, he dodged it. Unexpectedly, Luo Tu made a counterattack, soaring dragon stance. A fire dragon rushed towards him. The sword flew far away, and he fell off the martial platform. The event that just took place on the field caused people to talk lively. This Luo Tu is not only good at footwork, but also calm and composed in times of crisis. Unless the third-grade martial arts are great accomplishment, otherwise, I am afraid that Luo Tu's footwork can't do anything. Hearing this, he trembled and said, "No, no way." Then next, his eyes fell on a short-haired man. The man with the hair bun turned around and glanced at him. He thought, the only remaining person with strength is. It seems to be a few people. Finally, his eyes fell on the white-haired man holding a sword opposite him, and his aura was extremely majestic. Luo Tu slightly curled his lips. "The final round of the martial arts competition. I hope the three of you will not disappoint me." In the martial arts field, the short-haired man used his knife towards the hair bun. Immediately, the hair bun used his spear to launch firepower, and hundreds of spears flew towards the target. The strength of the hair bun was too overwhelming, making the short hair only know how to try to hold on. The short hair was hit, and coughed up blood. Finally, the short hair clasped his hands and said, "I admit defeat." The competition continues to take place in succession. There is an announcement, "Feng Xianzhu, Luo Tu, come to the stage." The two jumped onto the stage together. Feng Xianzhu confidently pointed at Luo Tu and said, "I will defeat you in 3 moves. Seeing this, Luo Tu replied, "Then I want to see how you defeat me in 3 moves. Hearing such an answer, Feng Xianzhu clenched the sword in his hand, raised it, smiled and said, "Then open your eyes and see clearly." The battle really started when Feng Xianzhu drew his sword and flew straight towards Luo Tu. The speed of Feng Xianzhu's drawing sword and making a move made everyone in the audience exclaimed in surprise, "The speed is so fast. The third-grade footwork is changing shape and changing shadows." The discussion reached Luo Tu's ears, and he just smiled and said, "What's the use of being fast?" After saying that, he drew his sword and prepared to fight back, while Feng Xianzhu continued to move at a fast speed. Observing the battle at this time, the hall master said, "Good Luo Tu, the second-grade martial arts was cultivated by him to the point where it can be compared with the third-grade talent. This is really a monster." Hearing this, another person seemed unbelievable and asked again, "Is he really only cultivating second-grade martial arts?" The person next to him continued, "Why do I feel that Feng Xianzhu's third-grade footwork is not as good as him?" The two were fighting very fiercely at this time, and it seemed that Feng Xianzhu was at a disadvantage, and Luo Tu had blocked his attack. A light emitted when the two swords collided. The hall master was shocked when he saw it, and asked himself, "Great accomplishment swordplay, learned in 2 months." Feng Xianzhu was hit by the move and flew far away. Before he could regain his senses, Luo Tu's sword was pointing at his neck. Too shocked, he trembled and said, "I admit defeat." Witnessing the battle that just took place, the gang leader exclaimed, "Cultivated to the peak of pure yang physique from the 2nd level of body refining to the 9th level in 5 months. 2 months to great accomplishment, bending thunder swordplay, the 2nd-grade footwork to great accomplishment, invincible under the Qihai realm." The next battle between the short-haired man at the beginning and Feng Xianzhu ended the game, and the referee shouted, "Feng Xianzhu wins." Feng Xianzhu was extremely exhausted at this time, and his sweat was dripping. The short-haired man was no less than him and kept panting. Another new match opened. This time it was Luo Tu Su Qiuxing, prepared to come to the stage. The two jumped onto the stage. Pointing his spear at Luo Tu, he said sternly, "I am 18 years old. This is the last time I participate in the grand ceremony competition. I hope you will not disappoint me." Luo Tu slowly drew his sword out of its sheath and smiled. "I will not disappoint you, and I really want to learn your spear technique." The referee stood up and gestured, shouting loudly, "The competition begins." That is also when the most anticipated match between Luo Tu and Su Qiuxing opened. Su Qiuxing rushed up with his whole body and lance, saying loudly, "Make a move, I will not show mercy." Luo Tu used his sword to block it, and was almost knocked away. He had to admit Su Qiuxing that the spear technique is really powerful. Seeing that the opponent had quickly jumped up, Luo Tu had not yet stood firm. He said, "Not good." Luo Tu put his hand forward, creating a ball of energy to attack. Su Qiuxing was not to be outdone. His spear technique also contained good power, ready to fight with Luo Tu. Immediately after, both were bounced back, but Su Qiuxing seemed more unstable. Su Qiuxing frowned, unwilling to admit it, but had to say, "This guy, the internal strength is really powerful." The main hall observed the situation from above, and judged, the internal strength is really strong, even if Luo Tu is at the 9th level of body refining, cultivating the 4th grade internal strength. He should not have such strong internal strength. The main hall stroked his beard and thought, it seems, his pure yang art has been cultivated. Luo Tu's qigong collided continuously with Su Qiuxing's rigid spear technique. Luo Tu punched and kicked a little and also realized how to overcome. Although I can rely on the internal force inside to suppress it, I choose to use Su Qiuxing's spear technique to hone my footwork and swordplay. Su Qiuxing thought that he would win this time if he put all his effort, so he launched a really cold light spear towards Luo Tu. People standing to watch kept talking. They are just fighting with all their strength in more than 40 rounds. The internal qi of both sides is powerful. It is already the 60th round. Luo Tu successfully knocked Su Qiuxing's spear technique away. He said it slipped. Su Qiuxing's spear technique is no longer there, which also means that he failed. Su Qiuxing did not expect this and asked Luo Tu, "How can your internal qi be stronger than me? Unless you cultivate pure yang art." Luo Tu replied, "That's right, Su senior brother's spear technique is very strong. I just rely on the internal qi of pure yang art to be able to defeat senior brother." As soon as he finished speaking, everyone in the audience was stunned. What? Luo Tu cultivated pure yang art. Only 3 people have cultivated that 3rd grade cultivation method in 800 years. The hall master gave a very natural result. Luo Tu won this match. At the same time, it was announced, this grand ceremony competition, the first place, Luo Tu. Everyone cheered and expressed their admiration for him. Luo Tu wins 10,000. Luo Tu did a good job. You are a role model for us civilians. Lu Mingyao was no exception. She smiled and thought, Luo Tu has become a popular figure in the entire Qingyun city. The more she thought, the more Lu Mingyao looked forward to it. It won't be long before he will definitely break out of Qingyun city and go to Yunlong County, or even the entire Tianyu kingdom. Deep within the martial hall, Luo Tu followed Elder Zhuang to the main hall. Seeing the hall master, Luo Tu immediately knelt and bowed. Disciple Luo Tu greets the hall master and elders. The hall master was pleased to see him and said, "Luo Tu, you came first in the martial arts competition. This is your reward." Then he signaled the maid to bring it up. The maid opened the cloth, revealing a green token. She smiled and said, "This is your reward?" The hall master said, "With this token, you can enter the 3rd floor of the scripture pavilion. You can freely cultivate any 4th grade martial art." Luo Tu was overjoyed, thinking, I can choose freely, so I can cultivate 4th grade internal energy, martial skills, and movement techniques. Next, an elixir was presented. The hall master said, "This is your 2nd reward, a 2nd grade Ningqi pill. After using it, your cultivation can break through to the peak of the 9th level of body tempering and enter the Qi Si realm." Luo Tu was excited, thinking, this 2nd grade elixir is worth at least 1,000 low-grade spirit stones. Ordinary martial artists need to accumulate and spend half a year or a year continuously impacting the Dantian to break through to the Qi Si realm, but with this elixir, I can succeed in one go. Seeing Luo Tu's joy, the hall master said softly, "Don't rush, there is a 3rd reward." He pointed to a glittering emerald jade and introduced, "This is a 2nd level gathering spirit formation, which will quadruple your cultivation efficiency." Receiving all the treasures, Luo Tu thanked him. "Thank you, hall master, for the rewards." The hall master replied lightly, "This is not my merit, but what you deserve. There is also one more matter, bring him up." Luo Tu looked behind, curious. Elder Jiang said sternly, "He is the head of the Zhang family, Zhang Xiaoxiong, who sent people to hunt you down and wanted to capture your family. But he was stopped and captured by the martial hall." Luo Tu looked at him angrily and said bitterly, "You deserve to die 1,000 times. The hall master stroked his beard and comforted him. "Luo Tu, I understand your anger, but there is something I want to remind you of." Luo Tu respected him and suppressed his anger, saying, "Hall master, please speak." The hall master recounted, the Zhang family has an ancestor who is a handyman disciple in the Xiaoyao sect, and with your talent, you will surely enter the Xiaoyao sect. Therefore, seeing the hall master hesitate, Luo Tu guessed his intention and interrupted, therefore, that Zhang family ancestor will surely seek revenge. But even so, if I release Zhang Xiaoxiong, he will remember my kindness, but will Zhang Xiaoxiong take action against my family after I leave? Luo Tu cupped his hands and bowed, saying, Hall Master, I have thought it over carefully. His face was tense, and his tone was cold. I don't care what background the other party has, and I will not forgive anyone who wants to harm my family. The hall master nodded in agreement, and secretly sympathized, then ordered, very well, take him away. Zhang Xiaoxiong was dragged away, his injured body relapsing, and he groaned, ugh ugh. After Zhang Xiaoxiong left, the hall master continued, but you must be careful in the future, especially after joining the Xiaoyao sect. Our Qingyun City Martial Hall will no longer be able to protect you. Luo Tu thanked him. Thank you, Hall Master, I understand. Inside Lu Mingyao's room, she and Luo Tu were cultivating together. Their cultivation was gradually increasing, and their aura became more obvious. Feeling satisfied, Lu Mingyao smiled and said, once every 7 days, but I feel great every time. I'll go change my clothes. The next day, Lu Mingyao came to visit Luo Tu. She smiled gently, looking forward to it. When my fire yang severed meridian is healed, I should go back. In just half a year, he has broken through from the 2nd level to the 9th level of body tempering, and has also cultivated pure yang art. In the future, he will have the opportunity to cultivate the Xiantian Gong and pure yang art, which is a complete 8th grade martial art. At that time, he will surely gain a foothold in the Xiaoyao sect. Luo Tu opened his eyes and noticed Lu Mingyao's presence. Seeing her shyly avoid his gaze, he was curious. Luo Tu got out of bed and said to her, Mingyao, it will probably take 2 or 3 more times of cultivation to completely cure your sister's fire yang severed meridian when I reach the Qi realm. Mingyao was surprised, so fast? No, I mean, are you so sure? Lu Mingyao fell into contemplation. Like a young girl, she thought, my heart is so chaotic. Could it be because after I am cured, I can no longer be with Luo Tu like this? Hearing her words, Luo Tu smiled and replied, of course I can be sure. What's wrong? Is there something wrong with you? Lu Mingyao said brightly, nothing is wrong, just a little tired. Hearing this, Luo Tu said reassuringly, then you should rest well. I will be in closed-door cultivation for the next few days to break through to the Qi realm. He stepped forward and waved goodbye casually. Mingyao, I'll go first. Mingyao saw Luo Tu off, saying okay. Luo Tu continued to cultivate day and night. Holding the elixir in his hand, he said, it's time to break through to the Qi. Luo Tu swallowed the elixir. He began to absorb the energy from it. While stabilizing his condition, Luo Tu chanted, Pure Yang 1 Qi, connect the meridians, open for me. Luo Tu held the illusion of the elixir in his hand, thinking, reopening the dantian, the first step is complete. However, the elixir had 2 different colors, black and gold, which looked strange, confusing Luo Tu, but what is this? This is the Qi. After finishing another round of cultivation, Luo Tu placed his hand on his chest and said, the miraculous life and death pearl has been a great help to me in both combat and cultivation since I obtained it. Suddenly, a knock on the door attracted Luo Tu's attention. The person seemed to be in such a hurry that they used magic to open the door and entered. Luo Tu looked at him in surprise. What is the servant beside the hall master doing here? The old servant said to him, young Master Luo, the hall master wants you to go to the martial hall. Luo Tu was curious. What does the hall master want me for? The old servant recounted, reporting to the young master, the hall master of the Zanshi City Martial Hall has brought a talented young woman to visit Qingyun City. Several people have been defeated by her. Luo Tu listened and replied, I understand. He thought, although they are all talents cultivated by the Xiaoyao sect, it is normal for different martial halls to compete with each other. As the leader of Qingyun City, I do have an obligation to respond to this challenge. That day at the Qingyun City Martial Arts Arena, the audience was so excited that they couldn't take their eyes off the scene below. Xianxue observed from above with the hall master, sneering as he spoke, I heard that your Qingyun Martial Hall has produced a genius who cultivates the pure yang art. How about we make a bet? The hall master frowned and asked, What do you want to bet? Xianxue suggested. How about betting the blue star handcuff that you won from me 3 years ago? Below the stage, Nanren, who had lost, turned to the victorious girl and shouted, That's too much. Hitting someone in the face, once or twice is accidental. But 4 times in a row is clearly intentional. Zifei was trembling with anger, crying out, Despicable. Everyone below stood on Zifei's side, slandering the girl. It's enough to win, but you have to humiliate others. Do you think there is no one in our Qingyun city? The hall master was speechless at the scene. Nie Xiaodai arrogantly laughed and said, Does Qingyun Martial Hall have no experts? A bunch of useless people can't even beat a girl like me. Xianxue naturally sided with his disciple, saying, Young people don't understand, don't be angry. The hall master was a little angry and said sternly, You dare to bring people to challenge Qingyun City, a 17-year-old genius who has become a Qi martial artist, right? The hall master thought, I don't know if Luo Tu is a match for this woman. He looked down at Nie Xiaodai, who was radiant in the sunlight, and couldn't help but hesitate. Everyone looked behind and exclaimed, Luo Tu is here. Luo Tu is the leader of our Qingyun martial arts competition, he will definitely win. Nie Xiaodai pointed at Luo Tu and asked, You are the leader of the Qingyun martial hall competition. I wonder if you can withstand one move from me? Luo Tu regarded this as a quarrel between children. He frowned and said, Qi martial artist, no wonder you are so arrogant. The hall master above asked him, Luo Tu, can you be sure that you can handle the genius young woman Nie Xiaodai from the Shiqing martial hall? Luo Tu answered him decisively, yes. Everyone below supported him. Luo Tu has also broken through. He is indeed the leader of the Qingyun martial hall. The hall master turned around and asked Xianxue, You said you wanted to make a bet with me just now. I agree. If Nie Xiaodai wins, I will give you the blue star handcuff. Xianxue agreed forcefully and offered a gift. If Luo Tu wins, I will give you a bottle of Xiantian elixir. Nie Xiaodai disdained Luo Tu even before the fight. I didn't expect that among the trash of Qingyun City, there would be a Qi martial artist like you. She took out her beloved weapon and smiled at him. There are not many people who can make me draw my spear. Luo Tu, you have this qualification, so you can be proud even if you lose later. Seeing Nie Xiaodai jump up without needing momentum, Luo Tu had to admit, so fast. However, he only needed one sweep of his hand with his strength to take down both the weapon and its owner. Being caught off guard, Nie Xiaodai didn't expect it at all. What? She was pushed out immediately, and it was Luo Tu's turn to speak. With this little strength, you dare to cause trouble in Qingyun. You are not even qualified for me to take action. Everyone joined in again. Ha ha ha, well said. Isn't she just a Qi martial artist? What's so great about her? Luo Tu is indeed the #1 expert in our Qingyun martial hall. Nie Xiaodai was poked at the place she hated the most. Her face darkened and she said sternly, You dare to despise me. Once again, Nie Xiaodai attacked first. She rushed towards Luo Tu as fast as lightning, saying, Take this. Luo Tu defended with his bare hands, his abundant power spreading out. Being hit felt like being bitten by a mosquito. He called it the Dragon Tiger Fist. Everyone watching was shocked and exclaimed, Luo Tu's body can withstand swords. Even a proud person like Nie Xiaodai had to think, such abundant true qi. Nie Xiaodai was knocked back again. This time, Luo Tu controlled her spear technique. Luo Tu sneered, Daughter of Heaven, are you still not admitting defeat? Nie Xiaodai gritted her teeth and cursed, Bastard. As a result, Nie Xiaodai couldn't withstand Luo Tu's pressure and was knocked out of the arena. The hall master turned to look at Xianxue and smiled happily. Haha, well done. Thank you Hall Master Xianxue for giving me the Xiantian elixir. Nie Xiaodai glared at him and said, Luo Tu, remember this. Nie Xiaodai turned and left, leaving the words, You wait, there will be a day when I defeat you. The hall master laughed loudly and said, Luo Tu, you have defended the reputation of our Qingyun martial hall this time. He sat majestically on the chair in the main hall and continued. This is the blue star handcuff I won from Hall Master Xianxue. It belongs to you. He threw something that emitted a blue light down to the person standing below. The hall master stroked his beard and said, Don't underestimate this handcuff. It was made by a 3rd-level formation master. Activating true qi will form a defensive shield that cannot be broken by those below the 7th level of Xiantian. Luo Tu took the handcuff, a smile on his face, and thanked the hall master. The hall master stood up and approached Luo Tu, saying, "Since you have reached the Qixi realm, there are some things I should tell you. In 3 months, the Xiaoyao sect will start the entrance examination. You decide whether you want to go or not." Luo Tu asked, "If I don't succeed this year, can I go again next year?" The hall master replied, "Of course you can." Luo Tu cupped his hands respectfully, "Then I will participate." The hall master smiled with satisfaction, "Good, I also hope you succeed once. Cultivate hard, and I will inform you when the time comes." After the conversation, Luo Tu walked out of the hall. Luo Tu walked and said proudly, "Based on my strength, I should leave this city and go to a wider world." A month later, Luo Tu was sitting and practicing his breathing with Lu Mingyao. Lu Mingyao gently said at this time, "Luo Tu, thank you." Luo Tu replied, "No need to thank me." He looked at Lu Mingyao and thought, "Actually, I have also received great benefits from Sister Mingyao, but I have to leave." Mingyao's expression suddenly worried. "Luo Tu, I have to go, leave Qingyan City." Hearing this, Luo Tu asked, "Sister Mingyao is leaving, where are you going?" Mingyao looked down slightly and replied, "Xiaoyao sect." Xiaoyao sect. Hearing this name, Luo Tu smiled at the coincidence and said, "Sister Mingyao, I will also participate in the entrance examination in 2 months. I will also go to Xiaoyao sect at that time. We will meet again." Then Luo Tu took the bracelet and gave it to Mingyao. "This bracelet is a gift for you while we are temporarily separated, Sister Mingyao." Lu Mingyao made a promise, "Wait for me in Xiaoyao sect in 2 months." 3 days later, Luo Tu received a letter. He held the letter in his hand. The content inside was, "I'm gone, I'm waiting for you in Xiaoyao sect." The sender's name was written as Mingyao. Luo Tu held the letter tightly in his hand, determined, "I will go find you." After thinking, he rode his horse decisively out of the city gate. Someone standing high above looked down and asked, "Is that Luo Tu?" That person continued, "A mere first level of Qixi, Master, let 3 of us come, it's a bit of an overreaction." That name laughed contemptuously and said, "Be careful, don't let the martial hall catch you." The person next to him replied, "Don't worry, senior brother, we understand." At Baki Mountain, Shanlin, Luo Tu was riding a horse, thinking about something else. "I really admire the hall masters for being able to fly in the air, but my current strength can go deep into Baki Mountain to hone myself." While riding a horse, Luo Tu suddenly noticed something and pulled the reins to stop the horse. In Luo Tu's pupils reflected 3 figures, 1 7th level of Qixi, 2 5th level. He looked at the 3 figures in front of him. Then he asked, "Why are you 3 following me?" The person in the middle snorted. That name said, "I didn't expect you to find out our tracks, but you are about to leave this world, so you don't need to know too much. Forget it, I hope you can still be so arrogant later." Luo Tu immediately drew his sword. "Go," one name shouted, and then the group rushed forward wanting to solo a life-and-death battle with Luo Tu. The silver-haired name said triumphantly, "Give up the futile struggle." Luo Tu's sword suddenly burst into flames, illuminating the entire puddle, the flames strong like wanting to burn everything. The 3 people were immediately blown away by the choice and fell to the ground. The silver-haired name, who was still full of energy just now, was a little scared and said, "Really strong true chi." The name sitting nearby was also bounced far away, slightly flustered, and asked, "Is this kid really first level Qixi?" "Jinglei 9 swords," Luo Tu said, and quickly launched a move and held the fiery sword running past the group. Several names at this time seemed to have known fear. The silver-haired name stunned and looked at Luo Tu's moves, stuttering, sword skills, perfection. Then both of them fell down and fainted. There was one last name. He also witnessed all the scenes just now. Seeing Luo Tu's extraordinary strength, he spoke, "Stinky brat, I didn't expect you to have such strength when you just entered first level Qixi, but today you must stay here." The purple-haired man finished speaking and chanted a spell to summon a stream of blue air around the sword. Then he launched a palm strike at the opponent. Although a little surprised but without thinking too much, Luo Tu quickly released a bright stream of fiery light to hold it back and prevent the palm strike from hitting him. While resisting, Luo Tu sensed something and thought, "This person's cultivation is 7th level Qixi, true Qi is condensed, martial arts cultivation is at least 5th grade, and has also cultivated to great success. Who exactly sent such an expert here?" While thinking, the person launched an attack. Luo Tu had some difficulty but managed to block it in time. The purple-haired name saw that the opponent was being suppressed by him, and couldn't help but complacently judged, "Kid, you won't live through today." Then he summoned Tianlang Xiaoya, a giant water dragon immediately appeared. Luo Tu was not inferior either. Jing lay 9 swords, tens of thousands of swords constantly shot out from behind him towards the opponent. A flame burst out. The sword that Luo Tu was holding also slipped out of his hand. Purple Hair frowned and said, "You actually mastered the attributes of true qi, but your cultivation is too low, you will still fall into my hands." Luo Tu continued to launch the Dragon Tiger Fist. Purple Hair also responded with the Kaixing Fist. Purple Hair didn't escape Luo Tu's Dragon Tiger Fist. His hand was burned. That person seemed to not believe it. "Impossible. I clearly pushed you back. Why am I injured?" Luo Tu saw this and quickly took the opportunity to knock the purple-haired name's sword away. Then he asked, "Who sent you here?" The purple-haired name was worried and sweating profusely. "If I tell you, will you spare me?" "As long as you guarantee not to kill me, I will tell you." Luo Tu didn't stop and poked the sword close to the opponent's face and said, "You are not qualified to negotiate with me." That person was so scared that he had to say everything. "It was my master who sent our 3 brothers to Qinyan City. My master is Zhang Lao Liang, the handyman disciple of Xiaoyao sect. You can't do anything to me, otherwise Xiaoyao sect and my master will not." Before the purple-haired name could finish speaking, Luo Tu's sword pierced through his neck as fast as lightning. After solving the person in front of him, Luo Tu put away his sword. His expression was cold. His mouth mumbled the information he had just heard. Zhang Lao Liang, the handyman disciple of Xiaoyao sect. The old ancestor of the Zhang family, right? Luo Tu looked into the distance. His expression was a bit calculating. His mouth slightly raised and said, "Wait for me to go to Xiaoyao sect to find you to return the gift." 2 swords and a ring floated in the air in front of Luo Tu. Luo Tu assessed the 3 weapons in front of him, overjoyed. "Haha, 2 human-grade low-grade, 1 medium-grade, should I thank that Zhang family old ancestor for giving me things?" Luo Tu was about to put the 3 weapons in front of him away. Suddenly a loud roar came from behind him. In the forest, the location where the roar came from faintly showed a pale golden light flashing. Birds competed to fly away running out of the forest. Luo Tu turned his head slightly to glance at the place where the roar came from, surprised and assessed. "A roar has such power. I'm afraid it's a 3rd level or higher monster. I have to leave this place first," Luo Tu said and flew away, leaving the bodies lying behind him. A moment later, Luo Tu appeared at a clear river. He gently landed on the water. Luo Tu slowly went into the river. While walking he considered the plan. Zhang Lao Liang sent his 3 disciples out. If they don't come back, he will definitely suspect. Luo Tu glanced at his figure printed on the clear water. He scooped up river water to wash his face, feeling the cold water pressing against his face, muttering, "When I join Xiaoyao sect, I'm afraid there will be a lot of trouble." Luo Tu thought of this, his face suddenly tense. "But for Mangyao, knowing that there are tigers on the mountain, I can only go there, as long as I perform well and am cultivated as a key point. Then my identity and position will be able to surpass the handyman disciple of the old ancestor of the Zhang family." 2 months later, Luo Tu and the hall master were sitting on the back of a flying spirit beast flying in the sky, setting off on the road. The body of this flying spirit beast was as huge as a mountain. The hair on its body was earthy brown. Its wings were spread out almost covering half the sky. The hall master stood on the back of the flying spirit beast looking at the forest, which were only tiny green dots below, suddenly opened his mouth and said to Luo Tu, "Kid, you almost missed this year's Xiaoyao sect's disciple examination. Luckily I have a 3rd-level demon beast, the Black Cloud Eagle." Luo Tu heard the hall master asking and recounted his encounter with the assassination. "I was cultivating in Baki Mountain but was ambushed, 3 disciples of Xiaoyao sect." The hall master heard that Luo Tu was assassinated by disciples of Xiaoyao sect, and was immediately shocked. The hall master frowned, angrily scolding, "It must be that old thing Zhang Lao Liang. You can live to return is not easy." The hall master said and turned to assess Luo Tu, surprised to find that Luo Tu had leveled up. You are already 2nd level of Qi Si." Luo Tu smiled, a little embarrassed, scratching his head and answering the hall master, "Life and death desperate situation, fortunately breakthrough." The hall master nodded. At this time the Black Cloud Eagle suddenly flew low preparing to land. It seemed that the 2 had arrived. The hall master put one hand behind his back, raised one hand and pointed at the mansion that the Black Cloud Eagle was about to land in front of. This is Yunlong County. The Black Cloud Eagle landed directly in the wide courtyard in front. Both Luo Tu and the hall master got off the back of the Black Cloud Eagle together. The hall master went inside while signaling Luo Tu to follow him. Follow me. At this time there was a group of people standing in the courtyard waiting. The old man leading the group to greet seeing the hall master walking in spoke, "Oh, the Qingyan hall master is here, that name is Luo Tu." The old man standing in the back spoke to supplement, "The fourth person in 800 years to cultivate pure Yanggong. It seems that Qingyan Martial Hall's luck is not bad." The hall master led Luo Tu to laugh and said, "Ha, everyone, I was a little late. Luckily it's not too late." The disciple came out to greet and respectfully clasped his hands to salute the hall master. The hall master reached out to signal that person to arrange a place for Luo Tu to rest. "Sorry, take my Qingyan Martial Hall student to the backyard to rest. I will handle the registration for the examination." Luo Tu followed the disciple to the room. Before walking far, he ran into someone blocking the road. "Kid, stop." That person was wearing a green robe, with a golden crown on his head, his hair long and loose to his waist. Yuan Feishan arrogantly crossed his arms in front of his chest and raised his chin to ask, "Luo Tu, you are Luo Tu?" A large number of disciples followed behind Yuan Feishan, looking like they were preparing to watch a good show. Luo Tu could tell at a glance that the person who came was not kind, and asked the other party directly, "I just arrived and someone is looking for trouble." Yuan Feishan pointed his finger directly at Luo Tu's face, akimbo, and said fiercely, "You are very flamboyant, cultivated pure Yanggong and think you are an expert." Two young men nearby whispered to each other, "That is Yuan Feishan of Gaoi City. I heard that he likes Nie Shaodai of Zanchi Martial Hall. Nie Shaodai went to Qingyan City to challenge before and was defeated by Luo Tu." Luo Tu heard the chatter around him, and knew the reason why this name came to find him and cause trouble. His expression suddenly cooled down. That disciple said and laughed mockingly with his friend next to him, Oh, for a smile of a beauty, ha, watch the show." Luo Tu frowned, cold voice asked Yuan Feishan, "What do you want?" Yuan Feishan stretched out 3 fingers, grinning proudly and said, "You bullied my little Dai. As long as you kneel down and kowtow 3 times, then I will spare you once." Luo Tu frowned and looked at Yuan Feishan in front of him, laughing lightly and asking the person who didn't see anyone in his eyes standing in front of him, "Are you sure you are my opponent?" Yuan Feishan saw that Luo Tu was showing disdain for him. The expression on his face was a little gloomy. Yuan Feishan gritted his teeth and looked directly at Luo Tu. Suddenly, Yuan Feishan said nothing and rushed over, raising his fist to punch Luo Tu's face and shouted, "Kid, it seems you don't accept. I can only beat you to your knees and beg for mercy." Luo Tu still calmly looked at Yuan Feishan's fist aiming straight at him, without moving. Until Yuan Feishan's fist came close to him, Luo Tu gently dodged to the side, easily avoiding a powerful punch from Yuan Feishan. Yuan Feishan missed, startled, and turned to look at Luo Tu. "I heard early on that this kid's movement and sword skills are outstanding, but I will fight close combat." "See what you do," Yuan Feishan thought, and changed his fighting style. But before Yuan Feishan could launch his next move, a palm-gathering golden true chi from Luo Tu had already struck his face. Yuan Feishan was startled and cried out, "What?" Luo Tu's palm accurately hit Yuan Feishan, sending Yuan Feishan flying several meters away, his butt rubbing against the courtyard brick until sparks flew, falling on his back with his feet in the air. Several disciples around were stunned. They didn't expect Yuan Feishan to lose, and also lose in just one move. The disciples blankly asked each other, "What's going on? Did you just see what happened just now?" The disciple standing nearby looked at Yuan Feishan's embarrassed appearance, not minding adding fuel to the fire. "Didn't you say Yuan Feishan is 2nd level Qi Si? 4th grade fist technique, great success, and Luo Tu only broke through to 1st level Qi Si 2 months ago." Yuan Feishan hugged his head and stood up. He heard the chatter of the disciples around him, and was trembling with anger. Yuan Feishan went crazy and grabbed over. Blue True Chi surrounded Yuan Feishan, followed by Yuan Feishan's angry shout, "Kid, you dare to insult me like this?" Luo Tu looked emotionlessly at Yuan Feishan rushing towards him, lifted his foot and kicked straight into Yuan Feishan's abdomen. With a bow, Yuan Feishan was once again sent flying by Luo Tu's seemingly light kick. Yuan Feishan was sent flying far away by the powerful kick, drawing an arc in the air. The disciples beside him watched Yuan Feishan's figure fly away, exclaiming in shock, so fast. This time, Yuan Feishan was kicked even further than before, falling face down to the ground, his dignity completely swept away. Luo Tu was too lazy to pay attention to Yuan Feishan. After dealing with Yuan Feishan, Luo Tu immediately turned and left. The surrounding disciples didn't dare to stop him, and they all moved aside to make way for Luo Tu. Elsewhere, colorful and diverse refreshments had been prepared on the table. The women sitting around the table in the middle of the pavilion were enjoying the refreshments and chatting. One of the women said, "Xiao Dai, when I just came back, someone told me that Yuan Feishan stood up for you and was beaten up by Luo Tu." Xiao Dai calmly picked up a piece of refreshment and put it in her mouth, saying indifferently, "It wasn't me who sent Yuan Feishan to provoke Luo Tu's day. I want to defeat him myself." The woman who spoke earlier saw that Xiao Dai didn't seem to care and changed the subject. "Xiao Dai, you really are a femme fatale. But your strength and Yuan Feishan's are about the same. Can you defeat Luo Tu either?" Xiao Dai put a piece of refreshment in her mouth and took a small bite. Hearing the woman beside her say that she couldn't defeat Luo Tu, Xiao Dai's movement of eating the refreshment suddenly stopped, and her expression immediately changed. She snorted coldly, "Humph, I will definitely defeat him." At this time, Luo Tu was closing the door and sitting cross-legged cultivating in his room. His platinum hair fluttered, and golden and black jinchi intertwined and intersected with each other. A golden and black yin-yang circle revolved around him. Luo Tu reached out, and a miniature yin-yang diagram formed by black and golden jinchi appeared in his palm. Luo Tu looked at the two streams of jinchi moving and rotating in his hand. "As long as I thoroughly comprehend the first picture, I can complete more than half of the life and death seal." Outside, a half-moon hung in the starry sky. The night passed quickly, and dawn arrived again. Dong, a loud bell rang, signaling the start of the assessment. The disciples had gathered in the large courtyard. The call for assembly echoed throughout the sect. The entrance assessment was about to begin. The Martial Hall students and the 18 Hall masters headed to the assessment location. At the martial arts training ground, a large number of disciples were present, and lively discussions spread everywhere. The Xiaoyao sect only accepts 3 people each year. But so many people come every year. That's right. I heard that there are many experts this year. In addition to those from the martial hall, there are other geniuses. The courtyard at the martial arts training ground was very large, enough to accommodate more than 1,000 people, but at this time, the people who came to participate had almost occupied half of the courtyard. In the center was a huge circular fighting stage built of extremely solid stone. Luo Tu was present in the courtyard, standing beside the hall master, listening sternly to the surrounding discussions. The Wang family of Yushan City has a genius who is 16 years old, and already at the second level of Qi. I just don't know how the martial hall students are. A disciple participating in the exam this time smiled confidently, and the surrounding disciples were all eagerly looking forward to this assessment. The time had come, and the large red wooden doors opened wide. An old man walked out from inside, appearing in everyone's sight. Zhang Luyang clasped one hand behind his back and stepped forward, saying loudly, "This old man is Zhang Luyang, the outer sect elder, responsible for this entrance assessment." Zhang Luyang finished speaking and jumped onto the fighting stage. "Now everyone, line up in order and enter the assessment." The disciples heard Zhang Luyang's words and simultaneously formed a long line in front of the fighting stage. Luo Tu frowned as he looked at the person who had just landed on the martial arts stage in front of him. Zhang Luyang is the old ancestor of the Zhang family who sent 3 disciples to Qinyan City. In front of the fighting stage, there was a pillar specifically used to test the cultivation of the candidates. A candidate placed his hand on the pillar and circulated his jinchi. A golden-orange light suddenly flashed on the pillar. 17 years old, second level of Qi, 6 points. As soon as the shout ended, the next person in line stepped forward and placed his hand on the stone pillar. The stone pillar continued to flash. The proctor on the side marked the list and read the results loudly. Ziping, second level of Qi, 16 years old, 9 points. It was Luo Tu's turn to step forward. As soon as Luo Tu's hand touched the pillar, a golden light even more dazzling than the candidates who had participated in the assessment before flashed. Third level of Qi Si, 18 years old, 9 points. The disciples below heard Luo Tu's test results, and everyone felt incredible. A disciple couldn't help but ask, why is there a third level of Qi Si? The disciple beside him looked at Luo Tu's Jinqi fluctuations, incredulous to the point where his mouth almost couldn't close. That's not right. This kid's Jinqi fluctuations are clearly at the second level. Why is it showing the third level? Is the stone tablet wrong? Zhang Luyang held the list in his hand and muttered, Qingyun Martial Hall, Luo Tu. As soon as Zhang Luyang saw the name Luo Tu, his expression changed in an instant. Luo Tu appeared here, so doesn't that mean that those 3 disciples of mine have failed? Zhang Luyang frowned, suddenly paying attention to a direction. The Qingyun Hall master was standing on the other side with his hands clasped behind his back, watching Luo Tu's test. As soon as Zhang Luyang saw the Qingyun Hall master, he felt uncomfortable. Humph, the Qingyun Hall master has also come. Zhang Luyang decided not to give Luo Tu a chance to develop. He held the list in his hand and stood in the middle of the fighting stage, announcing imposingly. Second level of Qi Si, but used means to activate the Jinqi of the third level of Qi Si. Young age and not taking the right path, stripping him of his assessment qualification. The disciples below immediately rioted. What? There are people who pretended to be sure and said it as if it was true. Stripping him of his assessment qualification. I said this kid used tricks. Luo Tu stood frozen on the martial arts training ground, not expecting Zhang Luyang to use such a despicable method. The Qingyun Hall master angrily pointed at Zhang Luyang and shouted, Zhang Luyang, don't go too far. Zhang Luyang stood on the stage and curled his lips into a smile, looking down on the Qingyun Hall master below. I am the outer sect elder and also the chief proctor of the assessment. Does the Qingyun Hall master want to question my decision? The Qingyun Hall master stood below, so angry that he couldn't restrain himself from releasing his Jinqi. Powerful golden Jinqi fluctuated around the Qingyun Hall master. The Qingyun Hall master maintained his posture, pointing directly at Zhang Luyang's face and asking in response, what are you relying on to strip Luo Tu of his assessment qualification? Zhang Luyang smiled sinisterly and said, this old man has already said it. He used trickery and deceived the world, deserving to be stripped of his assessment qualification. The Qingyun Hall master angrily waved his sleeves, unable to resist cursing, bullshit. Luo Tu cultivated the pure yang art. His Jinqi is more concentrated and pure than those in the same realm. Such things are normal. Those present heard that Luo Tu had cultivated the pure yang art, which was known to be extremely difficult to cultivate, and everyone was shocked to look at Luo Tu. What? This kid cultivated the pure yang art? Isn't this the one that is famously difficult to cultivate? Although Luo Tu was the protagonist being mentioned, Luo Tu had only stood still in place quietly looking at Zhang Luyang on the stage, not saying a word, and not knowing what he was thinking. Zhang Luyang raised a hand on the stage and said, Qingyun Hall Master, you're saying that he has cultivated the pure yang art is just a one-sided statement from your side. I want to personally check. Zhang Luyang finished speaking and stepped down from the stage, walking straight to Luo Tu's front. His intention was to personally check Luo Tu's meridians. The Qingyun Hall master became even more angry when he heard Zhang Luyang demand to check the meridians. What? Isn't this too much? A martial artist being checked on his meridians. Isn't that entrusting his life into the hands of others? Zhang Luyang narrowed his eyes, his whole body exuding a dangerous aura. Without waiting for the Qingyun Hall master to agree, he raised his hand to check Luo Tu's meridians. This old man wants to see if you have really cultivated the pure yang art. After saying that, Zhang Luyang immediately circulated his qi, and a purple Jinqi ball gathered in front of Luo Tu. Luo Tu was immobilized by Zhang Luyang's Jinqi, shaking with anger and shouting, "Old bastard, you are taking revenge for personal grudges." Zhang Luyang stretched out a hand to grab towards Luo Tu's face, but before he could act, he heard a woman's voice coming from behind. Stop! Lu Mengyao arrived with 2 maids. Lu Mengyao stood in front of everyone and slowly spoke, I can testify that Luo Tu has indeed cultivated the pure yang art. As soon as the Qingyun Hall master and Xianshur saw Lu Mengyao arrive, They immediately respectfully bowed and clasped their hands in salute. Miss Luo Tu looked in surprise at the woman who had just spoken to rescue him. Even Zhang Luoyang bowed and clasped his hands in salute to Lu Mingyao. Miss. A hint of doubt flashed in Luo Tu's eyes. What exactly is Mingyao's identity in the Xiaoyao sect? Lu Mingyao walked straight to Zhang Luoyang's front and asked, Elder Zhang, I am vouching for Luo Tu, do you have any objections? Zhang Luoyang seemed a little embarrassed, clearly not wanting to but still having to comply. With Miss vouching, this subordinate naturally wouldn't dare to have any objections. But as the chief proctor of the entrance assessment, I must handle it fairly, fearing that I would fail the entrustment of the sect master. Lu Mingyao looked at Zhang Luoyang with a smile that wasn't a smile. Does Elder Zhang mean that this young lady's interference is making it difficult for you? Zhang Luoyang panicked and hurriedly clasped his hands and bowed his head, saying, This subordinate wouldn't dare. Lu Mingyao continued, If that's the case, this young lady will see how Elder Zhang handles it fairly. The fact that Luo Tu has cultivated the pure yang art is a fact. Lu Mingyao finished speaking, and the two maids immediately brought a wooden chair to place in the middle of the courtyard for her. Zhang Luoyang turned to look at Luo Tu and said to him, Since Miss is vouching for you, the test of cultivation will be considered as you passing, 8 points. Luo Tu saw that Zhang Luoyang seemed submissive in front of Lu Mingyao, becoming even more suspicious of Lu Mingyao's identity, and glanced at Lu Mingyao over there. Zhang Luoyang did not continue to linger in Luo Tu's place, and returned to preside over the assessment. Lu Mingyao sat on the chair brought out into the courtyard by the maids, calmly watching the disciples take the test. The surrounding discussions rose again incessantly. Who is this beauty? To think that she made the chief proctor so surprised. I heard that she is the daughter of the outer sect master. How did Luo Tu get to know her? After a while, when the sun had risen to the top of the head, the candidates finally completed the test of cultivation. Zhang Luoyang stood in the middle of the stage and looked at the numerous disciples below, announcing, beginning the second assessment, the martial skill assessment. Based on the grade of the martial skill and the realm to determine. Zhang Luoyang observed the disciples below performing martial skills one by one, evaluating, 3rd grade martial skill, minor completion, 6 points. The disciples went up to the martial arts stage and simultaneously performed their strongest martial skills. Golden jinqi wrapped around them thickly and didn't dissipate. Zhang Luoyang's voice also followed continuously, 4th grade body technique, great completion, 9 points. The disciples below heard the chief proctor evaluate a 4th grade body technique as great completion and immediately envied him, looking up at the person standing on the martial arts stage and praising him. As expected of the genius Su Ping, 4th grade body technique, great completion. Finally, it was Luo Tu's turn. Luo Tu held his sword and walked straight onto the martial arts stage. He raised his sword to face level, the sharp blades sliding out of the scabbard. Luo Tu's eyes simultaneously flashed with a blue light. In the next second, Luo Tu only gently drew his sword out of its sheath, raising it straight to the sky. Powerful blue lightning poured out, covering the entire martial arts stage, accompanied by the roaring sound of thunder and lightning. Everyone was startled by the dazzling lightning on the stage, freezing in place, their mouths stammering, 4th grade sword technique, perfection. The maid serving behind Lu Mingyao also widened her mouth in shock and looked up. Only Lu Mingyao still maintained a calm expression, slightly revealing a smile. This guy is really beyond expectations. Zhang Luoyang saw that Luo Tu had already reached 4th grade perfection, grinding his teeth and glaring at him. This kid's threat to me is getting bigger and bigger. At this moment, a figure appeared in the sky. The person looked at Luo Tu standing amidst the lightning on the martial arts stage, laughing happily, ha ha ha, he's a good seed. Lu Feichen descended from the sky, looking at Luo Tu with admiring eyes, cultivated the pure yang divine art, and also 4th grade martial arts perfection. Everyone below saw the person flying in the sky and immediately clasped their hands respectfully in salute. Sect Master, greetings Sect Master. Lu Mingyao also gently clasped her hands, smiling and calling to Lu Feichen Father. Lu Feichen descended from the sky, went to Zhang Luoyang's front and signaled everyone, no need for formalities, stand up. After finishing speaking, Lu Feichen ordered the others to step down. The next entrance assessment will be personally presided over by me. Lu Feichen's gaze briefly swept over Lu Mingyao's smiling face. This is the Luo Tu you spoke of. Zhang Luyang took the order and stood to one side. Lu Feichen moved his eyes away from Lu Mingyao, went up and stood in the center of the martial arts stage to begin presiding over the assessment. This father knows his grievances with Zhang Luyang, and also knows that he is your life-saving benefactor. In the sect, I will protect him thoroughly. With the sect master coming to preside, Zhang Luyang naturally didn't dare to act recklessly, marking correctly according to what Luo Tu showed. Luo Tu, 4th grade martial arts perfection. 10 points. Zhang Luyang hated to grind his teeth, his face full of unwillingness. The outer sect master's identity is noble. What kind of luck does this kid have? On the second day, the disciples who had passed the assessment round the previous day were all present in the courtyard. Lu Feichen personally stood out to preside over the assessment. Behind Lu Feichen was a large formation radiating dazzling golden jinqi. Lu Feichen's dignified voice rang out, "Today is the second day of the assessment." Lu Feichen sternly looked at the disciples below and said, "Enter the formation to test your will. The longer the time, the higher the score." As soon as Lu Feichen finished speaking, the disciples lined up one after another to step into the large formation radiating golden jinqi. Following the footsteps of the disciples entering the formation one after another, the golden halo on the formation radiated more and more brilliantly. The disciples standing outside watching felt terrified just by looking. A disciple turned to speak to the person next to him. "I heard that this is a formation that the Xiaoyao sect invited 3 4th order formation masters to engrave. Its value is extremely expensive." As soon as Luo Tu and the disciples stepped into the formation, a blazing fire immediately rose up in the formation, the red flame seeming to want to burn both the flesh and soul of a person. Some people retreated in fright, and some, despite being afraid, still closed their eyes and stood there. A moment later, the flames disappeared, replaced by thousands of sharp arrows simultaneously, shooting towards the group of people below. Luo Tu stood calmly watching the sharp arrows rushing towards him, without moving at all. The disciples beside him saw the dense sharp arrows raining down and ran away in panic. Only Luo Tu stood there with his arms folded. Luo Tu couldn't help but secretly praise, "The illusion is so lifelike." While Luo Tu was still thinking, the surrounding space suddenly filled with the sound of boiling water bubbling. Luo Tu frowned slightly and looked down. Under his feet was a huge pot of oil boiling and bubbling, cooking Luo Tu and the others in the middle of the formation. Unlike the previous times, this time there was also a feeling of skin scorching. As if it were real. The faces of the 3 people near Luo Tu also revealed a look of panic. A disciple nearby saw his arm being heated and melted by the boiling oil, screaming in horror. Luo Tu closed his eyes, trying to concentrate his mind and stand firm. Lu Feichen looked at Luo Tu's performance in the formation from outside, unable to resist praising, "Meng Yao, this Luo Tu has good talent and will, to think that he can withstand the ninefold profound realm. If he grows up, he will definitely achieve something." Lu Mingyao looked at Luo Tu in the formation, unconsciously tightening her hands slightly. Lu Mingyao suddenly smiled and looked at Lu Feichen, confidently saying, "Father can wait and see." At this time, the scene in the formation had changed. Everyone was standing on a desert. In front of them was a huge purple ball of light. The mental shock wave from the purple ball shot out, spreading straight to Luo Tu's group. In the desert, dust flew everywhere. The disciples beside Luo Tu were almost about to collapse. A disciple beside Luo Tu crawled on the ground, gritting his teeth, his face in pain. Luo Tu closed his eyes and sat cross-legged in the desert, silently enduring the mental shock wave that struck. Lu Feichen was startled when he looked outside, to think that he can withstand the final will shock. The will of the second level of Qi Si can compare to the Xiantian realm. If he grows up, he will definitely have some achievements. Lu Feichen glanced at his daughter. He saw her expression and couldn't help but ponder. Lu Mingyao's cheeks were slightly flushed. Smiling gently and looking at Luo Tu in the formation, Lu Feichen saw at a glance that his daughter's heart was directed towards Luo Tu. His silly daughter didn't know how to hide it at all, but this kid must be a little more excellent to be worthy of his daughter. Outside the formation, disciples began to help each other out one after another. Although the illusions in the formation did not cause physical harm, they did injure the spirit. The longer they stayed in there, the more damaged their spirit would be. Among the disciples who came out, some couldn't even stand firm and had to be helped out by their teammates. Only Luo Tu was left standing in the formation, his whole body trembling, standing firm and enduring each wave of mental shock. At noon, the will assessment finally ended. Zhang Luliang stood in front of the disciples and announced the results of the assessment. In this assessment, passing one level of illusion will get 1 point, Luo Tu 10 points. Zhang Luliang announced sternly, rest for 2 Shurchen, then the final assessment, the competition, will begin. The winner can receive all the accumulated points from the loser. After hearing Zhang Luliang explain the rules, the disciples all felt it was difficult. 2 hours later, the competition began. Luo Tu was the first to step onto the arena, and his opponent slightly cupped his hands in greeting. Zheng Kun rubbed his hands together and said with a smug smile, "Ha ha ha, I didn't expect my luck to be so good, to meet you first." Zheng Kun believed that Luo Tu couldn't defeat him, especially since Zhang Luliang had previously announced that Luo Tu had cheated in the assessment. Zheng Kun and Luo Tu channeled their Jinqi towards each other. Zheng Kun's green Jinqi and Luo Tu's golden Jinqi collided. Below the arena, a disciple clicked his tongue softly. He is Zheng Kun from Gaoi City. With a Qi-Si 2nd level cultivation, and also a 4th grade body refinement martial art. He has defeated a Qi-Si 3rd level cultivator before. This disciple didn't think Luo Tu could win against Zheng Kun either. For someone who could fight beyond their level, Luo Tu might lose to him. As soon as the disciple finished speaking, the situation on the arena changed. Luo Tu landed a punch on Zheng Kun's chin, knocking him backwards. The disciples watching below looked at the arena in shock, hardly believing it. The 4th grade martial arts Zheng Kun practices his iron head and steel bones, with extremely strong defense, yet he couldn't withstand even 1 punch from Luo Tu. Another disciple exclaimed in fear, "It's not that Zheng Kun is weak, but that Luo Tu is too strong." At this moment Zheng Kun, having taken a powerful punch from Luo Tu, lay collapsed on the ground, unable to get up. Luo Tu stood on the arena, hands on his hips, swinging his fist. The spectators below were in awe. His fist techniques and movement techniques are so powerful. How strong will his swordsmanship be, which is supposed to be his best skill? Lu Feichen suddenly felt that his daughter had a good eye. Lu Feichen turned to look at his daughter, who was blushing shyly, and said, "Meng Yao, your judgment is correct." Meng Yao became even more embarrassed by her father's praise, awkwardly rubbing her chin, not knowing what to say. "Father, Lu Feichen waved his hand and said with a smile, "No one understands you like your father. How could I not see through your thoughts? But if he wants to be worthy of my daughter, he must enter the inner sect." Lu Mengyao blushed even more, quickly turning away, not looking at her father, nor at Luo Tu on the arena. After finishing his match, Luo Tu leaped off the arena, and the surrounding disciples immediately made way for him. Luo Tu walked straight to Lu Mengyao. He looked at Lu Mengyao ahead with a slight smile. "Mengyao, you said you would wait for me at the Xiaoyao sect. Now I'm here." Lu Mengyao blushed slightly, shyly looking at Luo Tu without saying anything. After the first round of sparring, Zhang Luliang stepped onto the stage again and announced, "The second round of competition begins. The person with the highest points can choose someone to challenge first. If successful, they can replace the opponent's ranking. The last 3 can become official outer sect disciples of the Xiaoyao sect." Luo Tu and the disciples below listened seriously, their eyes filled with determination to succeed. After Zhang Luliang finished introducing the rules, 2 disciples below immediately jumped onto the arena. The man in red clothes leaped onto the arena and shouted, "I choose to challenge Zi Ping." The man in gray clothes next to him also ran straight to the arena. "I want to challenge Wang Chan." But before the 2 could reach the arena, they were struck by 2 palms and fists, surrounded by Jinqi. The 2 were immediately blown away, falling on their backs on the ground. The arena was already occupied by a pair of men and women. Xiao Dai, holding a long spear and covered in light pink Jinqi, gently landed on the arena, looking directly at Luo Tu in front of her. "I want to challenge you." Luo Tu beckoned to Xiao Dai, "Go ahead and attack." Xiao Dai, seeing the frivolous attitude of the person in front of her, angrily grabbed her long spear and thrust it straight towards him, the spear carrying a powerful pink Jinqi towards Luo Tu. Luo Tu simply leaned to the side and dodged this dangerous thrust. Xiao Dai missed her strike, startled, and turned her head to look. Too fast. The disciples below looked on in admiration, perfected 4th grade movement technique. Golden spiritual energy gathered in front of Luo Tu, transforming into a white tiger. The white tiger's eyes flashed with red light, as if it had a spirit, and it charged straight at Xiao Dai's long spear. Xiao Dai immediately channeled her Jinqi, and a powerful thrust swept horizontally. However, Xiao Dai's spear did not cause any damage to the white tiger. Instead, Xiao Dai was knocked off the arena. The white tiger, after pushing Xiao Dai away, immediately transformed back into golden spiritual energy and returned to Luo Tu. Xiao Dai knelt on one knee on the open space outside the arena, holding her long spear and glaring resentfully at Luo Tuesday. I won't give up. I will challenge you again next time. At this moment, only the top 3 people were left in the arena. Zhang Luyang's voice sounded again. The challengers have finished. Now only the top 3 remain. A blond man in the arena suddenly raised his hand. I choose not to fight. I give up. Wang Chan, holding his treasured saber, walked straight onto the arena. Now only the battle between him and Luo Tu remained. The disciples below were not surprised to see the blond man give up halfway. That's right, after all, he's only 3rd place, and his specialty is movement technique. He might not be able to beat Wang Chan, who's 2nd, let alone Luo Tu, who's also skilled in movement technique. Wang Chan pointed his saber directly at Luo Tu and said fiercely, I want to challenge you, Luo Tu. The next person to challenge Luo Tu was Wang Chan. He pointed his sword at Luo Tu, and the crowd below began to discuss it noisily. Wang Chan, the 4th rank of saber technique has been completed. Training in the Wang family's inherited 4th rank of internal strength. Perhaps he can force Luo Tu to draw his sword. Luo Tu knew that Wang Chan's cultivation base was higher than his, but he remained very calm. Moreover, Wang Chan is at the 3rd level of the Qi Si, with abundant internal energy, not inferior to Luo Tu. Wang Chan said, a few months ago, I was training in the back mountain. While fighting with a monster, I found a relic and obtained this high-grade earthly saber. He carried the saber on his shoulder and said to Luo Tu, I also obtained 5th rank saber techniques and body techniques, all of which have reached the initial stage. Therefore, please show your full strength. Luo Tu calmly replied, 5th rank martial arts are nothing great. Wang Chan laughed loudly, such a big tone. Wait a moment, the saber and sword have no eyes, I advise you to admit defeat. He rushed towards Luo Tu, shouting, Luo Tu, you are asking for humiliation. Luo Tu drew his sword and said, 5th rank saber techniques are only SOSO. A sword flashed past. It struck Wang Chan's chest. The crowd suddenly discussed, what just happened? I didn't see him draw his sword at all, I only heard a sound. Unexpectedly, Wang Chan's 5th rank saber technique also lost. Wang Chan did not accept this fact. He threw a punch at Luo Tu. How can I lose? 1st place is mine, no one can take it, I want to kill you. Luo Tu threw a punch in return, thinking that this guy had lost his mind, so he knocked him unconscious to avoid endless entanglement. At this moment, Zhang Luyang appeared, shouting, stop. Then he threw a palm and knocked Wang Chan away. Luo Tu knew his intentions. A sly smile appeared on his face. He struck Luo Tu with a palm, a vicious attack. But despite his efforts, he was still injured and spat out blood. The Qingyun Hall master ran over to support Luo Tu. He shouted loudly, Zhang Luyang, you have a lot of guts. Zhang Luyang pretended to be innocent. Qingyun Hall master, what do you mean by these words? I just wanted to prevent the 2 from getting injured, so I separated them. A subordinate of the Qingyun Hall master reporting to the sect master, many of the meridians in Luo Tu's body have been severed. Zhang Luyang, as the chief examiner, used his position to take revenge. I hope the sect master will investigate and severely punish this person. Lu Mingyao was shocked when she heard Luo Tu. What? Luo Tu's meridians are severed? Wang Chan and Zhang Luyang laughed when they heard this. There were also many people below discussing, one palm and he became like this. Luo Tu is about to be crippled. Indeed, Luo Tu's face could not help but darken. Zhang Luyang continued to argue, Sect Master, the injuries on Luo Tu's body were not caused by me, but were injured during his fight with Wang Chan. Then he pointed at Luo Tu, who was vomiting blood and hugging his chest. A Qi Si 2nd level cultivator like him defeated Wang Chan, a Qi Si 3rd level cultivator. With 5th rank martial arts, he must have used a forbidden technique that injured himself. The Qingyun Hall master did not hesitate when he heard this and scolded him. You dare to talk nonsense. Zhang Luoyang continued, young people crave victory and want to be famous, which is understandable, but why blame it on me? These words really angered the sect master. He waved his hand, someone come. Black-clad guardian, arrest Zhang Luoyang. The black-clad guardian obeyed the order. No matter what, Zhang Luoyang would not admit his guilt and kept shouting, Sect master, I am wrong. He was forced to bow his head by the sect master's subordinates. Listening to the sect master's questioning, do you think this sect master is blind or that my 9th level of spirit refinement cultivation is fake? Imprison him in the water prison. After strict investigation, abolish his cultivation and close his peep bone. Luo Tu was lying in bed recovering from his injuries. He thought, that old man is so vicious, using a hidden move to sever my meridians. If it were an ordinary martial artist who couldn't find heaven and earth treasures, they would really be crippled. At that moment, Lu Mingyao entered the room. As soon as she pushed the door open and saw Luo Tu awake, she said, Luo Tu, you're awake. After Zhang Luoyang was taken away, you were in a coma for almost a day. The sect master also entered. Oh, Luo Tu is awake. Luo Tu and Lu Mingyao reacted. They called out one after another, Sect master, father. The sect master said to Luo Tu, the assessment is over, you are first place. Now you are an outer sect disciple of the Xiaoyao sect. The sect master reached out his hand, and a jade bottle appeared. This is the emerald marrow pill, a 4th grade elixir, which can reconnect severed meridians. After your injuries heal, I will send someone to expel the coldine energy that Zhang Luoyang left in your body. Luo Tu replied, thank you, sect master. The sect master looked at the young man on the bed and said, you don't need to thank me. You cured Mingyao's fire-yang terminal meridian. As her father, helping you is what I should do. Then he turned to Lu Mingyao and said, alright, Mingyao, you come back with me first. Watching the sect master and Lu Mingyao walk out, Luo Tu thought to himself, Sect Master Lu doesn't seem to want me and Mingyao to have private contact. Does he think that a 4th grade elixir is enough to repay the favor? But I have never thought of asking for anything in return. 3 days later, Lu Mingyao brought someone. Luo Tu, you said your wounds are better, so I asked my father to invite Elder Zhao to help you dispel the cold poison. When the two began to heal, the air around the pillow where he and Elder Zhao were sitting froze. During the treatment, Elder Zhao said to Luo Tu, little guy, your talent is not bad, but after all, your cultivation time is too short. I advise you, don't get too close to Mingyao. Luo Tu understood and replied, what the elder means is that my cultivation base is too low and my strength is too weak, right? Elder Zhao said, that's right. If you have strong strength, you can do whatever you want, without worrying about the undercurrents in the inner sect. After speaking, he turned to leave and continued, Sect Master Lu asked me to tell you this. If you can become the leader of the outer sect and enter the inner sect, then you will barely be qualified to be worthy of his daughter. Luo Tu bowed to the elder. Then he turned to Lu Mingyao and said, Mingyao, you said you would wait for me at the Xiaoyao sect. Now I'm here. Lu Mingyao's cheeks flushed, and she stammered, Luo Tu, brother Luo. Luo Tu took Lu Mingyao's hand and said, Mingyao, now that I'm here, I will definitely work hard to have enough strength and status to be worthy of you. Zhang Luoyang and 4 other guards walked by proudly. Lu Mingyao turned to Luo Tu, her face full of sorrow, and said, Luo Tu, I'm sorry. It's not that my father doesn't want to punish Zhang Luoyang, but I don't know when Zhang Luoyang became acquainted with the inner sect. Luo Tu sympathized and smiled gently. I don't blame the sect master. There was an inner sect elder personally protecting him, which is why he could continue to act in the outer sect and wasn't crippled of his cultivation. Returning home, Luo Tu cultivated while thinking, Zhang Luoyang has repeatedly tried to harm me without success. He will definitely not give up. But he actually has an inner sect elder as a strong backer. The status of an inner sect elder is naturally higher than that of the outer sect master. He opened his eyes, joyfully looking at his hand. She see 3rd layer realm. After finishing his cultivation, Luo Tu went to practice martial arts. Without noticing Lu Mingyao entering, he thought, I've been using qi refining pills these past few days, and the effect is not bad. Next is to cultivate the 5th grade martial art. Suddenly, a sound came from the doorway. Lu Mingyao entered from outside calling out Luo Tu. Seeing Lu Mingyao arrive, he stared at her with adoring eyes, causing her to blush shyly. Has senior brother looked enough? Luo Tu chuckled. I'll never have enough in my entire life. Lu Mingyao became even more embarrassed after being teased by Luo Tu. Only smooth talk, senior brother? Lu Mingyao replied with a smile. Later, I will go with you to choose a martial art reward. The surrounding people, seeing their affection, began to gossip. What does this kid have that makes Miss Mingyao favor him? He's really a toad trying to eat swan meat. Lu Mingyao led Luo Tu to Xiaoyao Pavilion. She introduced as they walked. Xiaoyao Pavilion has 2 floors. The first floor has 5th grade martial arts, and the second floor has 6th and 7th grades. Only when you become a core disciple of the inner sect can you receive high-level martial arts on the 2nd floor. The two entered inside. Lu Mingyao continued. Currently, you can only choose from this first floor. Later, if you have the opportunity to obtain other martial art inheritances that you can't use, you can bring them back to Xiaoyao Pavilion and receive a certain reward. After touring inside, the two went outside. Mingyao said, since you already have the Aurora Sword Art and the 10-direction Phantom Shadow Body technique, you should continue to cultivate them. I will wait for you. Luo Tu was resolute. I won't make you wait too long. Lu Mingyao smiled, half-jokingly. Thank you for healing my fire yang bloodline. I was originally a genius, so I can't let you catch up. I'm going into closed-door cultivation. Senior brother Luo Tu should also work hard. Luo Tu nodded, all right. The two made a promise to each other. From that day on, Luo Tu worked harder and harder, starting from swordsmanship to martial arts. Then listening to the elder lecture on human laws, earth laws, and celestial laws, and the laws of natural Tao. One day, Luo Tu thought as he walked, the elder only gives a lecture once a month, and it's today. I have to go listen. As soon as he opened the door, Luo Tu met 2 people, one with a bun and one with a ponytail, blocking the doorway. He felt unlucky that he was being troubled by senior brothers as soon as he entered the sect. The one with the bun spoke first. You are Luo Tu, the top of this year's entry exam, right? Luo Tu asked back, what do you want from me? The one with the ponytail replied, nothing, just here to inform you that you shouldn't be too close to Miss Lu in the future. The other one also said, kid, know your place. That way, you'll have good things in the Xiaoyao sect. Seeing that these two didn't have good intentions, Luo Tu replied, what's between me and Mingyao is none of your business. The one with the bun's face turned dark, looking extremely angry. He walked closer, pointing his finger at Luo Tu's chest. Kid, you have a lot of nerve. Don't think that being the top of the entry exam makes you great. Qi 2nd layer cultivation in the outer sect is just bottom-level paving stones, the most worthless trash. Luo Tu brushed his hand away, smiling disdainfully. I think your Qi 6th layer cultivation is nothing to write home about. He became even more angry, saying insolent, do you believe that if I make a move, you'll become a cripple? The one with the ponytail reminded, Jiang Dongqing, stop talking nonsense, and just hit him. Young Master Yun, rest assured I'll do it right away, he said with a sly smile. He punched the ground, causing the stone to shatter. Then, he unleashed Thunder Blast Fist. But Luo Tu dodged it and gave him a palm to the face, saying, get lost. The one with the bun slid a long way on the ground, and the surrounding people were surprised and began to discuss. The speed of the attack was too fast. He is Luo Tu, the top of this year's entry exam. The name is well deserved. Lin Jingyan brought Jiang Dongqing to cause trouble, isn't it because of Miss Mingyao? After hitting him, Luo Tu coldly brushed past Lin Jingyan's face. He drew his sword, saying, stop right there. He planned to attack Luo Tu from behind. But unexpectedly, he jumped behind him. Luo Tu unleashed a kick, but Lin Jingyan had a protective circle. Even so, he was still sent flying by Luo Tu's internal energy. Luo Tu's defeat of Lin Jingyan caused the surrounding people to exclaim in shock, is this kid a monster? Qi 2nd layer actually drove back Lin Jingyan with Qi 7th layer. Then someone else spoke up, look at the wave of his true Qi, is he already at the Qi 3rd layer? The two of them were bruised and battered by Luo Tu and were filled with resentment. Luo Tu pointed at himself, sarcastically, what's wrong? Can't you two beat me alone? Are you both going to attack? The one with the bun rushed forward, kid, I'll make you crippled. His palm struck out as a huge bear. But a surge of golden true chi from Luo Tu dissolved the move, and struck him in the chest, causing him to be stunned, wondering. I clearly saw that he didn't make a move. Lin Jingyun raised his sharp sword, threatening, Luo Tu, I want you to wish you were dead. Luo Tu disdainfully replied, You've said so much nonsense, and then what? Lin Jingyun pointed his sword at Luo Tu. I want to duel with you, meet me on the life and death stage. The crowd was surprised to hear that Lin Jingyun wanted to duel with Luo Tu on the life and death stage. Luo Tu asked back, Are you sure you want to go to the life and death stage with me? Do you dare? Lin Jingyun provoked, pointing his sword at Luo Tu. Luo Tu looked down on him and turned to leave. What's there to be afraid of? After that, the two of them went to the martial arts competition stage together. Jiang Dongqing went to spread the information. Disciple Luo Tu, the top of this year's entry exam, wants to duel with Lin Jingyun on the life and death stage. Everyone who heard this discussed, What? Is Luo Tu crazy? I heard that Lin Jingyun was nitpicking and was humiliated by Luo Tu, and is now going to the life and death stage for a duel. At the life and death stage, Luo Tu and Lin Jingyun were already present. A large crowd came to watch the match. Lu Mingyao, walking with Luo Tu, was worried. You want to duel with Lin Jingyun? I came out of seclusion immediately. Why did you agree to him? I know your strength is strong, and you also have innate talent, but after all, the time you've cultivated is still short. Lin Jingyun is at the top among the thousands of outer sect disciples, and his strength is very strong. Luo Tu took Lu Mingyao's hand. Speaking softly, Don't worry, I know my own limits. Do you know why Zhang Luyang wanted to personally take action? He once sent a Qi 7th layer disciple to Qingyan City to attack me, but I held him back and he couldn't return. Lu Mingyao was surprised. You can defeat a Qi 7th layer expert, and 2 Qi 5th layer experts? Luo Tu smiled. Why would I lie to you? Otherwise I wouldn't be stupid enough to duel with him. From the confident face like a child showing off his achievements, Lu Mingyao felt that Luo Tu was really cute. He laughed, took Lu Mingyao's hand, and said with adoring eyes, To be with you, I still have a long way to go. Lu Mingyao was shy and didn't dare to look directly into Luo Tu's eyes. Is that so? It's time to enter the arena, don't be afraid. Luo Tu replied. Lu Mingyao smiled back. If I was afraid, would I even come to the Xiaoyao sect? Luo Tu's sweet words and intimate gestures made her even more delighted, even though her mouth still said, Stop touching me. Lin Jingyun stood in the distance watching the two holding hands. His heart was full of jealousy, but he could only curse silently. Luo Tu, I want you to wish you were dead. Steward Zhang arrived and gave Lin Jingyun 2 treasures, saying that he must end Luo Tu's life. Lin Jingyun snorted triumphantly, thinking that with Zhang Luyang's help, he would definitely win. No matter how talented this kid is, I can't lose, he thought to himself. In the high tower, Zhang Luyang sat drinking tea, leisurely saying, Young people are too impulsive and can't withstand provocation. He put down his teacup. His face showed cunning scheming. Does the kid think that with the sect master protecting him, he can be carefree? Today is an opportunity you created for me. There are many ways for this old man to kill you. He rang the bell to announce. The time has come. Outer sect disciples Luo Tu and Lin Jingyun's life and death duel will now begin. The two stood on the field preparing to compete. Lu Mingyao stood below, thinking to herself, this duel must have that old man adding fuel to the fire behind the scenes. She snorted disdainfully, not convinced by him. Lin Jingyun made the first move, rushing over and shouting, Die! But then he split into 3, causing Lu Mingyao to shout worriedly, Luo Tu! He slashed at Luo Tu, but it was just an afterimage. A spectator recognized it and called out, That's not right, it's an afterimage. Luo Tu suddenly appeared, punching Lin Jingyun in the left eye, sending him flying. The battle happened so fast that the audience didn't have time to react. What was Luo Tu's move just now? Lin Jingyun clearly dodged it. Why was he still injured? One person wondered. He's only at the Qi 3rd layer. Lin Jingyun, covering his bleeding face, bitterly and angrily thought, I almost died just now. No matter what, I have to use the treasure that Steward Zhang gave me. He jumped high, using a shining treasure. Luo Tu, today you will definitely die here. He used the treasure to attack Luo Tu in a continuous stream, but he dodged them all. Luo Tu ran to the edge of the stage and then turned back, using the 10-direction phantom shadow, causing the audience to be dazzled. Is this an afterimage or a clone? Why are there so many? Another beam of light struck down all the clones. Then it shone on the real Luo Tu at a very fast speed. Then Luo Tu's eyes lit up. But Luo Tu blocked it with his sword, the glinting light sword, creating a large explosion that lit up the sky, causing Luo Tu to collapse, spitting out blood. The smoke dissipated, revealing Luo Tu struggling to stand up. Lin Jingyun laughed triumphantly. Haha, it's okay, Luo Tu, even if you block my magic weapon, you are now exhausted and will definitely be defeated by me. Lu Mingyao shouted worriedly. Lin Jingyun, if you dare to touch Luo Tu, I won't let you off. Zhang Luyang stepped forward to stop her. Don't worry. With this old man protecting you, Miss Lu can't do anything. But if you don't take action. Lin Jingyun raised his sword high, preparing to end Luo Tu's life. Lu Mingyao jumped onto the stage and shouted, Lin Jingyun. But she was blocked by Zhang Luyang. He said, I am in charge of the life and death duel, and everyone must not interfere. Lu Mingyao below said, Zhang Luyang, don't think I don't know what you're doing behind the scenes, get out of my way. Zhang Luyang frowned and raised his hand, replying, as an outer sect steward, protecting the rules is my duty. I hope Miss Lu doesn't make a mistake. Lu Mingyao raised her sword and angrily shouted, You! But she was stopped by the sect master. Yao, don't be reckless. Lu Mingyao pleaded with her father, Father, please save Luo Tu. The sect master said seriously, as the outer sect master, I cannot break the rules. She didn't know what to say after hearing this. Father, you? Lin Jingyun raised his sword high, revealing a sinister smile. Luo Tu, it's over. Lu Mingyao closed her eyes tightly, not wanting to see her beloved being killed. But Luo Tu wasn't going to die so easily. He drew his sword and finished off Lin Jingyun before he could even attack. He clutched his neck in pain. Lin Jingyun fell to the ground, dying in shock. Luo Tu stepped down without saying anything, causing Lu Mingyao to worriedly call out, Luo Tu, and she helped him back. Zhang Luyang, although bitter, had to announce according to the law, the winner is Luo Tu. On the way back, Luo Tu said, Mingyao, thank you. She was still worried about Luo Tu's health. I'll take you back to heal your injuries. When they returned to the room, Luo Tu sat down to cultivate. The sect master asked, You were almost killed on the life and death stage. Are you not comfortable in your heart? Do you blame me for not taking action to save you? But Luo Tu didn't resent him at all, and even said sympathetically, The sect master is only acting according to the rules, don't worry about me. Luo Tu healed Mingyao's fire yang severed meridian, without asking for anything in return. Hearing this, the sect master asked him, You don't need a reward? Then he turned to look at Mingyao standing next to him, his face darkening. What you need is probably the most difficult reward to give, he said. But Luo Tu only wanted to go towards Lu Mingyao, so he replied, Sect Master Zhao Qiyuan told me that as long as I become the top of the outer sect and enter the inner sect, he won't stop me in Mingyao. Is this true? The sect master nodded. It is true that I said that, but the current situation is very special. He looked at Luo Tu, seeing that he was seriously injured, and said meaningfully, Kid, pay attention to yourself. Here are pills and origin stones, heal your injuries first and then cultivate well. The sect master threw the bottle of pills to him, and then led Lu Mingyao away, but she still looked back at him reluctantly. Luo Tu looked at the bottle of pills he had just received, wondering, a special situation. Zhang Luyang was released last time, is it related to the inner sect? It seems that my strength is still not strong enough. Outside, Lu Mingyao called out to her father, Father. But the sect master didn't say much. Follow me, I'll explain. Back in the room, the two sat facing each other. The sect master said to his daughter, Mingyao, do you know that in the past, an outer sect steward like Zhang Luyang was worthy of an inner sect elder intervening, so I couldn't deal with him? Lu Mingyao replied in confusion, this daughter doesn't understand. The sect master continued, the sect master returned from the 9 Phoenix Mountain range and was seriously injured. He doesn't have much time left. Lu Mingyao stood up, understanding her father's meaning, the sect master is seriously injured and about to die. Those inner sect elders, could it be? The sect master nodded. Our Xiaoyao sect can rule Yunlong County thanks to the sect master's martial arts cultivation. Now, the news is blocked, you can't reveal it outside. The struggle between the inner sect elders has changed. Among the inner sect elders, besides me, There are Kong Qingyu and another elder leading, and Zhang Liliang belongs to Elder Di Siguan's faction. Lu Mingyao understood the problem after hearing her father's explanation. No wonder Zhang Liliang was released. But father, how does this relate to me and Luo Tu? The sect master explained more clearly. There are 9 inner sect elders. Your master only has 2 supporters, and Di Siguan also has 2. The remaining 3 inner sect elders are 3 brothers. Although they are usually neutral, they lean towards Di Siguan. But recently, these 3 have mentioned a condition to me. Lu Mingyao was smart, and recognized the problem. Could it be? Mingyao has probably guessed it already. One of the elders has a grandson in the inner sect, named Qiu Jinchuan. He is loved by the 3 elders. That elder came to me a few days ago, saying that his grandson has admired you for a long time. If possible, he will persuade his 2 brothers, he said, holding his forehead. Mingyao asked, does father want to use me as a tool to exchange for power? The sect master reassured Mingyao, you know that father won't force you, and won't oppose any of your thoughts. Before, when your fire-young severed meridian couldn't be cured, you had to rely on the ice heart technique of the Tian Shan Snow Valley, but the condition was marriage. You didn't agree and ran to Qingyan City, and father didn't force you either. But this time, your master lost the competition. Not only is our lineage suppressed, but I'm worried about your and my safety. Lu Mingyao was troubled by the choice between family and love. The sect master continued, father loves you the most. If you really like Luo Tu and want to be with him, father will arrange for the 2 of you to leave Yunlong County. But remember not to come back. Lu Mingyao clenched her fists. Turning around and leaving, father, I'll think about it. The sect master looked at her back and said softly, Mingyao, don't blame me for forcing you like this. Scene change. Luo Tu sat looking at the treasure he had just obtained, wondering. Fortunately, I pretended to be seriously injured at that time, causing Lin Jingyun to lose his vigilance. Unexpectedly, there was a 3rd-level defense formation treasure in his ring. Where would an outer sect disciple get the financial resources and strength to have these treasures? Zhang Liliang must be playing tricks behind the scenes. In the past, it was also the Zhang family who dealt with me. This old man is so sinister and vicious. He stood up and walked to the window, snorting, just wait and see. Zhang Liliang is so arrogant. It seems that something must have happened in the Xiaoyao sect, especially in the inner sect, to dare to let an outer sect steward like him dare to be in opposition to the outer sect master without being punished. Relying only on talent is not enough to be valued by others. The most important thing is strength. The next morning, Luo Tu continued to cultivate diligently as always, absorbed in cultivation. Suddenly, someone came to find Luo Tu. Young Master Luo, someone has a gift for you, please open the gate, the messenger said. He handed Luo Tu an object wrapped in red cloth. Young Master Luo, this was sent from outside, asking me to pass it on to you. Luo Tu opened it. Inside was a glittering gold hairpin. Seeing this, he was shocked and shouted, who told you to bring this here? The person delivering the gift was flustered and frightened to see Luo Tu being fierce, and replied, reporting to young Master Luo, this lowly one doesn't know. The other party was a middle-aged man, about 40 years old. After saying that, the person hurriedly left, leaving Luo Tu alone staring at the hairpin, thinking to himself, could it be that sister has encountered something? Or has someone taken action against my family? I wonder how the Qingyun Hall master is doing. He had previously agreed to protect my family. Luo Tu hurriedly went towards the manor, saying as he walked, I must quickly go and see the Qingyun Hall master. But then he stopped, resting his hand on his chin and thinking, no, Qingyun City is too far from Yunlong County. Even using the Hall master's Black Phoenix Eagle would take 3 days. It's better to go to the Monster Hunting Guild and see. He arrived at the Monster Hunting Guild, where people were coming and going. Luo Tu put a badge on the table and said, this is my badge. A young lady managing the counter replied with a smile, Sir, is there anything I can help you with? Luo Tu, with a cold face, replied, I want to know how to get to Qingyun City the fastest. The young lady managing the counter said, there are 3 ways to get to Qingyun City the fastest. The first is to ride a rank 2 monster beast, which takes about 5 days. The second is a rank 3 monster beast, which takes about 3 days. Both of these methods are safe. Luo Tu asked, then what is the third type? The third method is to use a teleportation array, which can arrive in Qingyun City in an instant, but it requires at least a rank 2 hunter, and it costs 200 low-grade origin stones. The young lady replied. Luo Tu threw a bag full of low-grade origin stones on the table and said, "Use this." The young lady said upon seeing this, "Yes, sir, I will arrange it for you immediately." Just as the young lady said, in just a blink of an eye, Luo Tu had arrived at the Qingyun City Monster Hunting Guild. He couldn't help but exclaim in surprise, "So this is Qingyun City." A person came out to guide him. "Sir, follow me." On the way, Luo Tu felt that someone was following him. Thinking to himself, "Is it that old man Zhang Luliang again?" He glanced at the 3 people who were pretending to be looking elsewhere. Then he deliberately went into an alley. The black-haired man with a beard ordered, "Follow him." But as soon as they saw Luo Tu step into the alley, all 3 were surprised that they couldn't find him, and said in panic, "Not good, he's gone." Suddenly, Luo Tu's sword came from nowhere, hitting the 2 people in the back, knocking them to the ground. The remaining person was pointed at by Luo Tu's sword, who asked, "Speak, who told you to follow me? What are you doing in Qingyun City?" The person fearfully confessed, it was Outer Sect Steward Shen Gaojian. Luo Tu used his sword to pull out the command token engraved with the words Sha Yao Men. His eyes sharp with anger, as expected, a disciple of Sha Yao Men. After that, he finished off all 3 men, put his hat back on, and walked away. Shen Chaojian is an Outer Sect deacon, his strength is no less than Zhang Luliang's. I'm temporarily no match for him. Moreover, he definitely has made arrangements. I must investigate the situation clearly first. At the Qingyun Martial Hall, the person sitting on the hall master's chair was not the previous one, but someone else. A subordinate brought the bodies of the 3 men killed by Luo Tu and reported. "Hall master, the bodies of these 3 were found in an alley not far from the Demon Hunting Guild. It seems Luo Tu has returned." The new hall master sitting on the throne said, "It seems that kid used a teleportation array to get here. You take a team of Qingjia guards to the Demon Hunting Guild. If you see Luo Tu, attack him directly." The subordinate took the order and left. He was angry, his face darkened as he continued, "Drag these 3 bodies away. 3 pieces of trash, unable to defeat even an entry-level disciple." Luo Tu arrived at the Demon Hunting Guild in Qingyun City and said to a young woman, "I want to see Elder Nantian." The young woman asked, "Sir, what is your relationship with the elder?" "I will convey the message for you." Luo Tu replied, "Just say it's your junior, Luo Tu." Hearing the name Luo Tu, the young woman immediately recognized him. The elder instructed that if Luo Tu comes, I should take him directly to see him. "Come with me. Elder Zhuang is in the back garden." She pointed the way for him. As soon as Luo Tu stepped out of the door, he heard a group of people talking. "There's a team of Qingjia guards outside." "What are the people from the Martial Hall doing at the Demon Hunting Guild? I heard that some things have happened at the Qingyun Hall recently. Anyway, fighting is not allowed in the Demon Hunting Guild. Let alone the Qingjia guards. Even the Martial Hall master wouldn't dare to be impudent here." Hearing this, Luo Tu understood the problem. "Shin Chaojian already knows I'm here, but the backing of the Demon Hunting Guild is not simple either. I thought the Qingjia guards would directly barge in and investigate." When they arrived, the young woman said, "Sir, this is the place. Please come in." Luo Tu stepped in, took off his hat, showed respect, and greeted the 2 people inside. Greetings to the hall master and the elder. The 2 seemed to have known Luo Tu would come and were not surprised at all. The elder said, "Luo Tu, you've come as expected. The hall master is waiting for you." The hall master announced, "You're in big trouble. 3 days ago, Xing Chaojian brought the sect master's written order and directly seized my authority as hall master. He also ordered the capture of your parents and sister." Hearing this, Luo Tu was struck like a bolt of lightning, unable to believe it. The sect master's written order? How is that possible? The hall master continued, "Indeed, I don't understand either. With sect master lose power, why would he need to do this to you? Dealing with you directly at Xiao Yao Men would suffice." Luo Tu felt bitter and angry knowing that Lu Mingyao's father, Lu Feichen, had schemed against him. He trembled as he thought, "Why is he the one who wants to deal with me?" At this moment, the hall master asked curiously, "Luo Tu, I remember you and this Lu weren't." Luo Tu grimaced and shook his head, replying, "Sect Master Lu didn't agree. He even gave me pills before to leave Mingyao's side. It turned out that this love affair was forbidden. After hearing this, the hall master could only sigh. So what do you want to do? It seems he has no other choice. Luo Tu clearly couldn't resolve this situation by himself, so he still had to rely on the elders. He still pleaded, please, elder and hall master, help me save my family. The hall master understood the urgency, but also had his difficulties, so he voiced his concerns. I am a member of Xiaoyao Men, I cannot help you against Xiaoyao Men. Elder Zhuang also held his head in distress, expressing his helplessness. Although I am an elder of the martial hall, my cultivation is useless in this situation. After hearing their sincere words, Luo Tu understood that they were not indifferent or unwilling to help, but were simply powerless. So he didn't force them any further, and expressed his gratitude to the hall master. Thank you, hall master, for taking care of my family before, and thank you for not directly arresting me and taking me back to the martial hall. Seeing that Luo Tu was a sensible and righteous person, Elder Zhuang revealed a solution to him. Young man, although I can't help you, I know who can. Luo Tu was very surprised to hear this. Unexpectedly there was another expert he could turn to. He immediately replied, please, Elder Zhuang, enlighten me. Elder Zhuang then explained his idea. The hall master cannot act due to the martial hall's constraints, but within the demon hunting guild, there are people like this. There are many experts within the demon hunting guild. As long as you spend money. Luo Tu understood that Elder Zhuang meant to ask for help from the experts in the demon hunting guild, but this matter was probably not easy, so Luo Tu asked Elder Zhuang for help with this matter. As well, he said, please, Elder Zhuang, tell me how I can invite the experts of the demon hunting guild to help me. Elder Zhuang didn't hesitate and was willing to help Luo Tu's day. He replied, I will report your situation and see if any grandmasters are willing to take it on. He added, as long as the reward is reasonable, you can get their help. Luo Tu was extremely grateful to hear him say so, and solemnly said to Elder Zhuang, then I'll trouble Elder Zhuang. Elder Zhuang replied magnanimously, it's just a small effort. A moment later, Elder Zhuang's flying sword returned to the martial hall, carrying a letter from the demon hunting guild. Elder Zhuang went to open the window, took the sword, and then informed the other two, the guild leader knows about this. After reading the guild leader's request, Elder Zhuang was a little surprised and exclaimed, he only needs a 6th grade martial skill to agree to help. That item was certainly not easy to obtain, it was clearly meant to make things difficult for others. Unexpectedly, Luo Tu patted his chest confidently and said, I have a 6th grade martial skill. I agree. The hall master was extremely stunned to hear him say so, and stood up abruptly. He thought Luo Tu was talking nonsense, so he started to reprimand him, young man. You can't lie about this. A 6th grade martial skill is enough to establish a martial arts family with generations of inheritance. Elder Zhuang was also very surprised, so he asked Luo Tu, it seems you've had quite an adventure, young man. Luo Tu smiled and replied, it's just that I encountered something in the Baki Mountains at the beginning and had some gains. Then Luo Tu took out a cultivation technique called Illusory Light True Technique, a 6th grade martial skill, intending to give it to them as a token of gratitude. He said, I don't know how to repay the kindness of the 2 seniors. This cultivation technique is a gift for the 2 of you. Luo Tu thought to himself, in this situation, the 2 seniors didn't arrest me and take me back to the martial hall for credit, and even help me think of a solution. This is already a great kindness to me. Receiving such a precious gift made the 2 elders hesitant, unsure whether to accept it or not. The hall master hesitated and tried to refuse Luo Tu this. But Luo Tu insisted on giving them this gift. He continued to persuade the hall master, Senior, you don't need to refuse. Moreover, hall master, you have been stuck at half-step spirit refinement for a long time. With a 6th grade martial skill, you can definitely become a spirit refinement expert. Hearing this, the hall master couldn't bear to refuse anymore, and happily accepted, alright, then I won't refuse anymore. After that, the hall master looked at the book with fascination, while Elder Zhuang felt that they shouldn't delay important matters, so he said to Luo Tu, then I will report back to the guild leader. For you. After finishing his words, he launched his flying sword out the window again to send a message back to the guild. Afterwards, the 3 of them personally went to see the guild leader of the demon hunting guild. This elder had white hair and a pair of horns on his head. His name was Yi Xiangdo. The 3 stood before the guild leader, cupped their hands respectfully and bowed. Greetings, guild leader. Xiangdo wanted to talk to Luo Tu privately, so he told the other two to leave. You two go out first. After only the two of them were left, Luo Tu politely bowed once more and introduced himself. This junior is Luo Tu. Greetings, guild leader. He also politely introduced himself, responding to Luo Tu's sincerity. This old man is Yi Xiangdo. I already know about your situation. Xiangdo continued, I can help you rescue your family from the martial hall, but have you prepared what I need? It seemed that what Elder Zhuang said was true. With their cultivation level, they could easily help Luo Tu, as long as the payment was proper. Luo Tu immediately took out a cultivation technique and introduced it. Mid-grade 6th grade internal technique, Qingyuan technique. Xiangdo took the book and opened it to take a look. While reading, he promised Luo Tu, young man, don't worry. We uphold our reputation for this kind of mission. We'll do the job after receiving your payment. After checking, he closed the book and confirmed, it is indeed a 6th grade cultivation technique. Then he asked one last time to finalize this mission. Besides rescuing your family, is there anything else you need me to do? Otherwise, apart from the mission, I won't interfere. Such a detailed agreement seemed a bit too professional. Luo Tu also gave him further instructions to avoid any regrets later. If someone wants to kill me, I hope, senior, you can protect me and my family. Xiangdo replied lightly, that's not a problem. Luo Tu continued, secondly, after rescuing my family, I hope, senior, you can escort us out of Qinglong County. But this time Xiangdo refused, I can't agree to this. You can use the teleportation array to leave, but your family cannot. Then he turned to leave, saying as he walked away, but I can agree to protect them within Qingyun City. I will use the guild's name to protect them, but you need to pay a separate fee. Unexpectedly, he planned to extort more treasures from Luo Tu's day. He was truly greedy. Then Xiangdo turned back, raised his index finger, and started to set the price. Protecting your family for 1 year requires 1,000 low-grade yuan-chi stones. Luo Tu began to feel the pinch, thinking to himself, too expensive. Equivalent to a mid-grade human-grade combat weapon. But I can only agree. One would think that Luo Tu would hesitate because of the high cost, but unexpectedly, he took out a bag of treasures and said to Xiangdo, I need you to protect my family for 10 years. Unexpectedly, Luo Tu was willing to spend so much. Xiangdo was a little surprised to hear him say so, secretly admiring Luo Tu's day. He didn't expect this guy to be so rich, but he didn't need to worry, as he would be blinded by the money. Afterwards, Xiangdo led Luo Tu outside. There were many people from the demon hunting guild outside. Wherever he went, everyone respectfully bowed, greetings, guild leader. Suddenly someone shouted, Luo Tu. Luo Tu also looked at him in surprise. The atmosphere became tense, and Luo Tu asked, Are you from the Zhang family? The other person immediately replied, That's right. I'm the head of the Zhang family, Zhang Xiaohai. It was unclear what he wanted from Luo Tu. Unexpectedly, not only did he not intend to take revenge on Luo Tu, but he was also very grateful to him. Xiaohai said, Actually, I should thank you for helping me kill my older brother. Otherwise, I wouldn't be able to become the head of the family. Then he continued, Oh right, I forgot to thank you. Actually, it wasn't my older brother who initially ordered the capture of your parents and sister. He lowered his voice, it was me. Unexpectedly, the mastermind behind the kidnapping was not Zhang Xiaoheng. This Xiaohai coming to Luo Tu to say this was truly shameless. After hearing this, Luo Tu was filled with rage, gritting his teeth and saying, It was you who dared. Luo Tu threatened him. I was able to kill Zhang Xiaoheng. You're telling me these things, aren't you afraid I'll do the same to you? Xiaohai found Luo Tu's words ridiculous and laughed loudly. Ha ha ha, you're about to die, yet you're still boasting without shame. He pointed at Luo Tu's chest and said arrogantly, Don't think that hiding in the demon hunting guild will keep you safe. I'll send someone to bring your parents and sister here. As long as you don't come out. His words truly enraged Luo Tu. But this guy truly didn't know the immensity of heaven and earth, and still wouldn't stop. He continued, I'll let them fall one by one in front of you. Luo Tu was extremely angry at this point, but still tried to restrain himself. After regaining his composure, Luo Tu replied to Xiaohai, You want me to come out? Fine, I'll come out. Then Luo Tu calmly walked out. When Luo Tu stepped out of the guild gates, Xiaohai secretly rejoiced. Young people are so easily agitated. He smiled triumphantly, waiting for Luo Tu to fall into the trap he had set, thinking to himself, he has been provoked, and rushed out to his death. In front of Luo Tu now was the Zhang family's army waiting in ambush. Xiaohai immediately ordered, Qingjia guards, listen up. Xiaohai crossed his arms and said arrogantly, take down Luo Tu. If he resists, kill him without mercy. Luo Tu remained undeterred. The Qingjia guards immediately rushed to attack Luo Tu. The cowardly Xiaohai was afraid of getting hit, so he hid behind them, but still shouted, kid, just wait for your death. Luo Tu then made his move, thrusting his sword forward. The Qingjia guard's blade broke in two, the attack pushing him backwards. The others were stunned when they saw this scene, and began to tremble in fear. Luo Tu swept past each of them, wiping them out like a wave. The Qingjia guards were sent flying before they could react. The remaining men gaped in astonishment, unable to believe their eyes. Xiaohai saw Luo Tu's blood-stained sword and was terrified, trembling as he said, I am the destined master of Fengwu Hall, you can't touch me. Knowing that Luo Tu would not spare him, Xiaohai immediately ran away, shouting, run! But before he could run far, a stream of golden spiritual energy suddenly flew in front of him, along with Luo Tu's voice, Zhang Xiaohai, you can't escape. Then Luo Tu appeared right before his eyes, along with his blood-stained sword. Xiaohai only had time to cry out, no! Before Luo Tu slashed at his neck. He collapsed immediately afterwards, blood spurting from his neck like rain. The battle ended easily. Luo Tu stood with his back to Xiaohai, holding the blood-stained sword of the Zhang family army and Zhang Xiaohai. He seemed to have vented his rage. In front of the martial hall gates, the hall master and Elder Zhang slowly walked out. Elder Zhang was extremely surprised by Luo Tu's current strength and exclaimed, is this Luo Tu? 30 Qingjia guards were no match for him. The hall master was also very puzzled, Qi level 3 with such strength, such terrifying talent. Why would the sect kill such a genius? Xiangdo, standing behind them, thought to himself, no wonder Lu Feichen insisted on dealing with Luo Tu. He also started to worry, if he becomes an enemy, such a genius, once grown, will be a huge threat. The sound of horses galloping approached. Another team of Qingjia guards was sent as reinforcements. They shouted, audacious Luo Tu, surrender quickly. Luo Tu immediately flew towards them without hesitation, challenging them, tell me to surrender? Then he swept past them. These soldiers, still on horseback, only had time to cry out, ah! The Qingjia guards still didn't give up, swinging their swords at Luo Tu. Luo Tu swiftly rushed forward and kicked the Qingjia guard in the stomach, sending him tumbling off his horse. Another Qingjia guard didn't even see anything before the spear in his hand was broken. After dealing with them, Luo Tu landed on the ground. He stood proudly, with a smug smile, and asked again, just relying on you? Guild leader Xiangdo praised Luo Tu, excellent. Even Qi level 7 couldn't withstand you. Luo Tu sheathed his sword and replied to Elder Yi, I didn't even want to fight. After all, the Qingjia guards helped me before, but I also don't want to die. Suddenly, another Qingjia guard appeared, holding a large saber, and stopped Luo Tu, stop. Then 3 more Qingjia guards brought out 3 people Luo Tu's parents and sister. This Qingjia guard said boldly, look who they are. If you don't want them to die, surrender immediately. Luo Tu remained silent, holding his sword out as golden spiritual energy began to radiate around him. Then Luo Tu said to Xiangdo, Senior, please save my family. As for these Qingjia guards, I'll deal with them myself. Yi Xiangdo replied gently, all right. This seemed very easy for him. As soon as he finished speaking, Xiangdo disappeared, so fast that it was impossible to follow him with the eyes. Then, immediately afterwards, he appeared behind the Qingjia guards. They were instantly blown away, crying out in panic, Aaa! Luo Tu's family was also freed. They were extremely surprised, not understanding what was happening. The Qingjia guard with the saber from earlier turned around in shock and asked loudly, Who? Who dares interfere with our Qingjia guard's operation? But he didn't have time to worry about that, because at this moment, Luo Tu was rushing towards the Qingjia guards at full speed. A subordinate told him, Leader, that kid is charging over. The Qingjia guard with the saber immediately ordered, Everyone, attack him. Luo Tu continued to charge bravely, shouting, You forced me to do this. Several Qingjia guards were blown away before they could react, crying out, AAA. Luo Tu's sword was quickly stained with blood once more. All the Qingjia guards were defeated, lying scattered everywhere. The commander with the saber, although not yet down, was already seriously injured. Luo Tu's father emotionally called out to him, Xiao Tu. His mother's eyes were also filled with tears. Luo Tu went over and reassured his parents and sister, you're all right now. Father, mother, don't worry. The Qingjia guard commander was still struggling. If they hesitated any longer, more reinforcements would arrive. Xiangdou urged Luo Tu's family, let's go, I'll take you out of here. Another door opened. The hall master of the Qingyun Martial Hall walked out. This hall master asked Xiangdou, Senior, are you guild leader Yi? Xiangdou replied, it is this old man. This hall master knew he couldn't use force against a master like Yi Xiangdou, so he tried to negotiate. Guild leader Yi is a martial arts grand master. This junior wouldn't dare to offend you. But I want to ask, this Luo Tu is someone our Xiaoyao men must capture. Could guild leader Yi hand him over to me? Xiangdou curiously asked back, do you also know about our demon hunting guild's bounty missions? The hall master replied, of course I know. Hearing this, the guild leader said, if you know, then you should understand why this old man is here. You can go back and tell Lu Feichen, if he wants this person. He should go to the Yunlong County General Branch of the Demon Hunting Guild. The hall master was even more surprised upon hearing this, thinking to himself, wasn't this kid from an ordinary background? Yet he can afford to hire a martial arts grandmaster. Then he helplessly watched as Luo Tu's family safely left. Lu Feichen, after reading the report from his subordinate, cursed angrily, damn it. He was extremely furious, so many people, even using hostage tactics, yet they still lost the target. Feichen said angrily, they actually let this kid survive and even rescued his family? Feichen was also very surprised by Xiangdou's presence. He said furiously, Luo Tu was actually able to hire a grandmaster expert. Then he angrily dismissed the subordinate who was standing by, you go out first. Feichen wanted some space to think. He gathered a flame in his palm, concentrating as he thought, no wonder this kid was able to rise so quickly, from body tempering level 2 to Qi level 3.5. A year. He must have obtained an extraordinary opportunity. He regretted not dealing with Luo Tu sooner, saying, I should have dealt with him directly in Yunlong County. But he hadn't given up yet. Feichen continued to scheme, but the Demon Hunting Guild won't be able to protect Luo Tu forever, unless he leaves Yunlong County. Otherwise, I absolutely can't let him live. Then he called out loudly, summoning his subordinates, someone. Feichen's trusted guards immediately appeared, ready to receive orders. They said, please instruct us, sect master. Feichen was still pondering, worried about his daughter, Yaoer, don't blame me. As long as master obtains the position of sect master, I will have the opportunity to break through to Martial King. At the same time, Xiangdou led Luo Tu to the guild's general branch and introduced him. Inside is the branch leader of the Yunlong County Demon Hunting Guild. Hearing this person's title, Luo Tu thought to himself, Tianwei Kingdom, 8 prefectures, 13 counties, 1 branch per county. To be able to manage a county, the branch leader's strength must be very strong. Xiangdou opened the door. He respectfully greeted the branch leader sitting inside the room. Branch leader. Seeing Luo Tu, the branch leader smiled and said, young man, you are the teenager elder you mentioned, the one who killed the Qi level 7 cultivator at Qi level 3, right? Luo Tu replied, that's right. The branch leader praised Luo Tu, I can't believe you went from body tempering level 2 to Qi level 3 in half a year. Luo Tu was overwhelmed by the aura of the senior, and seemed quite nervous. He then reassured him, ha ha ha, young man, don't worry, I'm not interested in your fortuitous encounter. The branch leader then stated the purpose of the meeting, the reason I asked you to come today is because Elder Yi recommended you to me. He feels you have talent, opportunity, and also put in the effort. Luo Tu was extremely surprised after hearing this, turning to ask Xiangdou, recommended me? Xiangdou silently nodded. Xiangdou was afraid that Luo Tu would become arrogant, thinking he had a powerful backer, so he said indifferently, I just felt that you, young man, suit my taste. So I recommended you to the branch leader. The branch leader then assessed, according to the talent ranking, you can be temporarily classified as low-grade emperor level. Young man, you are the first genius I've discovered worth nurturing. in the 70 years I've been stationed in Yunlong County. Then he concluded, don't disappoint me. Luo Tu felt unfamiliar with the terms the branch leader mentioned, and subconsciously asked, internal member? Talent ranking? What are these? Xiangdo, standing beside him, explained it to him. For our demon hunting guild to stand firm in the world, we naturally need strong individuals to support it. And these strong individuals are naturally geniuses who have grown step by step. He continued, internal members are divided into two types, externally recruited and internally nurtured. Xiangdo began to explain further, I am externally recruited. My strength meets the standard, and after passing the assessment, I became a member. Internally nurtured members are like you, recruited as internal members before you've fully matured. After listening, Luo Tu still didn't fully understand, so he asked again, so what are the benefits of becoming an internal member of the Demon Hunting Guild? Xiangdo patiently explained, first, it's the unconditional protection of your family. Secondly, because your evaluation is low-grade Emperor level, you can obtain 3 martial skills at your current cultivation level at once. The branch leader added, young man, you probably don't lack 5th grade or 6th grade martial skills. Wait until you reach Xiantian level 7, then you can choose a 7th grade martial skill. Luo Tu was extremely surprised to hear this benefit and asked again, what? I can actually obtain a 7th grade martial skill? Xiangdo hurriedly added to the branch leader's words, this is the difference between a genius and an externally recruited member. Genius members are valued more than externally recruited ones. But every year, there will be an assessment for you. If you don't achieve the target, they will stop nurturing you. After hearing the attractive conditions, Luo Tu naturally couldn't refuse and replied, I agree to join. Xiangdo placed his hand on Luo Tu's shoulder and promised him, young man, since you've agreed to become one of our members, protecting your family's safety is a rule. He then smiled and said, the previous fee is no longer needed. But Luo Tu didn't want it to be like this. He wanted to settle everything fairly and replied, Senior Yi, joining the Demon Hunting Guild was after I issued the mission. Things can't be calculated like that. Just forget about returning the fee. Hearing Luo Tu say this, the two elders were very satisfied, seemingly truly recognizing his character. The branch leader then introduced himself, then I'll introduce myself. When Tiahong, branch leader of Yunlong County. Luo Tu politely greeted him, Luo Tu greets branch leader. After that, all 3 of them laughed heartily, ha ha ha. Then Tianhong asked Luo Tu, you must be curious as to why Lu Feichen wants to deal with you, right? Indeed, Luo Tu had some doubts in his heart. Although Sect Master Lu had previously kept him and Mengyao at a distance, only disagreeing with them being together. It wasn't to the extent of suddenly taking action against him. Tianhong understood Luo Tu's doubts and explained everything. Some time ago, the Sect Master of Shaoyao Men returned heavily injured from the Jiufeng mountain range. He continued, if I calculate correctly, I'm afraid he won't live for more than half a month. Hearing this, Xiangdo and Luo Tu looked at each other in silence, neither of them saying anything. Tianhong continued, with the old Sect Master's death, there will naturally be a struggle for the new Sect Master position. Among them, the most vocal are Di Sigu and Kong Qingwu. He concluded, Lu Feichen is their favored disciple of the younger generation. Although he had been listening attentively, Luo Tu still didn't quite understand the matter and asked, but what does this have to do with me? Tianhong explained, there are 3 inner sect elders of Shaoyao Men who are sworn siblings. Among them, Go Hingyi has a nephew who is pursuing Lu Feichen's daughter. It seemed that everything was clear now. Tianhong asked Luo Tu, now you understand the situation, right? Then he warned him, now that you understand the whole story, don't risk going to find Lu Feichen. This is your private matter. The guild can't directly interfere. We can only provide you with information. He thought that his words would discourage Luo Tu, but unexpectedly, he boldly asked, then can I issue a bounty mission and invite a martial king expert from the guild for protection? Yi Xiangdo was very surprised to hear this, wondering, what kind of opportunity did this kid get that made him so wealthy? But anyway, since he dared to do so, they had no reason to object. Xiangdo said, alright, this is the price list, take a look yourself, and threw a scroll to Luo Tu. Luo Tu took the scroll, determined in his heart, I must see Mengyao. Lu Feichen looked on with a focused gaze, his eyebrows furrowed tightly. He held the paper in his hand, reading in silence, as a figure appeared outside. Outside the hall, an old man with his hands clasped behind his back appeared using teleportation. His name was Kong Qingyu. Lu Feichen went out to greet him directly, cupping his hands in front of him and bowing his head. Disciple greets master. The old man swept forward like a gust of wind, saying, if President Wen makes an appearance, it won't matter if they go to meet him later. He sat on the platform very naturally, while Feichen stood below, constantly reporting, I just replied to President Wen's letter. I just didn't expect. I underestimated that kid Luo too. That kid was actually able to invite President Wen. His master replied calmly, let's observe first, and when the president of the Xinhua Foam Armor Formation Guild arrives, they will go to the tavern to meet that kid Luo Tu you mentioned. At this time, Luo Tu was walking towards the hall. When Tianhong walked in front, saying, since Luo Tu has offered a 5th grade elixir, a low-grade earth rank battle sword, and a 5th grade treasure armor formation, he clasped his hands behind his back and said he would naturally help Luo Tu make a trip, but still take him as the lead. Luo Tu heard this and replied, yes, thank you, President. Stepping up the stairs, he continued, kid, you come from an ordinary background. To be able to take out these treasures, this opportunity really makes me couldn't help but admire. He opened the door. In the room were Lu Feichen, his master Kong Qingyu, and Xinhua Feng, who sat in the room with his arms crossed and eyes closed. At this time, Lu Feichen and Kong Qingyu stood up to greet Wen Tianhong. Xinhua Feng glanced at him and said, able to make President Wen come forward. He looked at Luo Tu behind Wen Tianhong and guessed, this kid, unless he is a genius member you just recruited. Wen Tianhong placed his hand on the arm of the chair and said seriously, this is not related to President Xing, right? He sat in the chair directly and said, this is the president of the Yunlong County branch of the Formation Guild, Xinhua Feng. Xinhua Feng stood up and said, the formation, alchemy, forging, and monster hunting, the 4 major guilds have rules, and are not allowed to interfere in personal grievances. He asked Wen Tianhong how he would explain this today. Without wavering, Wen Tianhong said, then why is Xinhua Feng sitting here today? How do you explain this? He picked up a teacup and said, my relationship with Elder Kong is not bad. I came over to see in case President Wen used cultivation to bully others. Looking at Luo Tu who was standing, he continued, able to invite a 4th-level martial king President Wen, your family assets must be extraordinary. It seems you have obtained no small opportunity. Luo Tu did not answer, only looked and thought, old and sinister. He thought, this is deliberately making others feel that I have treasures on me, spreading it out to make others target me. Standing beside President Wen, he said, Senior, you are too kind. It's just that I had good luck and obtained the inheritance of a 1st-level martial king powerhouse. He recalled the time he met that person in the forest. It was because he had previously luckily met a 7th-level martial king powerhouse in the depths of Baki Mountain, and was also a 5th-level forging master, but he couldn't mention it. When Tianhong raised his hand to signal, don't talk about these things, he turned to Lu Feichen and said, Luo Tu asked me to come forward because he has something he wants to make clear in front of Lu Mengyao. He asked, it's written in the letter, where is she? The question startled Lu Feichen. At this time, Luo Tu also silently and seriously observed. He said, Sect Leader Lu, you want to kill me, I know the cause and effect, I don't want to say anything about it, now I just want to meet Mengyao one time. Lu Feichen heard this and shouted loudly, no way. Luo Tu frowned and said, Sect Leader, don't go too far. He continued, the hatred between us is as deep as the sea. If it weren't for Mengyao, I wouldn't have invited Senior Wen to come along, but would have directly invited him to take action to find you. Lu Feichen stood up, anger blazing. He said, Luo Tu, are you threatening me? Seeing this, Wen Tianhong also stood up, crossing his arms and exuding strength, saying, Lu Feichen, who are you trying to show off to? He was pushed back into his chair by Wen Tianhong's strength, his face twisted. Lu Feichen said, want to see my daughter? Dream on. Don't even dream about seeing her again in this lifetime. Luo Tu closed his eyes and calmly said, Sect Leader Lu, what do you want in order for me to meet Mengyao? Sitting in the chair, Lu Feichen thought he absolutely could not let Mengyao and this kid meet. If she knew about him killing Luo Tu, then her marriage with Go Jinchuan would not be possible. And he would also have no way to become an inner sect elder. Thinking this, he sarcastically said, I advise you to give up. Mengyao has already decided, she has agreed with me that in 3 days she will be engaged to Go Jinchuan. Hearing this, Luo Tu angrily slammed his hand on the table and said, Mengyao can't be that kind of person, He cursed him. You are truly a beast, using your daughter as a tool to compete for power and profit for yourself. Lu Feichen frowned and asked back, you dare to scold me? Then he caught Wen Tianhong's fiery glare. He crossed his arms and sat in the chair, saying, this is a matter of the Lu family, a matter of the Xiaoyao sect. It has nothing to do with you, kid. At this time, Xinghua Feng spoke up to mediate. Old Kong, little Lu, calm down a bit. President Wen is also so busy. He said, you can't just abandon Yunlong County with such a chaotic mess and follow this kid all the time, right? When Tianhong stood up and said, then there is no need for President Xing to worry. He waved goodbye and walked out of the room, saying to Luo Tu, let's go. When Tianhong sat in the chair opposite Luo Tu, who was standing in front, and said, because of the rules of the guild, I can't interfere in the affairs of other forces. So I can't help you today, telling him to take it back. Luo Tu said generously, no need, without the president coming forward, I don't know where I would be buried if I came to the door now. When Tianhong raised his hand and released streams of qi, saying, since you have said so, then I won't be polite anymore, but I also won't take your things for free. In his hand a glass bottle appeared. He said, this is a disguise pill, 3rd grade, you can use it. Luo Tu took the glass bottle and said, it changes your appearance for 10 hours, you can sneak into the outer sect of Xiaoyao. He took the bottle of items, and clenched the bottle, saying, thank you, President. Luo Tu appeared in a green forest, his expression stern and unreadable, proceeding forward. He stood in the middle of a forest, facing a giant bamboo tree, thinking, found it, Mingyao's courtyard is here. He used eye technique, looking deep inside the courtyard, and indeed, Lu Feichen had arranged many guards around Mengyao. He saw Mengyao sitting in a chair in the garden eating pastries and enjoying tea. He thought, these people look like they all have skills. Lu Feichen really went to great lengths to prevent me from finding Mengyao, but thankfully there are no innate martial artists, there's a chance. Then he quickly used light footwork, landing in front of the courtyard gate, and a guard stopped him, asking, who is it? The sect leader ordered that anyone approaching this place must have their identity verified. He observed 2 more people coming, thinking Lu Feichen was also preventing him from changing his appearance. He smiled and replied, I'm just here to visit Miss Lu. The soldier frowned and said, is that so? Then follow me for a trip. He covered his face with his hand, silently thinking, this 3rd grade disguise pill will be seen through if I encounter an innate martial artist. I absolutely can't be caught. Then, he quickly slashed at the soldier, causing him to spit blood and run inside. The guards saw this and quickly ran over, shouting loudly, how dare you take action in the Xiaoyao sect? Capture him. He forcefully kicked open the door, and saw Mengyao sitting there. She saw him and happily called out, Luo Tu. However, she also worriedly stopped him, not good. Luo Tu, run! At the same time, 2 guards jumped down from the roof, their expressions fierce. And behind him, other people also appeared using light footwork, surrounding him. In an instant, he continuously swung his slashes. Luo Tu held his sword standing amongst the corpses of the guards that he defeated, and said, you can't stop me. Then he joyfully took Mingyao's hand and told her to go with him, that her father. Before he finished speaking, Mengyao interrupted Luo Tu with tears streaming down her face. She had heard about what her father did to him. She was sorry, she didn't know her father would do such a thing. He held her hand seriously and said this has nothing to do with her. Moreover, he had already properly arranged for his parents and older sister. He told Mengyao to quickly leave the Xiaoyao sect with him, that her father wanted to marry her to go Jinchuan. But she pulled her hand back and said she couldn't go anymore. She apologetically said, Luo Tu, you go, wait a moment and my father will know what happened here. My father has secretly placed a restriction on my body, but I have already discovered it. No matter where I run to, he can find me. At this time, other people appeared, shouting loudly, someone dares to break into the Xiaoyao outer sect, quickly protect the young lady. Another person also shouted loudly, a fellow disciple has been slaughtered, quickly capture the murderer, startling the 2. She worriedly shouted loudly, Luo Tu, go. Then, Luo Tu jumped out of the fence and said, Mengyao, wait for me, I will definitely think of a way to rescue you. He landed right outside the gate, and the guards shouted, the criminal is here. Mengyao came to the gate, looked at him and said, Luo Tu, you must be safe. He continued to fly out of the forest, followed by a group of guards shouting, we can't let this man escape. Seeing the courtyard gate appear in front of him, he thought, as long as I get out of the Xiaoyao outer sect, I'll be safe. He worriedly ran while thinking, quickly enter the monster hunting guild of Yunlong County. The Xiaoyao outer sect wouldn't dare do anything to me. However, there was already a person waiting in front of the gate, shouting loudly, "Bold thief, do you think you can come and go as you please in my Xiaoyao outer sect?" He quickly slashed out a ray of light that soared into the sky, while he turned and ran forward. At this time, a person flew over and said, "Luo Tu, you little brat, today you have fallen into my hands." Luo Tu recognized that it was Zhang Luyang. He smiled dangerously and said, "You think I wouldn't recognize you after using the disguise pill? Ridiculous." Then he struck out a palm towards Luo Tu, while shouting loudly, "Today you must stay here." Luo Tu was hit by the strike, and sat down heavily, clutching his shoulder and saying, "Zhang Luyang, you old man, you struck hard enough." He flew in the sky, above Luo Tu, raised his hand and said, "Sect leader Lu didn't do anything to you, it seems you are destined to die at his hands." He flew up and said that if he wanted to leave, he wouldn't be able to stop him. He used light footwork and disappeared into the crowd, saying, "Listen carefully, before long, I will definitely come back for revenge." Zhang Luyang gritted his teeth in anger and said, "This kid has escaped 5 or 7 times, I'll see how long you can escape." Lu Feichen stood with his hands clasped behind his back, looking at Ming Yao's back at the door, calling, "Yao, father." She turned back and coldly said, "I already know what happened before, you don't need to explain anymore." She coldly walked past him into the house and said she would listen to his arrangements, and there was no need to say anything else. At this time, Lu Feichen raised his hand to signal, and a group of assassins appeared around him waiting for orders, and called, "Sect leader." He coldly said, "Pass on the order to the 18 cities of Yunlong, closely monitor the monster hunting guild, and report immediately if Luo Tu is discovered." They obeyed and immediately sped off. He thought seriously, "Sorry Meng Yao, when I become an elder and become the sect leader, I will compensate you." At this time, in the training room of the monster hunting guild, Luo Tu held a bag and said to the person in front, "These are origin stones and identity tokens." He said he needed a cultivation room. She took the bag and left. He watched her leave and pondered deeply. "Cultivation, my cultivation is not enough." He frowned, his eyes determined. "I need the strength to protect the people who are important to me." When Tiahong walked over and said, "Luo Tu, how is your recovery here?" When Tiahong asked, "Has the injury on your body gotten any better?" Luo Tu clasped his hands and said, "Thank you for your help, President. Without the President's disguise pill, I wouldn't have been able to infiltrate the outer sect. I would probably have been captured as soon as I showed my face." When Tiahong smiled and said, "Everyone has their own path. This world ultimately values strength." When Tiahong touched Luo Tu's shoulder and said, "Your future path is long, the most important thing for you now is to have enough strength, at least you must reach the innate martial artist realm. Otherwise you will still be as weak as you are today, work hard kid." Luo Tu clasped his hands and said, "Yes, thank you for your guidance, President." When Tiahong turned his back and waved goodbye to Luo Tu, Luo Tu clenched his fist and trembled, thinking, "Meng Yao, I'm sorry, I will quickly break through and come back to rescue you from there." Luo Tu sat down and pondered. Aptitude doesn't represent everything. Zhang Luyang's aptitude is far worse than mine, but his cultivation is far beyond mine. Streams of blue light surrounded his body, and there was a blue ball beside Luo Tu, sitting and thinking, so even if my martial arts realm is not as good as his, he can still rely on his cultivation to crush me. Luo Tu thought of the scene of those practicing martial arts. He thought, if I want to defeat Zhang Luyang, I must quickly raise my cultivation, and use my advantage in martial arts realm to defeat him in one fell swoop. At Lu Mingyao's bamboo room, there was a person lying on the bed and a person wearing blue clothes sitting in the chair. Lu Mingyao's eyes gradually opened. Lu Mingyao said, "Father Luo Tu he." Lu Feichen sat with his arms crossed looking at Lu Mingyao saying, "Luo Tu fled into the monster hunting guild, he's temporarily safe now." Lu Mingyao lying on the bed said, "Father, I agree with you, to marry Go Jinchuan." She asked him, "Please don't target him anymore, okay?" Lu Feichen sat with his arms crossed and said, "Okay, Father promises you not to pursue this matter." Lu Feichen thought, spare that kid Luo Tu? Humph, he has completely held a grudge against me now. How can I easily spare him like that? Damn monster hunting guild. After 1 month, the training room of the monster hunting guild. Luo Tu stood up breathing, surrounded by floating bottles, he thought, now I am 7th level Chi Ocean, relying on my martial arts realm and death Chi, maybe I can fight Zhang Luoyang. Luo Tu opened the door and looked outside thinking, now I can go to the outer sect of the Xiaoyao sect to take a look, I must find an opportunity to bring Mengyao out. When Tianhong walked over and called Luo Tu said, President Wen, are you waiting for me to exit seclusion? Could it be that something happened? When Tianhong said, I just received news, last night there was a sudden change in the inner sect of Xiaoyao. He said the Xiaoyao sect leader suddenly passed away. Lu Feiqin hadn't even married his daughter to Go Jinchuan yet when the sect leader's struggle broke out. When Tianhong thought of Lu Mengyao and Lu Feiqin, he said, Kong Qingyu was defeated. Lu Feiqin was seriously injured. Lu Mengyao was trapped in the outer sect. There are rumors that Go Jinchuan will forcibly marry Lu Mengyao soon. Luo Tu suddenly said, What? I only went into seclusion for 1 month. How could the situation change so quickly? Luo Tu said, Thank you President Wen for informing me. I have to go save Mengyao. Luo Tu clasped his hands and said firmly, If I cause a big trouble, President Wen, just expel me from the monster hunting guild. Then Luo Tu flew into the air saying, I'll go first. Then, Luo Tu quickly moved to the Xiaoyao sect. He landed from the sky causing the stone platform to crack. A plume of golden smoke flew with Luo Tu. Dust and smoke surrounded Luo Tu in a hazy cloud. Luo Tu looked ahead worriedly thinking, what happened to the outer sect? Around in front of Luo Tu there were orange circles flying down like fireballs. Black smoke appeared. Luo Tu stood clenching his fist saying, I hope I'm not too late. At a rooftop, a golden light flew up, and there were 2 people standing guard. Luo Tu walked forward with a golden-orange light following behind. Luo Tu opened the door and walked in calling Mengyao. Lu Mengyao smiled and said, Luo Tu, I didn't expect you to come so quickly. Luo Tu looked at the bed and saw Lu Feiqin lying on the bed. He said, her father, he? Luo Tu looked at him with a thoughtful eye. Lu Feiqin had something orange and black on his body. He weakly called Luo Tu. Lu Mengyao helped Lu Feiqin sit up saying, Father. Lu Feiqin said, Luo Tu, I know you hate me in your heart. I don't deny what I did. Lu Feiqin sat up tremblingly saying, But Mengyao likes you. Take her away from the Xiaoyao sect. Take care of her for me. Luo Tu stood with his arms crossed and said, Okay. Lu Feiqin lay back down on the bed saying, Sorry Mengyao, to break through to the king realm and the elder position, I was bewitched. Take good care of yourself in the future. Lu Mengyao with tears flowing down, trembled saying, Father. Lu Feiqin said, Follow Luo Tu, you can also have a place to return to. Lu Mengyao with tears still flowing, trembled saying, Father, you're gone, where can I go? Lu Feiqin pointed to the ground and said, This is a Thunder Martial token, you can go to Dohai County to join the Thunder Martial sect. Lu Feiqin mumbled saying, Luo Tu. Luo Tu with arms crossed said, Sect leader Lu, rest assured, I will use my whole life to take care of Mengyao. Lu Feiqin with mouth full of blood. He said, Then I can also die without regrets. He just closed his eyes and passed away. Lu Mengyao fell to the side of Lu Feiqin calling a mournful voice of father. Luo Tu put his hand on Lu Mengyao's shoulder saying, Calculating everything, in the end you still have to accept this outcome. Luo Tu said, I hate you, but as I promise you, this has nothing to do with Mengyao, I will take good care of her. Luo Tu placed both hands on Lu Mengyao's shoulders saying, Mengyao, your father has gone. Before he left, he hoped you live well. Quickly leave the Xiaoyao outer sect. Lu Mengyao said, I want to bury my father on the mountain north of the city. My father often took me there to play when I was young. Luo Tu said, Okay, I'll take you there. Lu Mengyao and Luo Tu went outside. Suddenly 2 strangers appeared outside. One of the 2 asked, The 2 want to leave the Xiaoyao sect. Lu Mengyao angrily said, Go Jinchuan. The man said, Mengyao, although we didn't get engaged before, but Lu Shushu has said to my grandfather that he wants to marry you to me. Jin Chuan smiled sinisterly and raised 2 fingers to continue saying, How can I let you leave like that? I have to take care of you for the rest of my life. Jin Chuan said, It was just a precaution at first, but I didn't expect you kid to really bring yourself to the door. It's really God helping me. Jin Chuan's underling smiling asked, Gongzi, do you need to inform the others in the outer sect and Go Zhanglao that they dispatch some more experts here? Jin Chuan said, The 2 are just Chi Ocean 5th level and Chi Ocean 9th level cultivation. This Gongzi is an innate martial artist. It's easy to deal with them. Or are you doubting this Gongzi's strength? The underling said, This subordinate doesn't dare. Gongzi has innate first-level cultivation. It's as easy as flipping your hand to take down these two people. Jin Chuan said, without Lu Feichen, Lu Mengyao, you are just a lowly slave. He continued saying, at first I pursued you, and you still had a cold look, now you are destined to be my person. He laughed smugly, when I'm tired of playing with you, I'll reward you to these subordinates of mine. Jin Chuan's underling smiled and said, thank you Gongzi. Lu Mengyao frowned and said, go Jin Chuan, you beast, how many female disciples have been persecuted by you in the outer sect and inner sect? Jin Chuan laughed ha 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 saying, Mengyao don't say that, if it wasn't for the sudden change yesterday, then maybe we would have been married in a few days. He said, Mengyao, I advise you not to resist. Luo Tu said, I'll lead you out, later you just need to follow me and charge up, don't pay attention to other things. This is still the garrison of the Xiaoyao outer sect. Then Luo Tu rushed up and slashed the two accomplices of Jin Chuan, causing them to spray blood. Jin Chuan angrily said, a bunch of trash. He looked at Luo Tu's clone commenting, this kid is indeed extraordinary. Then angrily said, you don't know the immensity of heaven and earth, this Gongzi is in the innate realm. Jin Chuan's hand had a green stream of strength appear. Luo Tu also used the power from his sword and raised it forward, and an orange light appeared and fought with the green power. Luo Tu with a thoughtful I thought, as expected of an innate martial artist, if it wasn't for my martial arts realm being high, plus my cultivation breaking through 2 levels this month, I'm afraid I would have been seriously injured by one palm. Then Luo Tu's clones surrounded Jin Chuan's person. Jin Chuan used the power of the green light to split Luo Tu's person in half. Jin Chuan loudly said, break it for me. Luo Tu had already swung his sword towards him, but he dodged it. He with a frightened face, dodged the sword, thinking, this kid is strange, I have to go invite other intersect experts. But before he could do anything else, the sword had pierced through Jin Chuan's person. Blood from his body kept spraying out. Luo Tu cloned into 2 people, one person standing behind and pierced the sword through Jin Chuan's person, and another Luo Tu in front pointed the sword at his face. Jin Chuan was stunned thinking, how can this be? Jin Chuan thought, he actually has power of the attributes. He fell down. Luo Tu turned his face and left. Around Luo Tu's person had streams of golden, blue and purple chi surrounding him. Lu Mengyao asked Luo Tu, Go Jin Chuan is a first-level innate martial artist, how did you kill him? Luo Tu smiled and said, after you returned to the Xiaoyao sect, I tempered myself in the deep mountains and remote valleys in Qingyun City, and had an opportunity. Luo Tu thought to himself, I also didn't expect that condensing death chi into a flame would have such great power. Lu Mengyao held Luo Tu's hand saying, that's enough, Luo Tu, let's go quickly. Jin Chuan lay on the ground, dying with eyes wide open. She reminded him, Go Jin Chuan is the favorite grandson of Go Zhonglao, he will definitely have a feeling with his death. We must quickly leave the Xiaoyao sect, leave Yunlong County. Luo Tu held his sword and raised it up saying, that's right, we can't stay in Yunlong County any longer. Luo Tu said to Meng Yao in a deep voice, I'm afraid we won't be able to bury your father in time. Lu Mengyao said, I know. Luo Tu and Lu Mengyao left. She said that after she breaks through her cultivation, she will personally bury her father. Then the 2 of them left. Luo Tu took Lu Mengyao's hand and said, we can't go to the monster hunting guild, the Xiaoyao sect will definitely go there to intercept us. Let's cross the Guanlei mountain range and go to Dohai prefecture. Lu Mengyao said okay. At the outer gate of the Xiaoyao sect, a purple-haired person flew over and called, Sunner. Someone picked up something rectangular. The gray-haired man angrily said, where are the people? Find Lu Mengyao's whereabouts for me. Someone came forward and said, Elder, Su Mengyao can't break out alone, I'm afraid that Luo Tu Brad is also there. It turned out that this person was Zhang Laoliang. He continued, he is a talented member of the Monster Hunting Guild. I will lead people to the guild to intercept him and prevent this brat from taking Lu Mengyao away through the teleportation formation. The elder tossed something up and said, take my token, except for Yunlong Prefecture City, the monster hunting guilds of other cities must obey my orders. Zhang Laoliang caught the token, and the elder replied, tell Wen Tianhong that the revenge for my grandson must be avenged, tell him to think carefully before acting. Zhang Laoliang cupped his hands and replied yes. The elder angrily picked something up and said, Lu Mengyao, Luo Tu, I want to take your heads to pay respects to my dear grandson. He squeezed hard, causing something to burst into small pieces that fell out. Half a month later, Luo Tu rode on horseback and said, "Half a month has passed. The Xiaoyao sect must know that we didn't go to the monster hunting guild and are looking for our whereabouts everywhere." Lu Mengyao said, "Let's quickly enter the Guanlei mountain range. This mountain range runs through 3 prefectures, and there are many natural treasures and demonic beasts inside." Luo Tu dismounted and said, "Be careful, there are many strong people adventuring to seek treasures and hidden cultivators." Luo Tu's face suddenly changed, such a strong pressure. Lu Mengyao said, "This aura, it's coming from the sky." Luo Tu prepared to draw his sword and asked, "Could it be that the Xiaoyao sect's experts have come to chase us?" Something was flying down towards Lu Mengyao and Luo Tu. Lu Mengyao said, "Phew, it's not the Xiaoyao sect's pursuers, but Yi Yang, the martial king, a powerful rogue cultivator." "Someone was flying down," she said. "I met him once when I followed my father before." Luo Tu said, "The Guanlei mountain range is indeed a treasure mountain, gathering powerful experts, plus the demonic beasts inside. It is definitely full of dangers. But we have no choice but to enter the mountains." Lu Mengyao smiled and said, "Don't worry, although I can't compare to your monstrous speed of progress, I, Lu Mengyao, am also a genius of the sect." A sword descended. In the Guanlei mountain range, there were corpses of something black, and a long purple snake. Lu Mengyao said, "We haven't entered the Guanlei mountain range very deeply, and we have already encountered several rank 3 demonic beasts." Luo Tu stood with his arms crossed, looking at the corpses of the beasts and said, "Thanks to the life perception ability of the Life and Death Pearl, I have avoided the territories of several rank 4 demonic beasts." Luo Tu said, "Mengyao, someone is coming. 2 men and 1 woman are approaching from afar." Zhang Haifei led Tian Guangyou and Miao Feifei, saying, "I am Zhang Haifei, these are my teammates Tian Guangyou and Miao Feifei." Luo Tu cupped his hands and replied, "I am Luo Tu, this is Miss Lu. I don't know what the 3 of you want." Zhang Haifei smiled and asked, "Brother La, Miss Lu, the 3 of us are suddenly disturbing you because we want to invite the 2 of you to form a team with us. I don't know what you think." Zhang Haifei smiled and said, "We discovered a fire yang tree, but next to it is a rank 3 demonic beast, the Cyan Wing demonic serpent, which is comparable to a rank 4 demonic beast." Luo Tu fell into contemplation, muttering, "Fire yang tree, Cyan Wing demonic serpent." He thought, the fire yang tree can be used to refine elixirs to break through to the innate realm, which will be effective for both me and Mengyao. Luo Tu's eyes narrowed. He looked at the 3 of them and thought, however, first of all, let's not talk about whether there is a fire yang tree or not. Even if there is, I'm afraid it won't be easy to get it. At that time these 3 people will definitely take action. Zhang Haifei said, "Brother La, what do you think? You must know that the fire yang tree is very precious. I dare not risk this news being leaked." Luo Tu said, "Okay, we agree to form a team." Zhang Haifei laughed heartily and said, "Good, with the 2 of you joining, our chances of seizing the fire yang tree will be greater. When we succeed, I will definitely not mistreat the 2 of you." Zhang Haifei turned his back and looked back, saying, "Time is of the essence, let's set off now to deal with that demonic serpent." Lu Mengyao said, "This person is only talking, but does not mention how to divide the spoils after success, I'm afraid." Luo Tu said, "Mengyao, I know what you want to say, I have preparations." Zhang Haifei turned his face and said, "Brother La, Miss Lu, you 2 hurry up and follow." Zhang Haifei said, "I'm afraid that if the time is too long, others will discover the fire yang tree." Luo Tu reminded Mengyao, "Remember to protect yourself later." Then Zhang Haifei, Tian Guangyou, Miao Feifei, along with Luo Tu and Lu Mengyao moved. In front of them were protruding cliffs, and one of the team members spoke, "That demonic serpent is in this cliff." Luo Tu looked ahead and asked, "Brother Zhang, how do you plan to deal with the Cyan Wing demonic serpent? You must know that although the Cyan Wing demonic serpent is a rank 3 demonic beast, its strength is enough to rival an innate realm martial artist." Zhang Haifei smiled and stood with his arms crossed, saying, "Don't worry, I naturally have preparations. I have a rank 3 detoxification pill that can restrain the demonic serpent's poison mist." Zhang Haifei said, "Moreover, I am a rank 3 array master. As long as I set up an array, the Cyan Wing demonic serpent is not worth worrying about." Luo Tu only gave an "oh" sound. Luo Tu said, "I didn't expect Brother Zhang to also be an array master. If so, why did you invite the 2 of us here?" He held a circular object and said, "I want to set up an array, and I need someone to guard it by the side, and neither Tian Guangyou nor Miao Feifei are good at movement techniques." Zhang Haifei said, "At that time, I will still have to trouble Brother La. Luo Tu took Lu Mingyao's hand and replied, Okay, I agree. Tian Guangyou took out a blue pill bottle from behind. Zhang Haifei said, This is a detoxification pill. Brother La, be careful. I will start setting up a killing array and a confinement array, waiting for you to lead the cyan-winged demonic serpent over. Luo Tu held the bottle and tossed it up. Inside the bottle were white pills, surrounded by purple light. Luo Tu thought, as expected, there is a problem with this detoxification pill. Lu Mingyao called Luo Tu. Luo Tu patted Lu Mingyao's back to reassure her, Don't worry, I'll be fine. Luo Tu walked forward. Lu Mingyao said, Luo Tu, be careful. Tian Guangyou smiled and said, Miss Lu, don't worry. Brother La is going to lure the demonic beast. I will protect you in his place. Lu Mingyao glanced at him, ignoring him. Luo Tu's eyes suddenly narrowed. Luo Tu saw a demonic serpent appearing on a tree full of yellow and orange colors. He thought, the demonic serpent is indeed hiding here. Luo Tu stepped gently. However, from above where the demonic serpent was, stones were starting to fall. Luo Tu thought, I've been discovered. That demonic serpent was advancing towards him. Luo Tu shouted loudly, 10 directions phantom image. Luo Tu threw something forward, thinking, I must get the fruit of this fire-yang tree. Zhang Haifei's face wrinkled and he angrily said, I didn't expect this brat's movement technique to be so fast, and he's so bold. The demonic serpent was confused by Luo Tu's phantoms. Seeing the scene in front of him, Luo Tu seemed weaker. Zhang Haifei smiled and said, But he can't turn back now. Luo Tu split into many people to fight the demonic serpent, he said, phantom image. Stones fell on the demonic serpent's wings. Luo Tu glanced at his phantoms behind him, who were also struggling to deal with the demonic serpent. Luo Tu said, I must escape from its attack range. That demonic serpent opened its mouth wide. Luo Tu jumped down, kicking the demonic serpent's back. Miao Feifei stood aside in a daze. He actually avoided it. She looked towards Luo Tu and wondered, this brat has really escaped back. Tian Guangyou glanced at her and smiled sinisterly, saying, he probably drank the detoxification pill, even if he escapes. Zhang Haifei said, Okay, prepare yourselves, the demonic serpent is coming soon. Luo Tu landed gently on the ground. The demonic serpent rushed towards Luo Tu. Zhang Haifei shouted loudly, Set up the array. Then Zhang Haifei raised his hand to his forehead, and rays of light surrounded the three of them. Lu Mingyao reached out her hand, and blue circles surrounded her hand. The demonic serpent became increasingly furious. A blue circle had already formed around it, and Zhang Haifei's group were overjoyed to see that the demonic serpent had been imprisoned and said, Success. Lu Mingyao stared at the circle, panicking. Luo Tu is still inside. Lu Mingyao pointed her sword at Zhang Haifei's face and said, Quickly release Luo Tu. Zhang Haifei scolded, Shut up, your little boyfriend swallowed the detoxification pill. Even if he escapes from the demonic serpent's mouth, he won't survive. Zhang Haifei shamelessly said, Why don't you follow me? I will cherish you. Lu Mingyao said, I believe in Luo Tu. Zhang Haifei held his sword and replied, You ungrateful bitch. Lu Mingyao swung her sword at Zhang Haifei, but he blocked it. Zhang Haifei frowned and blocked the sword, saying, Damn it, I didn't expect this slut to be so strong. She doesn't look that old. The demonic serpent constantly concentrated its strength, wanting to break through the circle and escape. Tian Guangyou knelt down and said, Hurry up and come help me maintain the array. I will activate the killing array, otherwise we won't be able to hold on for long. Tian Guangyou's face was covered with sweat as he said, Array, activate. He grimaced and raised his hand forward. That demonic serpent opened its mouth as wide as it could. Just when everything seemed to be going smoothly, Tian Guangyou slumped down and breathed a sigh of relief, saying, Success. But he just raised his head and looked up, and was startled, shouting, What? That demonic serpent had purple scratches on its body. Tian Guangyou sat down, trembling, and said, This is bad, the demonic serpent has broken out of the array. You two hurry up and come help me. That demonic serpent still had its mouth open, surrounded by glittering purple light. Tian Guangyou and Miao Feifei flew up. Tian Guangyou said, How is this possible? Tian Guangyou held something and asked, That brat Luo Tu is not dead yet? He looked at Luo Tu and wondered, could it be that he didn't use that detoxification pill? Luo Tu snorted angrily. That demonic serpent whipped its tail hard towards them. Tian Guangyou and Miao Feifei tried to fly up to avoid it, but they still couldn't dodge it and fell to the ground. Tian Guangyo said, "Damn it." He took something out and said, "I can only use this to temporarily hold it back." Tian Guangyo threw that thing towards the demonic serpent. He pulled Miao Feifei's hand and said, "Feifei, hurry up and follow me." When that thing was thrown up, orange circles surrounded that demonic serpent. Zhang Haifei saw their situation and gnashed his teeth and shouted, "Brother Tian, Feifei." Suddenly, blood splattered into the air. Lu Mingyao's sword decisively struck down. Zhang Haifei didn't have time to react and lost his breath, lying face down on the ground. Lu Mingyao called Luo Tu. Luo Tu was fighting with the demonic serpent. Lu Mingyao said, "You must survive." He rushed onto its back, slashing down hard. Luo Tu said, "The scales are so hard." The demonic serpent painfully contracted its whole body and screamed loudly. Luo Tu jumped down from its body to the ground, muttering, "Ordinary sword wounds can't threaten it at all." Luo Tu raised his sword, his face solemn, and continued, "Let me see what tricks those people played in the elixir." Luo Tu shouted loudly, 10 directions movement technique." Luo Tu discovered that the abdomen was its weakness. Then he slashed at the demonic serpent's abdomen. The demonic serpent still opened its mouth and screamed one last painful scream. Then, it fell to the ground. Luo Tu looked at the demonic serpent and said, "Humph, the poison is too cruel. Even a rank 3 demonic beast can only resist for a moment before dying." Luo Tu said, "Those 3 people are so cruel." Lu Mingyao approached and asked, "Are you alright?" Luo Tu reassured her, "Don't worry, I'm fine," and then asked, "Where are they?" Lu Mingyao pointed towards Zhang Haifei, who was lying down. She said, "I kept one person here. The other 2 abandoned their companions and fled as soon as that cyan-winged demonic serpent went crazy." Luo Tu held 2 red flowers in his hand that he had obtained from the demonic serpent, and said, "We can't reveal the news, otherwise it will be difficult for us to be safe in the Guanlei mountain range in the future." Luo Tu said, "Moreover, my revenge has not been repaid yet." Miao Feifei went in front of Tian Guangyo and asked, "Brother Fei, Xiao Tian is still behind. Do we need to go back there?" Miao Feifei said, "Or let's just leave him." Tian Guangyo angrily thought of the scene of Luo Tu picking the flowers. He said, "Go back, that brat is at the 5th level of Qi. If he's not dead, then he's lucky. But he has picked the fire yang fruit. We're going back to get it." Rays of golden light surrounded Luo Tu, who was sitting. Lu Mingyao said, "Luo Tu, you can rest assured and heal your injuries." After a while, Luo Tu stood up and said, "The recovery is okay. It's time to go find them and settle the score." Tian Guangyo and Miao Feifei came out of the forest. As soon as they appeared they spoke, "No need to look, we're here." Miao Feifei said, "Brother Fei, they killed Xiao Tian." Tian Guangyo pointed and said, "Hand over the fire yang fruit, and also kneel down and kowtow next to Xiao Tian's body." Luo Tu smiled and said, "You want the fire yang fruit, why don't you exchange your lives for it?" Tian Guangyo pointed his sword at Luo Tu and said, "You ignorant brat, pay for my brother's life." Miao Feifei also held her sword and rushed up, saying, "You must pay for Xiao Tian's life." A cold light appeared in Lu Mingyao's eyes as she looked ahead. Lu Mingyao held her sword and slashed across Miao Feifei's shoulder, causing blood to splatter. Her face turned pale. Then Miao Feifei fell down. Tian Guangyo's face suddenly changed, asking, "What?" Tian Guangyo's face suddenly thought, "Damn it, this brat destroyed the cyan-winged demonic serpent based on his own strength." Tian Guangyo flew up. Luo Tu chased after him and said, "Don't even dream of running away." Tian Guangyo frowned and looked back at Luo Tu, saying, "Damn it, you still want to chase and kill us?" He threw something round and gold towards Luo Tu, smiling and saying, "Brat, obediently be trapped here." That ring shone with golden rays surrounding him. Luo Tu still held his sword and frowned. Tian Guangyo no longer fled, but he stopped, came to where Luo Tu was imprisoned and said, "Brat, you are very strong, but I will spread the news of the fire yang fruit in your hands. You wait to be chased by the other powerful people in the Guanlei mountain range." Luo Tu said, "You can't escape." In the blink of an eye, Luo Tu had appeared behind Tian Guangyo, making his face turn green and shout loudly, "What?" Luo Tu stabbed his sword into Tian Guangyo's back, causing blood to spurt out of his back. Immediately afterwards, Tian Guangyo fell to the ground. Luo Tu held his blood-stained sword and muttered, "Is this the Guanlei mountain range? It's really too chaotic." Luo Tu looked at Tian Guangyo's corpse and then said to Mingyao, "Let's leave here first, in case these 3 people have any teammates." Luo Tu said, moreover, the fire spirit fruit is important, we can't let the news leak out. Night fell, Luo Tu and Lu Mingyao stopped at a roadside, the two decided to make a fire and rest. He sat on a log and said, I have a map of the monster hunting guild in my hand, we will go from the outside through the Guanlei mountain range to send you into the Leiyu sect. Lu Mingyao asked, what about you? Luo Tu said, the Xiaoyao sect has great power, you can practice in the Leiyu sect with peace of mind, as for me, I can adapt, the world is my home. Lu Mingyao looked at Luo Tu and said, I will work hard to practice, Luo Tu, you must also be careful. Luo Tu also replied, I will practice near the Leiyu sect, let's work hard together. Then the hands of the two people were gradually touching each other. Lu Mingyao said to Luo Tu, in the future, I will only have you. In the future, we will travel all over the world together. The next day, as soon as the sky was bright, the two people hurriedly prepared their luggage and set off. When the sky was completely bright, it was also when the two arrived at the place they wanted to go. Luo Tu stopped and said, the front is Wuxing city of Dohai Prefecture. Lu Mingyao said, we finally crossed the Guanlei mountain range. Luo Tu smiled and reached out his hand and said, after we get down the mountain, we will go to Wuxing city. You can go directly to the Leiyu sect through the martial hall of Wuxing city. Lu Mingyao said, I will work hard to practice, and then told Luo Tu, you remember to take good care of yourself outside. Luo Tu put his hand on Lu Mingyao's hand and said, I know. If you encounter any trouble in there, remember to send a letter to the monster hunting guild for me. Lu Mingyao agreed, okay. Lu Mingyao said, Luo Tu, next I have to enter the city myself, you must work hard, don't wait until I come out of the Leiyu sect to practice, and you can't keep up with this young lady. Luo Tu smiled and replied, you need to work hard, if you are in the Leiyu sect, the 7th ranked sect in the heavenly martial 12 sects, and you are still surpassed by me. Lu Mingyao smiled and pointed, saying, Humph, who isn't a genius? Then, Lu Mingyao flew down the mountain. Luo Tu looked at Lu Mingyao leaving and his heart was full of thoughts. Mingyao has entered a powerful sect like the Leiyu sect, I must also work hard to practice. Some time later, Luo Tu frantically practiced. In 1 month he had caught more than 100 rank 3 demonic beasts, and even the highest peak existence would be injured. And countless times he almost died, but thanks to constantly practicing in dangerous situations, plus the cultivation resources obtained from the demonic beast materials, Luo Tu smiled and said, my cultivation has finally broken through to the innate realm. Reaching the innate realm, I was also given a gift of the original law, the profound heaven transformation, far beyond the peerless skills of the 9th grade martial arts, which can make me explode 2 to 5 times my own strength in an instant. Luo Tu looked at the sky and said, now, who in the same realm can be my opponent, and challenging the profound heaven transformation will become easier. Zhan Lao Liang, now is the time for me to return to Yunlong Prefecture to settle accounts with you, he said and hugged his sword, flying away. Suddenly, on the way, someone was sitting under a tree. He looked at Luo Tu who was flying towards him and said weakly, this friend, please, help me with something. Luo Tu stood on a high branch looking down. Luo Tu spoke, tell me. The person lying under the tree raised his hand and trembled. With no strength left, I hope you can come closer to me. Luo Tu still did not have the slightest precaution and did as he said. Luo Tu jumped down and stood in front of him, thinking, a person is about to leave the world. The world is where the strong eat the weak. I am not a cold-blooded person. Luo Tu seriously considered, if it was convenient, he would help him. The severely injured man pulled out a silver crescent-shaped object from his person, trembling. I come from the Gongsun family, cough cough, I was ambushed and fell into this state. I hope a friend can help me deliver this token to the Gongsun family. Luo Tu reached out and took the silver object. If I have the chance, I will help you deliver it there. Just as Luo Tu was about to grab it, the man's eyes sharpened, and a scheming look appeared on his face, thinking, humph. Immediately, the man pulled out a knife hidden on his person and attacked, trying to stab Luo Tu. Fortunately, Luo Tu reacted in time and dodged. Luo Tu thought with some worry, is it because I still have a bit of kindness left that I almost lost my life? Luo Tu's eyes were full of anger and worry, thinking, is this the sinister nature of people's hearts? The other man's plan failed, so he worriedly tried to explain, little shitty, wait a moment, listen to me. Luo Tu punched him, sending him flying into the tree behind him. Luo Tu approached the man, seriously and somewhat angrily, A young man like you is about to die, and I came to help you, so why did you try to attack me? Luo Tu reached out and pulled out the item that the man said was a token, along with a red ring. Luo Tu thought, this man seems to be from the Gongsun family. The crescent-shaped token also had a name engraved on it. Luo Tu used his spiritual energy to release a purple aura around the two items he obtained from the man, keeping the token for later use. But Luo Tu suddenly realized something serious. He thought, this is the first time I've seen an object that can't be stored in the storage ring. This guy even kept it on his person, so it must not be an ordinary item. Luo Tu shook his head, tossing the crescent token up and down. There's no point in studying it now. The first thing I need to do is stabilize my cultivation in the Guanlei mountain range. Luo Tu took out the map to observe. There's a gathering place ahead where the adventurers of the Guanlei mountain range come to rest and exchange supplies. I might as well go there for a rest. After arriving at the gathering place marked on the map, Luo Tu saw a bald, muscular man shouting loudly, Guanlei Temple, Yongchang Pavilion is organizing an exploration of Guanlei Temple. The team is currently short of 6 people, cultivation required above the Xiantian realm. The crowd heard this and immediately gathered around to discuss. Yongchang Pavilion, one of the 3 major powers, rarely seeks outsiders to explore Guanlei Temple together. That's right, I heard that Guanlei Temple is very dangerous, but it is said that even experts below the Martial King realm go there to comprehend Dao intent. The man continued, the dark purple color means a dangerous area. After all, that expert also has a secret place to cultivate, and it is said that martial arts training is extremely high. Luo Tu looked seriously at the map. It's not just martial arts experts who use sabers who will come to seek the secrets of the traces of comprehending saber techniques left by the Guanlei expert. Other martial arts experts will also come out of admiration. Luo Tu saw the people standing around vying to sign up after hearing this news. I'm at the Xiantian 3rd level. I also want to sign up, I'm at the Xiantian 2nd level. Suddenly, an old man with light cyan hair stood behind Luo Tu and rudely shouted, Get out of the way, I want to sign up. Brat, if you don't want to sign up, get out of my way. The old man with light cyan hair tried to touch Luo Tu, but Luo Tu grabbed his hand tightly. Who said I don't want to sign up? Luo Tu swung the other hand, sending the old man with light cyan hair flying back to where 2 men in brown and purple clothes were standing. The man in brown and the man in purple witnessed this, but they did not fully understand the problem of who was right and who was wrong. They took turns scolding and blaming Luo Tu. The man in purple angrily pointed at Luo Tu, Boy, everyone is here to sign up, why are you fighting? The man in brown angrily said, Boy, you're showing off because you have some skills. Aren't you being a bit too much? The old man with light cyan hair rubbed his head. The bald man who announced the news earlier saw the commotion and arguing where Luo Tu was standing. What's going on over there? Startling the man in cyan, who turned around to look. Luo Tu looked at the people standing in front of him, thinking, he clearly attacked first, but I've become the target of attack instead. Luo Tu defensively raised his hand to his shoulder, preparing to draw the sword on his back. The old man with light cyan hair raised his hand. Everyone, let's teach this arrogant kid a lesson and throw him out. Many people rushed towards Luo Tu. Luo Tu's face darkened, and he seriously drew his sword, slashing at the 2 people who were about to gang up on him. Half of the brown-clothed man's hair was cut off. He looked up at his head in horror, feeling uncomfortable. The sword was too fast. I thought I was dead just now. A green-haired man who witnessed this sighed about Luo Tu, this kid's strength is very strong, we must not offend him carelessly. The brown-clothed man retreated in fear. This kid is so young, how can he have such strong swordsmanship? The old man with light cyan hair in the back was a little worried and scared. The bald man had witnessed everything and saw all of Luo Tu's swordsmanship. The bald man happily approached Luo Tu, crossed his arms, and laughed loudly, ha. A very fast and sharp sword. Little brother, are you interested in joining us? There are 3 others. Luo Tu also clasped his hands to show his sincerity, looking at the bald man. It's better to obey than to be impolite. The other people surrounding Luo Tu discussed, I didn't expect this kid to be chosen. The bald man crossed his arms and looked at Luo Tu, with your strength. Yongchang Pavilion would also actively recruit you. The bald man continued to shout loudly, announcing the recruitment. There are 2 more spots. Priority will be given to those with high cultivation. Luo 2 stood behind, looking at the bald man. Immediately, 2 men with green and brown hair stepped in front of the bald man and Luo 2, raising their hands, "We too." The bald man happily stood with his arms crossed, looking at the 2 of them. "You too, please follow me. The Yongchang Pavilion team is already prepared ahead." Luo 2 stood seriously next to them, watching the 2 of them. On the way, the bald man inquired about Luo 2, "Little brother, you look very young. What is your cultivation level?" Luo 2 walked calmly behind, followed by several others. Luo 2 said seriously and calmly, "Xiantian first level." The bald man was a little startled, thinking, "Xiantian first level?" The bald man turned slightly to look at Luo 2 with some worry, thinking, "Xiantian first level can actually unleash such a fast sword. This kid's martial arts inheritance seems extraordinary." The bald man turned back and smiled happily at Luo 2, "Little brother, you are indeed a genius. I look forward to your performance after joining our team." The bald man waved his hand, ordering everyone to hurry forward. The exploration team of 100 people from Yongchang Pavilion is waiting at the entrance of that village. Let's go over there quickly. Luo 2 didn't say anything, just followed. Arriving at the village entrance of Guanlei mountain range, many people were standing there. The bald man clasped his hands and reported to the elders who were already waiting, "Elders, I have brought the people." Luo 2 stood behind, his face full of seriousness. Suddenly, an elder with white hair saw Luo 2 and asked, "Why is there a Xiantian first-level martial artist?" "Never mind, just let them join the team." There were 2 other elders nearby. Out of nowhere, a black-haired man stepped forward and pointed at Luo 2's face, scolding, "Be sensible and leave the team. I happen to have a friend nearby, who will take your place." Luo 2 seriously crossed his arms and looked arrogantly at the black-haired man. "Why should I give up this position to your friend?" The black-haired man became even more unreasonable and showed a contemptuous attitude towards Luo 2's day. He stepped closer and pointed at Luo 2's face, "With your cultivation level, you dare to question me here? My friend was in seclusion nearby before, and now his cultivation has broken through and he has come out of seclusion, preparing to come over. Are you sure you won't give up the position?" Luo 2 crossed his arms and stood looking at the black-haired man who was annoyed. At the same time, a man dressed neatly, with a green jade on his forehead, carrying a sword, appeared in Guanlei mountain range in front of the elders. The man with the green jade on his forehead clasped his hands and greeted the elders. "I am sorry to greet the 3 seniors and the senior brothers and sisters of Yongchang Pavilion. I was in seclusion and am late." The black-haired man saw his brother arrive and hurriedly ran to the man with the green jade on his forehead, pointing at Luo 2, "Brother, the 100-man team is full, this kid took your spot." The man with the green jade on his forehead looked down on Luo 2, pointing arrogantly and laughing towards Luo 2, "Just a Xiantian first-level kid." The 3 elders standing on the side seemed to be in contemplation. On the other side, Luo 2 stood there with an uncomfortable expression, saying, "Just a Xiantian third-level trash." The people standing outside heard such words and angrily cursed, "Arrogant brat." The man facing Luo 2 also angrily drew his sword and pointed it straight at Luo 2, saying, "Bold brat." Luo 2 drew his sword, his expression calm. Before the other man could react, he was knocked flying into a tree. He gritted his teeth and said, "You're good?" Outside, an elder who had been watching spoke up, "If he hadn't held back, that sword intent would have taken that guy's life." Everyone was surprised by Luo 2's sword, and someone exclaimed, "Is there someone with such fast swordsmanship?" The elder with white hair exuding power stood up and said, "All right, this fellow is not bad. He can defeat someone at the 4th or 5th level with a fast sword." Everyone prepared to set off. The group obeyed the order and hurriedly set off. Luo 2 sat on his horse, walking and muttering to himself, "No wonder it's one of the 3 major powers. Yongchang Pavilion's resources are truly impressive." Luo 2 said, "This is a 3rd-level demon beast that has been tamed, bred and nurtured. Its market value must be more than 1,000 elemental essence stones." The leader in front stopped his horse and said loudly, "Those in front, dismount and enter the mountain range on foot." Someone brought something to Luo 2 saying, "This sir, this is the supplies allocated to you." The leading man said, "Enter the mountain range in groups of 5. If you happen to encounter demon beasts, just follow the previous route, and you can reach Guanlei Temple." Everyone set off. Luo Tu killed a giant, brightly colored spider. He looked at the spider's body and said, "A third-level demon beast, living in colonies, the poison on its body is extremely potent." Seeing someone being poisoned to death, Luo Tu continued, "Even a Xiantian martial artist would have a hard time surviving if bitten." The leader spoke up, "Everyone, take a rest." He said, "In just half a day, 12 people have died and 20 have been injured. It's not going very smoothly." One of them urged everyone, "The sky is getting dark, there is a prepared resting place ahead, everyone hurry up." Stone forest, midnight, everyone took turns guarding, burning campfires. Luo Tu stood guard at a large pillar with ancient patterns. There was a loud noise above. Someone shouted, "What happened over there? Is there a problem with the Elders' formation?" A giant Qilin pounced over. Someone shouted, "Violet Qilin lion beast." The ferocious violet Qilin jumped down near where everyone was camping. Its aura was extremely terrifying. The person standing next to Luo Tu said in fear, "We are no match for this demonic aura." The leader came out of the camp and said, "How could we encounter this guy here? He shouldn't be here." Luo Tu prepared to draw his sword. He thought, "Violet Qilin lion beast, a 4th-level demon beast, equivalent to a Grand Master of the martial Dao's refining spirit realm. Why would it appear here?" He looked at the crowd behind him and speculated, "Either there are spies from the Yongchang team. It seems I have to find a way to leave the team." The leader looked at the approaching Qilin and said, "Although we have set up a formation to conceal our aura, it is only at the 3rd level, which is ineffective against this kind of demon beast." Seeing the Qilin rushing over, someone shouted, "It has discovered us." Everyone discussed, "It's attacking the defensive formation." Someone shouted, "Run!" creating a very chaotic scene. The sky suddenly darkened, thunder rumbled. Everyone used their full strength to run away. Luo Tu used the 10 directions formation with his clone. Luo Tu realized that it had broken through the defense, and was chasing after him. His eyes became sharp. The Qilin was getting closer and closer, preying on the people in front. Luo Tu ran away, saying, "The only way is to hide in the mountains and forests." He only saw people in the distance screaming miserably, "Someone save me!" The people around told each other to split up. Luo Tu said, "Take care of yourselves," and quickly moved to a safe place. The sky brightened again, the sun's light shining into every crevice of the mountain. Luo Tu sweated and said, "Now it's basically safe." He thought, "In my storage space, there is still a 5th-level beast hidden in the array plate. I'll rest and recover first." Luo Tu looked up at the sky and said, "It should be noon now, let's see what to do next." Suddenly seeing something, he used his Qinggong to jump up, saying, "Huh? There's an aura here." Luo Tu held the map and said, "I didn't expect that after a night of panic. I'm almost at Guanlei Temple. The Yongchang team seems to be in a bad way. Luckily I took their route map earlier and came here directly." The sword behind his back suddenly shook violently. Luo Tu stood on the top of the mountain, saying, "In this mountainous area of more than 10 kilometers, I can feel the sharp saber chi." Luo Tu jumped down, saying, "The sword chi is resonating, my weapon seems to feel it." He thought, "What level is the Guanlei expert at? This ancient relic has been around for so many years, yet it still retains such terrifying saber intent." Luo Tu looked around, saying, "There isn't even a demon beast around here. I'm afraid they were all scared away by the strong saber intent." Luo Tu discovered something, so he said, "Huh?" Turning back, he saw a sharp saber strike down. On the top of the mountain, a man who looked like a primitive man stood there holding a large saber. Luo Tu thought, "I absolutely can't block this saber." A force struck Luo Tu. Luo Tu frowned and muttered, "Too strong, this move is directed at me, I can't retreat." He thought, "Although I have received the saber intent, this saber image has entered my mind, the saber intent is deeply engraved in my sea of consciousness." Luo Tu drew his sword to experiment. Looking at the sword, Luo Tu smiled and said, "Although I can only imitate it, and can't release the saber intent, it is much stronger than ordinary 5th-grade martial arts." Luo Tu looked up at the mountain top and said, "If I can comprehend the mysteries of sword intent like that expert, my strength will not only increase by 1 realm." Luo Tu walked and said, "I am still far from comprehending sword intent, the sword just now was only superficial." Luo Tu gathered a force in his hand and concentrated, thinking, "Now every step must be sure, I must first cultivate the sword technique to perfection." Luo Tu closed his eyes and meditated, thinking, "After that, it will no longer be imitation of moves, but comprehension of my own sword Tao. He imagined the scene of the man he met earlier, saying, martial intent is the harmony of martial Tao and state of mind. My age is not enough to reach the state of mind. Nor have I experienced such a level of swordsmanship. It seems that I can't rush. Suddenly an old man appeared and said, Are you the Xiantian kid who dared to come to Guanlei Temple to comprehend saber intent? The old man said meaningfully, You have a lot of guts. Keep working hard, I hope to meet you on the top of the mountain, he said, then he left using his qigong. Luo Tu said, This person can fly in the air here. This person must be a martial king, unlike me who only dares to comprehend saber intent here. Luo Tu thought in silence, Although I can't imitate the saber intent, I can refer to it a little, which is enough to increase my comprehension of sword Tao. Luo Tu drew his sword to experiment. The swordsmanship exuded a force that could not be underestimated. He concentrated, The current me must use this sword chi to temper myself. On the mountain, 2 men were standing there. One said, What, is someone trying to climb the mountain again? The person opposite replied, A Xiantian first-level kid, not knowing life and death. Let's see how he suffers later. Below, a man screamed in pain. This person kept spitting out blood. Luo Tu stood there, saying, This place is indeed extremely dangerous. Relying on intent alone is not enough. Even if the cultivation is high, the saber intent will destroy the spirit and extinguish life. A person went down to check on the man. Even Gongsun, the martial ancestor of the refining spirit realm of Dohai County, failed. This place is really dangerous, he said, then lifted the man away. The person next to Luo Tu said, Let's give up, it's too scary. Luo Tu used his sword to block the attack, saying, The pressure of the saber intent, I can still withstand it here. I can continue to move forward. Below, people kept holding their heads and screaming in pain. Luo Tu continued to move forward. Arriving at a place where dozens of martial artists gathered and sat to cultivate, Luo Tu thought, One more step and I'll be there. Someone saw Luo Tu and said, This young kid, judging by his appearance, is 20 years old. His swordsmanship is probably greatly accomplished. The man opposite stroked his beard. When I was a teacher of palm techniques, it took me 40 years to reach the initial stage, and then I couldn't break through. So I came to this Guanlei Temple to find an opportunity. A young man stroked his chin and said, Guanlei Temple is near Dohai County, and there are even strong men from Yulong County. This kid must be from Dohai County. Below, Luo Tu was struggling to resist, thinking, Could it be that I can only get here? I can't even step on the mountain peak? Luo Tu unleashed a firm move, saying, I'm not reconciled, this is not the end of my cultivation. Luo Tu sweated and said, What other moves do I have? Bring them all out. A surge of energy poured down. Luo Tu smiled and said, Haha, so that's how it is. People outside saw this and said, This kid suddenly laughed. Is he about to be crushed by the saber intent here? What a pity. Luo Tu raised his sword to face the saber intent head-on, unafraid. A large area exploded, with smoke and dust obscuring everything, surprising everyone. Only Luo Tu was seen standing there unharmed. Someone said, A 20-year-old innate realm level 1, with perfect swordplay, a genius rarely seen in 1,000 years. Several men outside couldn't believe it, and said, Impossible. Someone called out to Luo Tu, Little brother, I see your swordplay is perfect. I wonder which senior you learned from? Do you belong to a sect? Someone else stood up and continued, Little brother, your talent isn't bad. As long as you are willing to join the Gongsun family, I can give you 10 innate pills, 1,000 origin chi stones, and a set of 6th grade martial arts. A woman also stepped forward and said, My Tianyu sect is the strongest sect in Dohai County. As long as little brother is willing, I can make you a core disciple. She continued, Besides the different conditions from the Gongsun family, as long as your cultivation reaches innate realm level 3, you will also have the qualification to cultivate 7th grade martial arts. People outside seeing this said, This kid has struck it rich. The person next to them agreed, Even many Lianshan realm powerhouses in the Wu Zong divine sect don't possess 7th grade martial arts. Quite a few people over there were saying, I wish I could agree for this kid right away. Luo Tu clasped his hands and replied, Thank you for your kindness, seniors, but this junior has not yet decided to join any sect or force. Everyone was surprised and gasped. Several people exclaimed, Is this kid crazy? You actually rejected learning 7th grade martial arts. The woman from before approached and said, I wonder which senior little brother learned from? She thought, to have such accomplished swordplay at such a young age, besides talent, there must be a famous master guiding him. Moreover, to be able to reject the temptation of 7th grade martial arts, his master must also be a powerhouse. She continued to think, even if I can't recruit this genius into our sect, being able to establish a relationship with a powerhouse who can teach such a genius, and a young person who might become a powerhouse in the future, would also be a kind of gain. Luo Tu replied, my master is team leader when. The woman opposite him thought that not revealing the origins of his sect would definitely make people suspicious, and might even attract attention. This person speculated, could it be Yunlong County on the other side of the Guanlei Mountains? Then it's somewhat beneficial. The woman suddenly understood and thought, that's not right, the Demon Hunter Association then. Thinking this, she said, then little brother must be a talented internal member of the Demon Hunter Association. After all, learning from President Wen Tianhong, the future is limitless. She continued, little brother, I remember the Demon Hunter Association only provides martial arts and protection, but if you join our Leiyu sect, we can give you a large amount of cultivation resources. Moreover, I remember your Demon Hunter Association doesn't prohibit talented members from joining other sections. Luo Tu replied, this junior currently has no intention of joining any sect or force. Please forgive me, senior. Several people outside hissed. Luo Tu spoke again, this junior currently has no intention of joining any sect or force. Please forgive me, senior. The person opposite him sighed and replied, well, I can't force you. Just come to our Leiyu sect if you ever think about joining. Saying this, she handed over an item, this is my token. Give it to a disciple below, and they will let you in. Luo Tu said, I have achieved my goal of tempering my swordplay. I hope you seniors will also achieve your goals soon. I'll take my leave first. Luo Tu thought as he walked, my strength is still too weak. Once people inquire about me, I will attract a lot of attention. Luo Tu turned his head and thought, just now, I was probed by the Leiyu sect, even by the divine sense of a Wu Wang. If they were to discover my secrets, the consequences. Thinking this, he said as he walked, comparing them, the two presidents, Yi Xiangdo and Wen Tianhong, have indeed helped me a lot. Luo Tu pondered, moreover, they guessed that I have extraordinary opportunities and didn't become greedy. They are truly senior martial artists of high moral standing. Saying this, he quickened his pace down the mountain and continued, I must quickly return to Yunlong County, finish what needs to be done, and then find a place to seclude myself for cultivation to quickly increase my strength. In a study, an old man said, in just 1 year, from refining body round level 2 to Qi round level 5. In his hand was a piece of paper with a picture of Luo Tu. He said, this brat who harmed my grandson definitely has a problem. He gritted his teeth and said angrily, originally from a poor background, but the people below investigated and found that this brat used 5th grade treasures as rewards in the Demon Hunter Association. And even invited Wu Zong Yi Xiangdo and even President Wen Tianhong to step forward. He speculated, where would a Qi realm martial artist get so many treasures? Moreover, this poor kid's cultivation is so fast. This brat must have obtained some great opportunity. He said and shouted loudly, someone. Outside, a person entered and said, Elder, what are your orders? He said, you immediately send people to monitor the Demon Hunter Associations in various places, and you personally go to Qinshi City to monitor Luo Tu's family. The person below replied, yes, this subordinate will do it immediately. Luo Tu on this side said as he walked, it took so much time, but I finally came out of the Guanlei Mountains. The teleportation array of the Demon Hunter Association is really useful. He thought, I wonder how my parents and older sister are doing. Since entering the Wu Dian to practice martial arts, I've rarely seen them. Walking past several men, they snorted coldly. In another place, a subordinate said to his master, Lord, Luo Tu has appeared. This subordinate saw him come out from the Demon Hunter Association. The master said, immediately use the sound transmission box to tell inner Elder Gohongi. The others continued to monitor that kid Luo Tu for me. In Luo Tu's house, the whole family was having a meal. The couple was harmonious, and the husband picked up food for his wife and said, here, eat more. Luo Tu smiled and said, older sister, you've also found a warm home. I'm so happy to see you two still love each other so much. Luo Tu's mother said to her, quickly try this dish that mother made for you. You liked eating this the most when you were little. Luo Tu smiled and replied, Yes, I like eating the dishes mother makes the most. It's been a long time since I've had them. Suddenly, there was a noise outside the door. Luo Tu frowned slightly and thought, I didn't need to hide my whereabouts. I guess that someone was monitoring me. I'm just waiting for you to come out on your own. Luo Tu thought with a serious expression, after contacting the people from the Demon Hunter Association, I will deal with you rats. Luo Tu left the house, happily exclaiming, I have gained quite a bit during this time. Seeing Elder Zhuang entering from outside, Luo Tu hurriedly greeted him, Elder Zhuang, long time no see. Thank you for taking care of my family during this time. Elder Zhuang waved his hand, I'm not an elder of the Wu Dian anymore. I'm now working for the Demon Hunter Association. You should thank Elder Yi. He's the one who told me to come here. Elder Zhuang added, but I didn't expect you to be in the innate realm already. Clearly, you were at the Qingyan Qing Wu Dian, and in the blink of an eye, you're already at refining body realm level. 2. Elder Zhuang got to the main point. I came this time because I have something to tell you. Elder Zhuang said seriously, Zhang Liang has entered Qingyan Qing today. Go Hongyi will tell him to keep an eye on your family. Be careful in the city. Then Elder Zhuang left, and Luo Tu solemnly thanked the senior for the reminder. Luo Tu thought, it's Zhang Liang. Go Hongyi knows that you and I won't rest until one of us is dead, and yet he sent you here. It's just as well that I eliminate you first. Luo Tu sighed, but Go Hongyi is now in the Wu Wang realm and is also an inner elder, which is still my biggest threat. This thorn is the most difficult to remove. I can only rely on the Demon Hunter Association to deal with them. Luo Tu arrived at the Demon Hunter Association. As soon as he pushed the door open and entered, he saw Yi Xiangdo and Elder Zhuang. As soon as Yi Xiangdo saw him, he spoke up, innate realm before the age of 20, Luo Tu, you are indeed a heaven-sent genius who can receive the Huang-level middle rank. Luo Tu respectfully said this time, it's thanks to Elder Ye's help. This junior is extremely grateful. President, with your authority, what level of special mission can you issue? Yi Xiangdo replied, Huang-level low rank can invite a Wu Wang at most, and if the Wu-level conditions are met, you can invite a Wu Jun. Luo Tu was surprised, Wu Jun? Does our Yunlong prefecture have such a strong person? As far as I know, the strongest cultivation in the prefecture is Elder Wen Tianhong, Wu Wang 4th level. Yi Xiangdo affirmed, our Yunlong prefecture certainly doesn't have one, and neither do all 13 prefectures, but there are strong people in the Bachuan region and the kingdom. As long as you can offer something that moves them, the association can help you invite them. Yi Xiangdo thought, I'm very curious about what kind of opportunity this kid obtained that his cultivation is progressing so rapidly. Last time, he was able to take out a 6th grade martial arts treasure. Luo Tu declined, this junior is really tempted, but I can't afford to invite a Wu Jun. Yi Xiangdo and Elder Zhuang listened silently as Luo Tu explained, even if I were capable enough, I would never be able to do it at this time. I can't just rely on others. Luo Tu suddenly became determined, but I have a 5th grade treasure in my hand. This time, I must eradicate the root to avoid future troubles. Going outside, Luo Tu said to Elder Zhuang, to evaluate the talent level in advance, I'll have to trouble Elder Zhuang and President Yi. When the time comes, we can go to Yunlong Prefecture City together to find President Wen. Luo Tu looked at the crowded people passing through the city gate, before standing in front of Yunlong Prefecture. I still have one thing to accomplish first. Seeing Luo Tu heading towards the city gate, 2 people said to each other, Luo Tu is about to leave the city. One person divided the task, you quickly report to the elder. Me and a few others will continue to monitor him. Outside the city gate, Luo Tu had long sensed a powerful aura following him out of the city. Zhang Liang really couldn't hold back anymore. He wants to deal with me. Zhang Liang jumped off his horse, flew up, and shouted loudly, Kid, where do you think you're going? As soon as Luo Tu sensed his aura, he recognized it, innate 9th level martial artist? Just in time, I want to test the power of my newly created move. Zhang Liang landed, Kid, you clearly knew that this old man was waiting for you, and yet you dared to leave the city alone. Luo Tu calmly said, I deliberately let your subordinates report that I had left the city. Only then did I leave the city. Zhang Liang was stunned, huh? This kid is already in the innate realm level 1. Zhang Liang regained his composure. I didn't expect you to be innate, but how dare an innate level 1 speak so arrogantly to me? Zhang Liang released his spiritual power to attack Luo Tu. It seems you've encountered an opportunity, but now it's all going to be mine. Luo Tu blocked it with a single sword, provoking him. Is that all you've got? Zhang Liang was stunned into a daze. This Daohong Changhong is condensed from this old man's innate true qi. Relying on it should be enough to eliminate a newly arrived level 1. Zhang Liang looked at Luo Tu, who was standing there, and realized, although he's only level 1, his strength is equivalent to level 5. Moreover, the realm of his swordplay. He hesitated and didn't want to think about it. Taking advantage of his distraction, Luo Tu rushed forward. How dare you be negligent in front of me, you boorish man! Zhang Liang raised his sword to block Luo Tu's attack. He couldn't believe it. Swordplay great accomplishment? How is that possible? Zhang Liang held his chest where he had just been struck, thinking to himself, this is only the second sword. When did this guy achieve such a high level of sword Dao? If it weren't for his reaction, there would probably be a big hole in his chest. He bit his teeth and felt fear. Zhang Liang asked, that sword was fast. Has your swordplay reached great accomplishment? Luo Tu showed contempt on his face. Great accomplishment? You underestimate me. How about a perfect realm? Zhang Liang knew that although his cultivation was higher, with a perfect realm of swordplay, he was probably not his opponent. He looked at the aura that Luo Tu exuded, and it was strangely abundant around him. Luo Tu was in a ready stance. Then he rushed over with his sword, shouting loudly, Old Burr, you can't escape now. Zhang Liang couldn't react in time. So fast, I can't escape. I have to use all my strength to have a chance. Zhang Liang slashed and replied, Kid, taste this old man's innate 9th level cultivation. Luo Tu used the move he had just created, Xian Guan transformation. Then he rushed forward, not forgetting to tell him, Old Burr, taste my newly created move. Zhang Liang was still full of vigor and replied, Is that so powerful? Before Zhang Liang could attack, he was struck by Luo Tu. Luo Tu looked at his sword. Xian Guan transformation can increase my strength by 2 times, combined with perfect quick sword. Luo Tu looked at Zhang Liang, who was defeated and lying on the ground, and continued, This power can instantly eliminate a great martial master innate 9th level with a single strike. Luo Tu put his sword back behind his back, releasing all my strength. I am confident enough to challenge a Wu Zong Lianchen realm, haha, but I still shouldn't be too arrogant. Luo Tu glanced towards a nearby rock. President Yi, are you not planning to come out? Yi Xiangdo cleared his throat. Then he stepped out majestically. You little guy, you are increasingly surprising me. Not only did you easily kill the 9th level Zhang Liang, but you also discovered me. Luo Tu said without arrogance, Hee, I am only forced to constantly work hard to cultivate because of the pressure. But please, Elder Yi, help me cover this up. Especially the matter of leaving the city. Thank you, Senior, for secretly helping me. Yi Xiangdo said, I didn't expect you to consider it so quickly. I have already spoken with President Wen. Let's go inside. Inside, Wen Tianhong said to Luo Tu, sure enough, you are in the innate realm. When I was talking with little Yi just now, I couldn't believe it. Wen Tianhong asked, Zhang Liang has been dealt with by you. What are your plans for the next step? Luo Tu frankly replied, I want to issue a mission. When Tianhong was puzzled, is your target Go Hongi? Luo Tu summoned the swords he had stored in his ring and replied, that's right. The reward is the 10 battle sword, a low-grade earth-level battle saber. Luo Tu resolutely said, I don't want my family to be in danger, so this time I came back to eliminate the threat. Yi Xiangdo asked Wen Tianhong, a low-grade earth-level weapon is worth more than 10,000 low-grade origin chi stones. President, how many of these can you buy? Wen Tianhong had to sigh, this is worth more than 100,000 origin chi stones, which can move a Wu Wang 8th level. Little guy, your wealth is truly beyond my imagination. Finally, Wen Tianhong agreed and took the swords. Alright, I'll help you issue this mission. Wen Tianhong said, quickly give me your demon hunter badge and wait for me to evaluate it. Outside, people were discussing, have you heard? Something happened to the Yunlong County overlord, the Xiaoyao sect. Luo Tu listened silently. Their inner elder, Go Hongi, was killed at the entrance to the mountain. Luo Tu was delighted. The strong person who accepted my mission has taken action. Luo Tu looked up at the sky. Zhang Liang and Go Hongi have both been dealt with. I don't need to worry about the safety of my older sister and parents anymore. Luo Tu held the gold invitation in his hand. A month later is the wedding day of Lu Yuan and my older sister. Only after attending the wedding can I leave with peace of mind. Then Luo Tu continued, a life of leisure is not suitable for the path of martial arts cultivation. My path in the future will no longer be in the same world as everyone else. I can't let them be in danger. When Tianhong handed Luo Tu a token, now you have become a Huang-level middle-rank talent. Oh, after today, do you still need to arrange anything else? Luo Tu took the token, pursue the peak of martial arts, travel the Tianwu kingdom, or go outside of the Tianwu kingdom. Then when Tianhong said, if you have nothing else to do, then I still have something here that is also your opportunity. When Tianhong took out a secret book, Timing's Secret Realm, an ancient relic covered by a large array formation in an entire piece of heaven and earth, opens once every 30 years. When Tianhong explained, only those below the Wuwang realm can enter. Each time it opens, the forces of each country have a number of quotas, allowing young people to enter and seek opportunities. Luo Tu was surprised. Does the president mean to make me a talented member of the Demon Hunter Association so that I can enter the secret realm? When Tianhong had expectations for Luo Tu and replied, that's right. The secret realm will open in about 2 years. Try to improve your cultivation and realm within these 2 years. Luo Tu took it and said firmly, I will not let the president down. Watching Luo Tu leave, when Tianhong muttered, I also think you won't let me down, but I am very curious whether you, little kid, will step onto the peak of the Tianwu kingdom, or even make further progress. When Tianhong regretted, there is no hope for myself anymore. On the way, Luo Tu pondered, during the 2-year period, there will be many talents gathered there from the Tian kingdom capital, the 8 states, and the 10 counties. Luo Tu got on his horse. I must upgrade my cultivation to a higher level. Then he urged his horse on. My cultivation can steadily increase, but my martial Dao's understanding of sword intent is still not clear. Maybe this time I will go to Guanlei Temple again to see. Luo Tu crossed the forest. The Guanlei mountain range is full of 4th-level demon beasts. The weather is not good now. It seems I should find a place to rest a bit. Suddenly, Luo Tu saw a group of people, and he exclaimed, oh, there are people. Luo Tu saw that this place was the dangerous area of the Guanlei mountain range, and even the strong Lianshan realm Wu Zong did not dare to enter this place casually. Luo Tu wondered, why are there people? Moreover, there are quite a few of them. Luo Tu landed on the ground. Isn't this team the same as the Yongchang Pavilion from last time? The leader of the group spoke in front of a tower. Friends, you've arrived. Why don't you show yourselves for a bit? The man was dressed mainly in black and red, his hair slicked back and shiny. Luo Tu then introduced himself. This humble one is Luo Tu, passing by this place by chance. If I have offended you in any way, please forgive me. Luo Tu frowned. Why is there such a tower in this Guanlei mountain range, surrounded by dangers on all sides? Moreover, most of these martial artists are only at the body tempering stage. How strange. No, they are slaves. These people are all slaves. The 100 or so body tempering cultivators here are all slaves. Furthermore, what is the purpose of whoever brought them here? Near this tower, there is also a 4th order formation. If I'm not mistaken, this tower is a treasure formation. Its appearance here is definitely not simple. The man said, if this friend is just passing by, why not come in and have a cup of tea with me? Luo Tu thought that a 4th order magical treasure wouldn't have any pressure on him. Luo Tu agreed, then I shall accept your kind offer. Inside the tower, a woman sat in the center of the hall, with countless experts below. The woman looked down majestically. The woman wore a jade pendant around her neck. Luo Tu felt that he seemed to have seen this jade pendant somewhere before. The woman arrogantly remained silent, only humming in acknowledgement. One person stepped forward and pointed directly at Luo Tu. How dare you be so rude in front of our young lady? Luo Tu quickly tried to defuse the situation. My apologies. But that person wouldn't let it go, charging forward. If you don't know what rudeness is, then open your eyes wide and apologize now. Luo Tu, in imminent danger, still explained, I was just momentarily distracted by looking around. Do you even know what manners are? Luo Tu quickly dodged, continuing, you think I don't want to attack? Luo Tu struck the guy with one palm, sending him flying. The surroundings were in an uproar. What? The guy fell to the ground with a thud. When he got up, he still didn't know the immensity of heaven and earth, cursing, you want to die? How dare you hit me? Luo Tu waved his hand, sending the guy flying head over heels. Keep cursing. A dog barking behind its owner is just asking for a beating. The surroundings became even more chaotic. How dare you! What do you think this place is? It turned out that the young lady sitting in the main hall was named Yan Yuani. She boldly asked, "This young master is quite audacious. You are only at the Xiantian stage. Yet you look down on other martial artists?" Luo Tu glanced over these people and assessed, including that young woman, there are 3 people. The others all emit a Xiantian stage aura. Then Luo Tu looked up at Yan Yuani, looking at him with suspicious eyes, but looking at this girl, it seems I can't see through her cultivation. Luo Tu expressed his opinion, "Before you accuse me, you should think about it. Would your companions even take a Xiantian martial artist like me seriously?" In the next sentence, Luo Tu decided to add fuel to the fire. "Moreover, what if I do look down on you?" Yan Yuani's group couldn't tolerate being provoked, and they charged towards Luo Tu with swords, saying, "You arrogant brat." Under Yan Yuani's gaze, the servants scolded Luo Tu, "Let us see if you have the strength to back that up." Luo Tu manifested 2 flames on his hands, colored black and gold, looking fearless. The flames suddenly erupted and attacked the 2 servants. The servants began to panic, surrounded by the flames. They used all their knowledge but couldn't recognize what kind of flame it was. One of them sensed something was wrong and said to the others, "This is bad. This black flame carries the aura of death. Everyone be careful, and extinguish it immediately." After a while, when the black flame dissipated, the figures of the people were slightly revealed. At this time, the 2 loud-mouthed servants from before had scratches all over their limbs and were clutching their aching bodies. They couldn't help but look at Luo Tu and say, "How is this possible? A young brat like you?" Luo Tu sternly replied, "I have already shown mercy. Otherwise, the 2 of you would be corpses by now." Yan Yuani's younger brother, the one who had invited him in, stood beside her and pointed at Luo Tu, suspiciously saying, "Sister, this person only seems to be at the Xiantian 3rd stage. But his strength is no weaker than ours. He may be hiding his cultivation with some secret technique. This person's background is definitely not ordinary." The woman sitting on the throne finally revealed her name. "I am Yan Yuani. May I ask how this young master is called, and who is your master?" He crossed his arms and replied politely, "Luo Tu, from Yinlong County, a demon hunter from the Hunter Association of the county city." Everyone fell silent after hearing this. No one dared to utter a sound except for Yan Yuani, who said, "Yinlong County? So, young master, you are a guest. Please, have a seat." Luo Tu walked in from outside. Now that he was free, why should he be shy? "Then I won't stand on ceremony." As he walked and observed, Luo Tu's eyes suddenly caught something, and that is, this jade pendant looks very similar to the one in the hands of that Gongsun family disciple who was injured not long ago. A burly young man with blonde hair approached and greeted Luo Tu. "Young Master La, you've come to the Guanglei mountain range, probably for the 10,000 demons secret realm, right?" Luo Tu frowned and asked him, "What 10,000 demons secret realm?" The blonde-haired young man explained to Luo Tu, "It seems young Master Luo Tu doesn't know about the 10,000 demons secret realm. It's the number 1 secret realm of the 3 great Tianwu kingdoms. But it's very dangerous. Only with the secret map in the hands of Miss Yan Yuani of the ancient sword continent's Yan family can it be found." Luo Tu calmly acknowledged without questioning further, the ancient sword continent's Yan family, the leader of the 10 great martial Dao families of the Tianwu kingdom. With a martial lord powerhouse in the family. No wonder these people respect her so much. Seeing that Luo Tu seemed unconvinced, Yan Yuani wanted to prove it. "I really do have the secret map. If young master is interested, I would like to invite you to come along." The blonde-haired young man also urged Luo Tu not to miss this opportunity. "Young Master La, don't miss out. There are ancient relics in the 10,000 demon secret realm. Extremely mysterious, and countless treasures as well." Luo Tu coldly replied, "I really do want to go, but what's the price?" Luo Tu thought to himself, if the 10,000 demon secret realm is called the number 1 among the 3 great secret realms, it seems to be a bit inferior to the underworld secret realm that the president mentioned. Yan Yuani stated her condition, "I don't have any special requirements, just a returning soul grass. I will take you into the secret realm. You must find the returning soul grass for me. As for the other treasures, whoever finds them gets them. Hearing this, Luo Tu hesitated slightly, returning soul grass. Although it is only a 5th grade spiritual herb, it is the main ingredient for refining the reversal soul pill, extremely rare. Seeing that Luo Tu didn't say anything, Yan Yuani said, "If you have any opinions about young Master La participating, then please voice them quickly so we can decide." A man made a suggestion. "We don't know how dangerous the secret realm is. I agree to let young Master La, who is so powerful, participate with us." Yan Yuani replied, "Since you have decided like this, then next, I will discuss the 10,000 demons secret realm with you all." Yan Yuani explained in a concise but understandable manner. The secret realm is divided into 7 areas from the outside to the inside. The returning soul grass that I need is located in the 3rd area. Luo Tu spoke up, "Miss Yan, what about those martial artists? Opening the 10,000 demons secret realm requires sacrifices." Yan Yuani's face darkened upon hearing this. She continued, "That is the destiny of those martial artists." Luo Tu's eyes showed some disappointment and alienation towards Yan Yuani. In order to open the secret realm, she kills hundreds of people, yet she doesn't care at all. This Yan Yuani seems gentle on the surface, but her heart is too cruel. 2 days later, in the forest, everyone surrounded a large lake. Yan Yuani's younger brother asked, "Miss Yan, there's nothing special about this place. Could it be?" Yan Yuani confidently affirmed, "That's right, this is the entrance to the 10,000 demons secret realm." She took out the necklace she wore around her neck. Luo Tu also sensed the strangeness. He unconsciously lifted his clothes, with a surprised expression. "Oh." Seeing a white object flying out from his body, Luo Tu was bewildered. The crescent moon jade pendant actually flew out. Yan Yuani seemed displeased with Luo Tu. "Oh, so half of the twin jade pendants is in your hands?" Luo Tu replied, "I just obtained it by chance, but I don't know what its use is." Yan Yuani tossed her jade pendant up, saying, "Since both jade pendants are here, then there's no need to use blood to open the secret realm." The 2 red and white jade pendants flew high, and Yan Yuani instructed, "Everyone, be prepared. As soon as the secret realm opens, enter immediately." The 2 jade pendants caught each other's signals and immediately merged together. Seeing the divine power shining in the sky, Luo Tu couldn't help but exclaim, "This jade pendant actually has such a large source of energy." Yan Yuani flew up and shouted down, "Everyone, hurry up and come in. We are entering the secret realm." Luo Tu and several others jumped up together, followed by Yan Yuani urging everyone, "Everyone, come on up." Luo Tu thought as he followed, "Hopefully, this trip can improve my strength." The deep pit was filled with fire and water energy. When everyone had entered completely, in front of the poetic forest, Yan Yuani said, "This is the destination of our trip this time." She threw out the 2 jade pendants just now and subtly reminded, "As far as I know, this place is very dangerous." Luo Tu caught his white jade pendant and thanked Yan Yuani. "Thank you, miss, for returning the jade pendant." Yan Yuani looked at Luo Tu and said, "We are currently standing in the 1st area. What I need is to get to the 3rd area to find the returning soul grass." However, in Yan Yuani's mind, there was another plan. "My Yan family only has 1 piece of demon jade. Every time we want to open the secret realm, we need to sacrifice the blood of 100 people. If I can monopolize the remaining piece in Luo Tu's hands." Yan Yuani's younger brother saw her give up the white jade pendant and return it to Luo Tu, and asked, "Are you just giving back the 2nd piece of the twin moon demon jade like that?" Yan Yuani dismissed his words, saying, "Just follow the plan." Looking at Luo Tu standing there blankly, falling into her trap so easily, Yan Yuani apologized in her heart, "This is my Yan family's secret realm. Besides, with his demon jade, we don't need blood sacrifices and can enter the 3rd level. Sorry, Luo Tu." Yan Yuani spoke up, "Everyone follow me. Ahead are the spiritual herbs of the 2nd level, and you are all free to collect them." After a while leaving the ordinary people to face the giant ant monsters, Yan Yuani and her siblings went with Luo Tu, saying, "Let's continue to move forward." After a while, Luo Tu also successfully killed a large tiger. When its body was lifeless, Luo Tu used his black flame ability to take away the most valuable thing from the tiger, obtaining a tomato-colored bead. He exclaimed, "Oh, a star bead?" Luo Tu wanted to ask Yan Yuani's group, "Everyone, have you encountered this situation when fighting demon beasts before?" Yan Yuani smiled and said, "Your luck isn't bad. This is a special blood pearl of this 10,000 demon secret realm. Even a second-level demon beast produced one. Luo Tu curiously tested it. Blood pearl? What is this thing? Yan Yuani explained, the blood pearl is the essence condensed from demon beasts in this 10,000 demon secret realm. Martial artists who refine and use it will increase the effectiveness of body tempering. Everyone was amazed to see such a miracle. We thought the first level was full of low-grade spiritual herbs, monsters, and worthless things, but we didn't expect there to be such a valuable treasure. Like the blood pearl. But Luo Tu suddenly had a doubt. Why would Yan Yuani bring outsiders like me into a secret realm with such valuable resources? Outside, in the Guanglei mountain range, 3 elders were floating in the air, fully aware of the treacherous girl's intentions. Yan Yuani stole the 10,000 demon secret map and the blood moon. Demon Jade. According to intelligence, she has entered here with hundreds of rogue martial artists and slave martial artists. The elder in the middle frowned and said, using 100 slaves to open the secret realm, then those rogue martial masters will also become blood sacrifices. The elder beside him also expressed his disappointment. As the younger sister of the family head, the family has treated her well, yet she dares to betray the family? Inside the secret realm, after solving almost all the monsters here, everyone expressed their gratitude to Yan Yuani. Haha, thank you, Miss Yan, for bringing us to this 10,000 demons secret realm. Someone holding the tomato-colored bead also said happily, just this blood pearl has already made my body much stronger. Yan Yuani was also happy for them, and she said with a smile, haha, congratulations. Luo Tu hadn't seen Yan Yuani take any blood pearls, and he became even more suspicious. Could it be that this eldest young lady of the Yan family looks down on the blood pearls of these low-level demon beasts in the first level? Oh well, never mind. Luo Tu happened to bite off a piece of dung beetle and absorb its spiritual power. His whole body was filled with the aura of the blood pearl, and his essence was even more abundant. Everyone was even more surprised when they saw the great changes in Luo Tu, and they said, Vajra body tempering technique. This little brother Lei is actually cultivating such a rare 6th-grade body tempering technique? Luo Tu modestly replied, I've only just cultivated it to the first stage of perfection, and I also have to thank Miss Yan for leading me into this 10,000 demon secret realm. Yan Yuani casually said, please make yourselves at home. In fact, Yan Yuani secretly assessed the vigorous man. This Luo Tu actually has such a precious body tempering technique. He must be a core disciple of some great power in Yulong County, or the nearby Sea of Fighting, right? At night, Yan Yuani led everyone to an open space and said, we will enter the second area from here. Yan Yuani specifically pointed out Luo Tu, Brother La, please trouble you to use your Silver Moon Demon Jade to activate the teleportation array with me. Luo Tu also agreed, no problem, Miss Yan is too polite. The two took out their white and red jade pendants. The 2 jade pendants flew up high. However, Luo Tu felt that something was wrong. This isn't right. He thought to himself, if I hadn't come, she wouldn't have the Silver Moon Demon Jade in her hands. How could Yan Yuani activate the formation with only the Blood Moon Demon Jade? Luo Tu looked at Yan Yuani, analyzing and finding more and more unsettling. Both twin moon demon jades are needed to avoid the need for blood, and 100 people need to be sacrificed to open the secret realm. Furthermore, to enter the second level, both jade pendants are needed. At this point, Luo Tu suddenly realized something. Unless Yan Yuani intended to blood sacrifice from the beginning, then the blood sacrifice. Yan Yuani's image appeared in Luo Tu's mind, and he affirmed, then the suitable people to use as blood sacrifices are the Xiantian martial masters she brought along. The blood essence of Xiantian martial masters definitely surpasses that of over 100 body tempering martial artists. Seeing that Luo Tu seemed nervous, a man stood up to ask, little brother La, what's wrong? Luo Tu smiled and replied, nothing, I'm just amazed by the profound array patterns in this secret realm. Yan Yuani reminded everyone, prepare yourselves. I'm about to activate the formation to enter the second level. Luo Tu looked at Yan Yuani's back, becoming increasingly intolerable of her. How cold-blooded. She seems to be a weak and noble eldest young lady, yet she calmly disregards the lives of so many others. Inside the desolate forest, the trees were withered without a single dry leaf. Everyone followed each other's footsteps. Luo Tu looked at everything around him and couldn't help but say, each tree is like a corpse. It's so eerie. Yan Yuani also felt unsafe towards Luo Tu, and she thought, it seems that this kid has recognized my previous plan through the activation of the teleportation array just now. Luo Tu said to Yan Yuani, now that we've reached the second level, return the jade pendant to me first. As soon as Yan Yuani released the jade pendant, as if arranged in advance, a hand grabbed Luo Tu's jade before him, replying in a joking manner, I, Huang Yuanshan, will take the silver moon demon jade. The blond man stepped forward, took Luo Tu's jade pendant, and said with a smile, my Xiantian 8th stage cultivation is the highest here. It's best for me to keep such an important thing as the demon jade. Luo Tu reached out from behind and took back what belonged to him, while reminding the malicious Huang Yuanshan, have you asked for my opinion? Huang Yuanshan immediately took action, unleashing his strength to attack Luo Tu, while threatening, boy, hand over the demon jade now. Luo Tu drew his sword and used the Xiantian art at point-blank range, without seeing any highlights from Huang Yuanshan. All the accomplices behind him couldn't move closer to Luo Tu's day. They were confused, how can he be so strong? Isn't Luo Tu only at the Xiantian 3rd stage? They looked at the blond man trembling in front of Luo Tu, his words becoming lighter and lighter, 8th stage expert Huang Yuanshan. Huang Yuanshan couldn't move his limbs, only whispering you. Finally he fell down, not forgetting to ask for clarification, what kind of background does this kid have? Luo Tu said, besides having great strength, does this kid also have a D-grade battle sword? Isn't that only a weapon that martial kings have? Looking at the expression of the mastermind girl, Luo Tu glanced at her, thinking, Yan Yuani isn't surprised at all. She is not simple. The eldest young lady of the Yan family quickly said, everyone, the second area is full of third-level beasts. Compared to us innate martial masters, everyone must be careful. A disciple who looked very determined spoke up, the higher the level of demon beasts, the better the condensed blood pearls will definitely be. The person next to him also echoed, let's set off quickly. Brother La is on another level, but his harvest makes me envious. Zhang Xiaohai stroked his chin thoughtfully. In the first level, he and Huang Yuanshan obtained the most blood pearls. This time, I won't be inferior to little brother La. The eldest young lady of the Yan family led the group, everyone, follow my footsteps closely. This second level won't be as easy as the first level. She frowned and said, everyone must not let greed cloud your eyes. Luo Tu looked at this and was a little stunned. He thought to himself, wait, this is... Bright spots quickly appeared in front of them. Luo Tu frowned and thought to himself, the white spots of life representing the monsters, there are actually hundreds of them. The shadows of the demon beasts appeared. Third-level demon beasts, and even a dozen peak-strength demon beasts among them. That's only within the range of my senses. How many third-level and peak-strength demon beasts are there in this second level? Luo Tu braced himself for battle. With the mysterious heaven transformation and his sword techniques and cultivation, he could fight a Xiantian 9th layer Grand Martial Master. But with so many Tier 3 demon beasts, he was afraid. The demon beasts roared and charged towards them. Everyone also fought back without holding back. The disciples quickly shouted, quick, get their blood pearls. One disciple said to Luo Tu, congratulations, La brother, good luck, the first demon beast already has a good harvest. He was also very certain, next, you will definitely have a lot of harvest. He quickly clasped his hands and laughed, ha ha ha, then thank you for your blessing, La brother. Luo Tu held the blood pearl in thought. A Xiantian level blood pearl is enough for me to refine my physical body to the first in perfection, and even enter the second level of the Vajra body tempering art. The eldest young lady of the Yan family was stunned upon seeing this and thought, this aura, this is bad. She quickly said, this is bad, everyone, we should leave this place quickly. Everyone was confused, and one person quickly asked, Yan young lady, what happened? Manhwa quickly said those two demon beasts, before they condensed their blood pearls, attracted other demon beasts with their essence and blood. Once surrounded by these beasts, things will be bad. Everyone ran and called out to each other, run quickly, this place is full of Tier 3 demon beasts, we have no way to deal with them. Luo Tu was secretly worried, this is bad, hundreds of demon beasts are chasing after us. He looked behind him and saw countless demon beasts appearing, so he secretly looked for a way out, forced to find a way to escape this place. At this time, someone also discovered it, and shouted, there are demon beasts coming from the front too. Many demon beasts appeared in a rush, and everyone screamed, "Run quickly!" At this time, due to the chaos, Luo Tu lost track of the others, and he panicked and said, "Where am I now? Moreover, I've lost the position of the others." He frowned and said in confusion, "Those demonic beasts suddenly appeared so unreasonably." He quickly speculated, "I feel like they were all deliberately lured here by that Yen young lady." At this time, the group of the eldest young lady of the Law family was standing on high ground observing. Zhang Hai said, "These martial artists can't hold on much longer." Yan Yue immediately asked upon hearing this, "Where is Luo Tu? Don't tell me he was swallowed by those demon beasts?" Zhang Hai also quickly replied, "I can't sense his aura." She said while moving, "You two wait for me here. If anyone is lucky enough to escape, then deal with him." The two of them quickly respectfully replied, "Understood." At this time, Luo Tu was still fighting fiercely. He exclaimed in admiration, "These demon beasts! When will I finish killing them?" He thought to himself, "I must break through the encirclement of these demon beasts." Suddenly, Luo Tu was attacked sneakily, but fortunately, he avoided it in time, almost being ambushed. He secretly made up his mind, "I must find a place to recover. Right now, inside a cave." Luo Tu weakly coughed, cough, cough. He quickly tore off his clothes. "Even if my strength can rival a Xiantian demon beast, under the attack of hundreds of demon beasts, I was only lucky to escape their encirclement." He sighed looking at the blood pearl in his hand, "Alas, it's a pity. Under the siege and attack of hundreds of, who would dare to risk going to harvest blood pearls? Otherwise I would have at least 30 of them by now." Luo Tu quickly sat down and thought, "I must quickly absorb the blood pearl and recover quickly." At this time, he released a burst of blood energy. "This demon beast's blood energy is transformed into my blood energy, but when it exists, it will make my blood energy become mixed. Fortunately, I can temper the impurities in my body." After absorbing the blood pearl, Luo Tu remembered that the Yen young lady had never mentioned the hidden danger before. Blood sacrifice, causing demon beast riots, and also the hidden danger of blood pearls. Yan Yue must know this. Not long after, Luo Tu also stepped out of the cave. He frowned and thought, "This Yan Yue knew the situation but didn't mention it. What is her intention?" Elsewhere, at this time, hasty footsteps rose. Zhang Hai quickly reported, "Young lady, there are still a few lucky ones alive." One of the captured people panicked and said, "Yen young lady, why are you capturing us in times of trouble?" He angrily said, "I am a martial cultivator. Even if you keep me, I will not allow you to insult me." Yan Yue exuded a powerful aura and shouted, "Shut up!" The demon beast quickly roared, causing everyone to be in an uproar. She had actually repelled all the demon beasts. They couldn't believe the scene before them. Yan Yue, the young lady of the Yen family of ancient Sword Province, why does she have such powerful strength? What is her origin, and how strong is her cultivation? She immediately ordered, "You two tie them up." Zhang Hai and Zhang Hao quickly respectfully replied, "Understood." She thought to herself, "If my primordial spirit wasn't injured and needed a soul restoration pill to heal, why would I need to bother so much to deal with you?" Yan Yue angrily thought, "Where has that Luo Tu gone? My divine sense has covered the entire Scarlet Demon Forest, but I still can't find him." At this time Yan Yue said, "You two keep an eye on him, I'll go for a bit and come back." She thought while walking, "Because we haven't collected the twin moon demon jade, our Yen family, even if we control the myriad demon's secret realm for thousands of years, can't enter the 5th layer." She seriously pondered, "So I must seize the silver moon demon jade in Luo Tu's hands." At this time, Luo Tu was focused on practicing his technique. He frowned tightly and thought, "The final wave of attacks is coming." Suddenly, he opened his eyes. Luo Tu looked at his body and exclaimed, "Body refinement 9th layer, thanks to the help of the blood pearl, my physical body has now broken through to the high level of the 3 battle bodies." Luo Tu punched out, and the surrounding rock walls immediately shattered. He looked at the scene before him and said, "This punch of mine, without using any true chi at all, has such great power. Adding my high-level battle body, I can resist 1 or 2 attacks from a spirit." Refinement martial expert. Luo Tu put on his clothes and pondered, "My strength has been greatly improved now." Suddenly, he saw the treasures and remembered something. "Oh, I arranged a 5-layered treasure formation before I went into seclusion." He was a little confused. It's been activated now? Could it be that someone or a demon beast around here discovered this cave? He was a little stunned and thought, the soul is really overbearing. Suddenly, an explosion rang out, causing him to speculate, no, that's divine sense. Only a strong person above the spirit refinement realm can condense the power of divine sense. In the misty smoke and dust, a voice suddenly rang out, I finally found you. It was the figure of a woman, no wonder it was so difficult to find you. It turns out you have a 5-stage concealment formation. It turned out to be MANHWA. She slowly walked over and said, Luo Tu, you always give me a sense of surprise. Luo Tu quickly asked, young lady, what do you mean by this? Or do you want to become my enemy? MANHWA did not hesitate to state her purpose. I want the demon jade in your hand. He immediately replied, what if I don't give it? MANHWA was also not afraid, if you don't give it, then I'll just have to snatch it. She quickly launched an attack, don't blame me for being impolite. Luo Tu quickly blocked the attack and snorted coldly. The two quickly charged at each other and fought. But she was too strong, causing Luo Tu to retreat. He secretly exclaimed in his heart, this woman's true chi is so abundant and pure. He began to unleash his moves, she looks delicate, but she's also a body refinement martial artist. She saw this and asked with some interest, oh, you've broken through to the advanced battle body? Luo Tu replied without hesitation, thanks to your blessing. MANHWA thought to herself, it seems that this Luo Tu has a rather powerful technique that can quickly eliminate the impurities of the blood pearl. Luo Tu looked at her and also secretly pondered, just now, the aura she revealed was only Xiantian 7th layer, but her true chi is pure and abundant, completely not like a Xiantian martial artist. Moreover, she also has divine sense. I'm afraid her true strength can be compared to a spirit refinement martial expert. The two stared at each other with killing intent. She secretly exclaimed, this guy is not easy to deal with at all. The battle between the two quickly began. MANHWA unleashed a move, Phoenix Dance 9 Heavens. Luo Tu looked at it, and was a little confused and thought, the sword chi is so fierce. It feels like each strand can easily penetrate the battle body. He quickly passed over, even if I am an advanced battle body, I'm afraid I can't withstand it. She said with some contempt, the sword is also fast, but unfortunately you haven't comprehended sword intent. MANHWA continued, the realm of swordsmanship is high fast, but it's just child's play. Luo Tu was a little worried and thought, this is bad, I can't face this move head on. He hesitated and opened his mouth to ask, is this the martial Dao artistic conception? He quickly commented, such great power, at least it must be a 7th grade martial art. Luo Tu looked at MANHWA and speculated, not only that, but her true chi also has an artistic conception of burning all things, even making me feel like the true chi in my body is also being burned along with it. At this time, she suddenly said, oh, it seems that your true chi is indeed extremely special. Luo Tu frowned and thought, if I didn't have the special reincarnation ability, I'm afraid that with just one palm, I would not only be pushed back, but also be seriously injured. She reached out her hand and said, quickly hand over the silver moon demon jade, I can spare your life. At this time, Luo Tu had tightly gripped his weapon. He said very decisively, although your strength is very strong, if you want me to bow my head, that's not enough. MANHWA replied without fear, oh, if my primordial spirit wasn't injured, then in this entire heavenly martial kingdom, there wouldn't be more than 10 people who could fight me. What is a mosquito like you? Luo Tu said nothing and immediately unleashed his moves, mysterious heaven transformation, 10,000 residual shadows, yin-yang light. MANHWA calmly said after seeing it, oh, this move is not bad. She also took out her weapon and prepared to fight, try this move of mine. The two charged at each other again and fought. At this time, MANHWA exclaimed, Luo Tu, your strength has indeed exceeded my expectations. But she ridiculed him, but in the end, you are still a weakling. At this time, Luo Tu spat out a mouthful of blood. Her moves were still continuing. He also contemptuously replied, ha, Miss Yen, you're also injured a lot. At this time, the corner of her mouth was also bleeding. The moves were still running. MANHWA angrily said, it's just that I have no way to fully use my strength. Otherwise, how could a mosquito like you hurt me? Before leaving, she said, Luo Tu, next time we meet, I will let you feel what pain is like. Luo Tu slumped down and thought, fortunately, she was also injured and retreated. Now, everywhere in my body feels a pain that is tearing inside. If I use all the strength of the mysterious heaven, Transformation, then this body will not be able to withstand it, and shatter. Luo Tu quickly said, as expected, there is heaven beyond heaven. The Yan family's young lady looks only a few years older than me, but she has such strength. Could it be that she is a martial lord? He kept talking to himself like this. My luck is just a simple adventure into the secret realm, but I could actually accidentally meet a heavily injured strong person like that. Luo Tu looked at his hand and said, Haze, but this time she was also injured quite a bit. At this time, his body was treating his true chi. He sat down on the ground and thought about the next plan. I must quickly treat my injuries, and then find a way to leave this myriad demon secret realm.